Maybe I'll even minimize chat. No, we're going all out. Dark mode. Dark mode, no chat. I'm going dark. Fuck. Stop talking as well. Wait, how did I see chat? What? It didn't get it? It always gets it. Here, I'll turn the camera. I'll turn these back on. I don't know where the lasers are getting shot. Oh god. Oh! Ah! I almost made it out of that, which is the craziest part. I almost survived that. We are doing the challenge that has been the bane of my existence, that has been all of my nightmares. It's the Cappy Kills Mario challenge, and I'm gonna try and beat it today. Wait, is this phase 3? Oh god, this is phase 3. I wasn't even paying attention. Ooh, I'm too far over. I have no idea how this works now. Oh, I missed it. No! Think I can get back and get it in time? No shot. That was close. Let's go! It's done! God, finally! You know, I want to share something that Crafty Boss sent me this weekend. He DM'd me, and he was like, hey, do you want me to make a stage edit that adds a recovery bubble around the area so that Cappy just hurts Mario instead of kills him? You know what I said? Nah. I'ma fucking beat it the hard way. Whew. Let's go beat the game now. Let's beat the rest of this thing. On to Bowser's Kingdom. Alright. Here's what we can do here. Hide right here. And then Cappy. Boom. Easy. Crap. There we go. Okay, how do we do this? Easiest way to do this? Frick. Stop. Okay, I guess. I think Cappy might only be able to hit these things once. Yeah. Cappy can only hit them once. How do we do this then? Check this out. Yeah, now that we're in the bird, Cappy can't get to us because we don't exist. And I'll just jump into this. Boom. Bam. I bet I can get Cappy trapped here. It's probably not a way to do it though. No, no. Ah, I went through the crotch. I might be able to trap Cappy underneath and then I can backflip on him. Okay, wait, this could work. That counts though, right? That counts? Okay, we got the moon to spawn. That's good. Now we can die. It's all good. The moon should still be there. Battleship is a high skill ceiling. Hey, don't make fun of me. Wait. No. If you die, he comes back? Okay, well, if I can just get Cappy to capture this, we should be able to make it. Yeah, because now I can get my bearings again. Get this moon. We're all good. Okay, that guy was a little tricky. A little bit of problem solving for him, but it's all fine. All right, now we have a tough boss fight against Topper. But yeah, with this boss here, Cappy is very fast. Yeah, we're dead. We have to do Moon Cave. I think we have to do Moon Cave. Okay, that was super good. That was super good. Okay. Well, there you go. We did it. Topper. Down. Alright, let's go die in this boss fight because there's literally no chance that we could win on the first try. Is this boss fight even possible? Because you need to reflect her shots back. Is there a life up heart here? Oh, I had no idea there was one there. Okay, we only took 1 damage for that phase. That's good. We'll just wait here now. Okay, I think we're still fine here. Wait, why didn't she get hit by those? Don't hit me. Oh, that's... We lost the fight now. Wait, no, we didn't. They landed directly beside us, so Cappy never came out. We never threw Cappy there. Actually, I think I should just let Cappy hit me. Because now what we can do is we'll stand here, deliberately get hit by these bombs. And then... And the 2 bosses are done. Oh, wait a minute. I have a super smart idea. Check this out. If I'm able to sneak past Cappy underwater... I'm not able to sneak past Cappy underwater. Hey, there we go. Okay. We're into bird. I want to try something, because I've never tried this before. Yo. Just poke him right in the forehead, straight into the brain. Alright, now the easiest boss fight in the entire game. I think. I think it's the easiest. It should be the easiest. Bird. Bleh. There we go. Easiest boss down. Moon time. Those 2 must be over there. No time to dilly-dally. Let's go. How about you stay here? And I stay alive. Does that sound good? I could die too. That also works. Yeah, that's fine. You know, that's good too. There we go. That's a little better, isn't it? That movement's a little better. Into the moon cave. The final gauntlet of the run. Bro, wake up. Oh, okay, there we go. Whew. Okay. Good. Yeah, there we go. Not gonna question it. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, okay. We have to remove the hat somehow is the problem. This will be an interesting section. This is fine, because we're at the checkpoint. To capture something that has a hat on, you need to shake and do it at the same time. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to get onto the bridge to activate it without ever throwing Cappy. There was just some way to turn right. Will it let me go right? The left stick actually works when you're holding that. Let's go. Okay. Nice. This is another checkpoint. And we're dead. Okay. Yeah, another checkpoint. Sick. This is gonna work. Cappy's coming. We're just gonna keep moving. No fear. Okay, that does seem like a consistent way to do it. And we're at full health. You see that? Wait a minute. We actually threw Cappy without taking damage there. Oh, we could totally do this. I think we figured out a strat. If you stand right next to the chain chomp, Cappy never leaves Mario's hand. So I just need to jump to land on the chain chomp, and then I can throw Cappy into it. This is so tough, dude. What we're probably gonna do is we're gonna have to jump, hit, and then do like a ground pound jump or something. Like, there's definitely gonna be like a sick rhythm that we have with this. Yeah, there we go. We're making it through phase 1 with 2 health. Good. First phase, no damage. Fine. Okay. Too far away in that one. Let's go! I just damage boosted. I figured I could damage boost through. That's the fight. Let's go. That one was a sick boss fight, though. Doing the boss like that is so cool. Actually, wait, what does Cappy have to say here? Look at this. Look at this. Cappy is able to control dinosaurs. Cappy is able to let Mario bounce on it. Watch this cutscene. Taunts Mario and then lets him go. Okay. And now the fun begins. Bowser should jump to the opposite side. Hopefully it makes 3 jumps. He does do 3 jumps. Good. We did figure this out in Cloud Kingdom. I have no idea how we're going to solve the other problems, though. Because obviously we do have more than just this to solve because... Dang it. Wow. I just died to the flames. I can't get that. I'm pretty sure if Cappy comes back to me with Bowser's hat, it hurts me, right? Maybe it doesn't. I might be wrong. I think I need to test whether I can throw Cappy at the hats or not. Let's just try that again. Alright. You cannot use Cappy to bring back the hats. It was a good experiment, so we have to roll into it. Bowser. Stop. This will work, actually. I could just... Boom. Boom. I do have to go back now, though. So I can hit it forwards. There. Now he's gonna go right there. Yep, perfect. Okay. Oh, it did work. Nice. So we'll need to avoid these now. Good. Got a line. Line it up properly. Hopefully that didn't turn me too much. And let's go roll into him now. 1, 2, and then back. Yep. Nice. Okay, 2 jumps. Come on. Good stuff. We still have 2 hearts. We'll get 1 more heart during the cap throw phase. Okay, we're perfectly lined up for a cross that way, so hopefully he jumps that way. Perfect. Okay. Have to survive 1 phase. We can damage boost if we need to. Does he just keep throwing? No, okay, he's done. There we go. 1, 2, 3. I want him to hit me now, so I'm facing the right direction. Good. Oh, no. No, really? Oh, my God. It didn't line me up. Okay, we're just gonna have to go for this now. Just hope the damage lasts long enough. Damage boosting lasts long enough. Good, yes, okay. We're done anyways. We got it. Let's go. They finally teamed up. And then Cappy's like, oh crap, I forgot about the magic. We were gonna leave them behind. And now Cappy stays at a comfortable distance of 11 feet while I beat this freaking game. The hardest challenge I've ever done in Super Mario Odyssey. 26 hours almost. That's wild. Let's not die on the end sequence, right? XD skip, of course. I did the 2D skip. I did the XD skip with 877 deaths. Wow. Uh-oh. Oh. There we go. And it is possible. You can beat Super Mario Odyssey if Cappy kills Mario. And that's time. 25 hours, 42 minutes, 39 seconds. That was a long one. Oh, I'm so happy. We finally managed to beat this. Yeah, when we started this, Crafty Boss, he told me, he was like, I don't know if this thing's possible. And here we are, finishing it off. Now do a ruined refight first try? No. No, I don't want to. Anyways, I hope everyone has a wonderful afternoon. Bye for now. This is Super Mario Odyssey, but he gets faster every moon. We start slower than usual, but as we pick up moons, we will get faster and faster and faster and faster to the point where it's very fast, I'm fairly sure. So let's go. I'm starting. Here we go. All right, so Mario just got knocked out of the ship, right? So he's not feeling very good. And so he can't move very fast. He's so slow. Go, go, go. Okay, this is a little faster at least. Okay, good. Just good. Okay, his jumping is still very normal. It feels like I'm diving into a wall. No, don't roll down. Oh, God. Wait, did you see that? I think if we roll down a hill, it might be faster. It's not faster. Never mind. Oh, no, wait. I didn't consider this. I can't cap jump. We're getting there. Okay. Okay. Wall jumps apparently still work as normal, but will be very quickly faster, because I believe Mario's regular running speed limit is 7. I believe every time we pick up a moon, our speed goes up by 3. Captures are still normal, so I am going to make a rule. No captures unless absolutely necessary. After 8 minutes, we have made it into the topper fight. Okay, and we're going. This isn't bad. Got him. All right, we got our moon. We're speeding up. We got 1 moon. Look at how much fast we go now. Oh my God, we are zooming. Let's go, 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 go. The rolls actually do something. Oh my God. Okay, that was good. Okay, wait, speed is like kind of slowed down in here. Mario isn't regular speed yet. Okay. I just gotta be very careful here, you know? Just play it safe. There we go, there we go. Good. Go! Go! Well, that boss fight was easy. So, wait. Remember this speed? Remember this speed? Okay, this is how fast we're moving. This is full speed. I'm gonna pick up this moon. Alright, and here we go. I think we're running faster than usual now. Yeah, Cascade Kingdom, faster than normal. Yeah, eventually I'll start to dive past Cappy. Alright, let's go Sand Kingdom. Alright, here we go. Let's see if there's any noticeable speed up here. It is still like, oh my god. He is freaking moving, dude. This is like walking speed. And he is just... Look at the drift on this spin. Oh, that's like some Sunshine level stuff. Wait, where's the moon? I swear I know this game. Okay, wait, oh god, this is so weird. I almost overshot Cappy there. Okay. Another moon. It's really starting to speed up now. Okay, wait, do I overshoot Cappy now? Do I already overshoot Cappy? Okay, if I hold back, I don't overshoot Cappy. I can hit Cappy. Let's do this, do this. You dive so far. Just jump. Just jump. Do a long jump. I wonder if long jumps are sped up at all. Oh my god. Okay, yeah they are. Yep, they very much are sped up. Grab a bullet bill. We outrun bullet bills now. Wait, what? Apparently the rolls go higher? Wait a minute. Ow, right, I forgot you can't cap jump. Look at this, look at this. You're so fast. Mario just flings himself into the sky. Boing, boing. Yeah, wait, what about crouch walking? Oh my god. Doing circles around the sheep. Okay. Wait, we need enough coins. We need enough to get enough coins for the nipple outfit because his clothes will have torn off by the time we're done this thing. Yeah, we could do that. Oh wait, I should get this moon. Oh, ah! Okay, don't overshoot this time. Okay, we got a moon. This is all the moons we will need, but we need more coins to get the nipple outfit. I'll pick it up in like Lake Kingdom or something. Here, let's go. Let's leave this kingdom. Wait. You think we can run on water? Oh. I guess it's the animation of the rocket flower. But we do go very fast. Wait, are we even able to make this jump? Wait, I think we can. If I just do this, check this out. 1, 2, 3. Ow. Fair enough. Ow. Olympic swimmer vibes. Look at he is literally a dolphin. We'll be able to warp out of the zipper then. Let's do zipper room. Check this out. Did we just cap jump? I don't know how we cap jumped, but it was cool. All right, it's time. Mario's going so fast, his clothes are coming off. Okay, anyways, let's go back to lake. Back to lake. Ready? One dive. Oh, crap. I'm gonna get this. See ya. See ya. Ready? 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 Target acquired. Oh. Easy. Oh my god. Why does that feel like such a significant speed increase? You thinking what I'm thinking? Yo! Okay. Alright, easy moon. Ouch, I bonked. Boom, got the moon. We're ready to leave. Gain height, choose a direction, go. Gain height. Choose a direction. Go. Oh, no, not that direction. No. Oh, no. I'm gonna try and jump directly up to the boss fight. Ready? Ready? I almost overshot it. Boom. I'll just attack him directly in the chip. Dang it. Whatever. Can I just, like... Whew. I just gotta hit him. Just gotta... Be careful. Okay, good. That works. Come on, line up, dive. Okay, I overshot. I overshot. Hey. Now, we could do more of Wooded Kingdom, but I have a better idea. Because we can go to Luncheon right now. Right? And the only thing stopping us from actually doing Luncheon Kingdom is that there's a little bit of a distance between us and the kingdom itself. So I'm pretty sure I can literally just... Yeah! You turn into Superman, bro. This dive. Woo. No! Oh, I overshot. Superman without the invincibility, huh? Oh, God. Saved? Yeah, it's getting to the point where dives are almost unusable now. We could totally skip Darker Side just by diving. Like, look at this. Look at this. You want to go over to that blue thing? Did I just take 3 damage in 1 hit? You think we can get up to the meat? So, the thing with early luncheon, right? Is that I'm dead. The thing with early luncheon is that the meat exists, but you can't capture it. So, we're gonna have to just jump up there. Let's see, let's see. It's so close. This is like maybe a tiny bit more height. Go, 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 go. We're so fast. Yes! Oh my God. We were able to get up here without the meat. Here's my idea, right? No, no, no. Yeah. What if I just dive from here? Well, that didn't quite... It didn't quite work. Try rolling into Cappy. Yo, that's actually a really cool idea. I am literally moving so fast that I am not slipping down this ledge. And I could slow myself down. Yeah. By pulling back. I think I can do this. I'm pretty sure I can do this without a lava bubble. Check it. Prepare to get snipped. Oh no. Oh no. No, no! I missed the death plane! I missed the death plane. Okay, well. Let's just warp to the meat plateau. Okay, wait. We're gonna try this again. I can do it. It'll work. Okay, just get the perfect angle. Here. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Oh, wait. Another one. Another one. I missed a little bit. Okay, here's my 6th strat. Check this out. Check this out. If I line myself up with this ledge grab, right? If I grab this ledge right here, right? It'll line myself up. I can roll and then dive. This is fine. This is good. Like, soon the roll is gonna give me too much height. But we're done here. Back to Wooded. Wait. This is kind of like a big... Is this... I just want to see how fast a roll is. Oh my God. Wait a minute. Oh, it's Deep Woods. Okay. I was like, what just happened? Jump out of Deep Woods? Yeah, we might actually be able to jump out of Deep Woods now. So all I need to do is hit the right part of the loading zone. We just jumped out of Deep Woods. No nut required. Alright, sub-area time. At what point do you think we can walk through walls? At what speed are we able to walk through walls? Right now, we're at speed 171. Oh, another moon. Helicopter! 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 Alright, we're back at another moon. What now? What now? Okay, I'll grab this rock. Oh, okay. No. I'm trying to hit a rock. I need to hit a... Just give me a sec. I'll get there eventually. It's just right... It's right over here. Here. There we go. No, get back to the moon. Get back to the moon. I just gotta grab the... No, we were almost there. We almost got it. There we go. You can't hit me, Goombas. I can hit you, though. It's like... It's an anime... Ultra Instinct Mario. Still not powerful enough. Alright. Cloud Kingdom. Alright, Sonic, let's go. I'll just grab Peach directly from the ship. Check it. Line it up, line it up. Peach! Into the Bowser fight. Bring it on, big boy. It might not be too bad. Yeah! It's done! Lost Kingdom? Alright, let's do Klepto Skip. Well, that was easy. Alright, what are some interesting moons I can get here? If I line it up just right, we can do this. I didn't think how to get back. Nope. Where am I? You know what? I want a challenge for this kingdom. We're getting Kleptoed. Can I get Cappy back? The answer? Very much yes. But let's go talk to Toad. That feels like a fun challenge. Talking to Toad? Eh, actually, maybe it's not so bad. I never pressed down that whole time. I'm pretty sure the camera turned and forced me out because I was, like, moving too fast. Okay. Be a little more careful this time. Hello, Captain. Alright, I bet I can escape this too. Check this out. This is gonna be sick. Poof. Into the cave. Almost. I almost hit it. That would have been cool. Threading that needle. And the final moon we get, you know what? Whoever said the moon under the bridge, good idea. That's the one we're gonna get next. It's gonna be flawless. Check this out. Oh my god, it actually... We're dead. How, you know, you guys were saying I should go to Metro early. Why don't we go to late sand? Wait, what? It's not even here. No painting. What? Oh, okay. Uh-huh. Well, in that case, let's go fight Mecha Wiggler, I guess. We're gonna go boom. I'm not gonna press the control stick, and we're just gonna dive. Flawless. Flawless. And then I'm just gonna attack Bowser directly. Help? Alright. I have skipped a Mecha Wiggler and went straight to Bowser. Alright, Peach. Get her! That doesn't... Oh my god. Look at where I am. Look at how far that one dive got me. In like a fraction of a second. I am off of the map. He is still going. But I don't really want to fight the Wiggler. Let's go get some moons, maybe. Boom. Boom. I really don't think you can get me. I'm gonna be honest, Mecha Wiggler. I am simply too fast for you. Wait, did I just went straight through the Wiggler and it didn't deal any damage. Oh, you know what we have to do, right? You know what we have to do. Let's go. Ah! I crashed it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, back to normal. Okay, I'm not gonna crash it this time. literally the dino just keeps up with you. Can you jump over the dino trigger? Yo, let's try it. Yes. Okay, I did it. Frick you, dino. Next kingdom, let's go. We are in Seaside Kingdom. Are you ready? Swimming isn't actually so bad. Like, I can actually manage this. Until we do this. Actually, that's not bad either. Ouch. Ooh, I have an idea. Okay, this will be a fun one. Oh, okay, I missed it. I'm gonna try to get it without the rocket flower. Okay, another idea. Another idea I've had. That was almost the most satisfying thing I've seen all day. Wait. I forgot. I completely forgot. Okay, look at this. Look at this. I'm pretty sure this lines you up perfectly to hit this. So all I need to do is just... to hit this. Look at this. Look at this. I'm pretty sure this lines you up perfectly to hit this. So all I need to do is just... Oh, I'm saving that. Oh, that was nice. This sub area could be a fun time. Ow. I'm not having fun. Oh, wait. Oh, this has suckage. No. Oh, God. Okay, this is gonna be... am I just dead then? There's islands over here? Oh, but there's suckage on them, though. Oh, that was close. Wait. Oh, wow. It's possible to get here in the regular game. Nobody tell the hide and seekers.
I like this spot, chat. I like it. I think it's a good one.
There we go, finally. Oh, it's starting to get very difficult to control Mario. All right, the next moon I will get, I am only going to walk around and jump normally. I'm not going to do any special tricks. Okay, what is the most reasonable moon I could get? It's this one. I'll get this moon here, and check this out. Ice is a little slippery. It's a little slippery. Okay. Got it. All right, I got a challenge for you. The next moon, you have to dive to claim it. Dive into it. Oh! It's so weird getting that muscle memory out where, like, diving actually does something that's productive. At this point, diving just teleports me to the next nearest wall. Last moon has to be Snow Jam? Alright. There's 2 outside, right? So we need to get 1 more in here. I think I'm gonna get this one in the Rango room. Boop! Okay. I'm gonna die for this one. Check this. Check it. Oh. I think I saw it. Here we go. This could be an issue. We're moving so fast that it's not letting us fall. Just pull back a little bit. Slow. I clipped through the wall. Up we go. And... wait, I got turned around a little bit. Oh, that worked great. Now we can go to Luncheon Kingdom. We can just go. Alright, now, Ruined Kingdom. I'm going to try and skip the wire. I don't think it'll be enough. I don't think we have enough height here. Unless... okay. Oh, we went up into the death plane. I didn't realize it until just now, but if you hold the roll, you keep going up. Oh my god. I made it. I skipped the wire. Ultra Instinct. We're gonna avoid all of this lightning. Oh, that's a little too high. And done. Alright, so we need to make it to that island eventually. It looks like I overshot a little bit. I may have gone a bit too far. My bad. Let's go back. Okay, how about this then? How about this? Better idea, better idea. Oh, directly onto his face. Okay, that worked. Big jumps, no wires. We're going to have to dive, but that's okay. I'm fine with diving. I'm getting good at it. I'm not perfect, but I'm getting good. You know what, just to disrespect this wire, I don't need you. Oh, that sent me in the wrong direction. It's personal. Don't matter. Flawless jump. I didn't even bonk. Get destroyed, Topper. I'm trying to... Got him. Aha! Yeah! I got it. Alright, here's my plan for Harriet. Try and hit me, Harriet. Just try it. Oh, damn, she's good. Alright, but now I hit her. There we go. Just try it. Just try it, Harriet. Just try it. Nice try! Oh, that actually worked. Oh, God. She's so hard to hit. But it's done. Bye! Oh, no. Wait. My super jump is too high. What if I do this? Okay, that's promising. If I stand in between its legs, I'm forced to stay under its legs for a little bit. Like, I'll just... do this. Oh! That's gonna work. Boom. Okay. Okay. That was me. Or, this might work. This might work. And... zoop! The fastest we will get. 124 moons. Maybe we'll pick up a few extras. We're just gonna line myself up. I'm gonna do this. And we're here! Alright. We're doing Moon Cave. Skip. Let's go! I cap jumped for once! Perfect. That'll work. That'll work. Okay, now that we're here, I need to test something. Could have we just jumped from the Odyssey? And... we made it. He's so fast. Alright, wait. We clipped through! Can you guys stop? Okay, let's not. Oh my god. Bowser's done. We gotta go! We gotta get out of here! Peach, hurry up! Come on! Yeah, there's an invisible wall until you capture Bowser. And unfortunately, our time as Mario, being speedy, is done. All captures are normal. But there's one thing we gotta do after this. Done! Under 4 hours! Alright, let's go do Darker Side. We all know I could just jump to the church. It would be super easy. Literally, all I would need to do is this, and then that, and then we're done. But that's anticlimactic. So we're not gonna do that. Here we go. Off the rails. I'm gonna try and just bonk to start. I'm gonna bonk on this deliberately, right? Now we can kinda... I have a direction at least. Seems like it's this way. Okay. Yep. Yes. Perfect. Okay. I think I can make this work. We'll see. Oh, maybe not. I need a bonk on the pipe. I'm going to play it ultra safe. What does ultra safe mean? It means I'm gonna island hop without diving at all. Alright, here we go, here we go. We're almost there. It might be worth trying to dive through this, though. Screw it, we're diving through this. Okay, and now we go up. Will this load in? I don't know. Okay, wait, this'll work. We can make this. Yes. Ground pound here. And then one more jump. Wait, oh no, this is gonna make it. I'll make it work. I'll make it work. Woo! Thank you. Thank you. I just gotta get into the pipe. Just gotta get into the pipe. We're gonna be the only people to have ever ground pounded this moon from the top. I don't think anyone's ever got this moon from the top. And there we go. Darker side done. Cool challenge. Super fun. I'll see you all tomorrow.
And you're like, this still isn't fine enough for me. If you hold down Alt when you move it around, it will make it completely smooth and take it off the grid. So that's really useful for placing props and stuff. And this brings us to displacements. So something that I've seen is, say this is like a flower bed of sorts, and this is soil, and this is the thing. They select it and go, create displacement. Yep. And, you know, that's great. Let's paint it. There's my flower bed. But the issue with that is that, say if we take this away, the whole thing is a displacement, even on the faces that it's not supposed to be displacing. It's only that face that you want, really. And you don't want to do that because it's more intensive on the engine. It displacements receive different lighting in comparison to you know, regular brushes, and it also gives the false impression that this would now seal the map. Displacements do not seal the map. So, for instance, if this wall here was a displacement, say it's like a mountainous wall, this is facing the void, your map would then leak. And what you need to do is place no draw blocks, world brush no draw blocks around it to seal the map, essentially. So what you should do, if we destroy this, is go to the face tool, select the face you want to displace, create, and do it that way. It will destroy, pardon me, it will destroy the rest of the brush, so keep that in mind, which is why, say for the example of a flower bed, you need to then make the sort of the outside of it so that you don't just have a random void, which is why these walls are here, right? So you need to build around your displacements. And I think that about covers it. So to sort of summarize, scale, make sure you put your man down, use a door prop if you really want to really help you out with what the scale is supposed to be like. Don't use big hollow skyboxes. It messes with the way your map looks. It creates bad sort of mapping, I can't think of the bloody word, practices that you get yourself into. Puts portals up badly. Overall, just a really bad way to map. The only reason you should be doing this is if you're building a map that's in open space like Zen or outer space, where you can see the bottom of the skybox because you're floating around and whatnot. Func details. Make sure to not create your map entirely out of world brushes, because the engine will throw a fit and it will take forever to compile, and it might even potentially create some performance issues because the engine's working harder to figure out which viz clusters that it needs to turn off and on as the player travels through the map. So make sure, you know, when you build your map, the world brush part should be very simple, cuboid shapes only, and then everything else should be func detail. You know, if you need to create a pipe or something that you would otherwise have as a world brush, create a really basic box around it and then build the pipe inside that box and make the pipe func detail. And grid size, don't use grid size 1 unless you're doing some really finicky vertex work or perhaps detailing. It's definitely something that is it's something that you use as like a scalpel, a tool. You shouldn't have it on all the time. You should be on grid size 16, preferably 8 is also okay. Any smaller than that and you're sort of getting into sort of dangerous territory messing about with your brushes. And then lastly, displacements. Only do your displacements on one face. Don't just select, you know, if you need displacements on every side of the brush, then do it, but I highly doubt that you do. You should be selecting the face that you want to have displacements on and doing it that way. Okay, so hopefully this helps those of you who are sort of newish to mapping and are sort of getting a little bit more serious about it, wondering, why does my map look crap? Why are my compile times so long? If you want to look into more detail into how visleafs work and all this portal blue liney chisel, what does that all mean? And how to optimize them even further, like in this example, even though the room was perfectly optimized with a proper skybox and there's nothing else in it, it's still creating a split here because of the way it uses the grid. You can fix that using something called a viz cluster. But as I said, that's more of an intermediate thing. Look it up if you're really interested. The most important thing is that you know to optimize your skybox properly and that you use func detail properly. And if you do get a leak, just a very quick tip, most of you might already know this, so let's force a leak. If you go to map and click load point file, it will literally draw a line as to what is leaking and where. So you follow the red line, whoopsie doodles, it seems like I messed up my brush there, and now you know that you can seal it, okay? That's everything, and if you have any questions, post them in the comments and I will help you out how I can. Bye-bye.
In 2017, Super Mario Odyssey was released, and I fell in love.
And I'm already in love with it.
Oh my god, this looks incredible. Oh, oh wait, hello.
Okay, you got something left for us, game? This is the final moon we need to collect in this entire game. That's it?
However, just beating the game wasn't enough. I wanted to master it. For the first time in my life, I started seriously speedrunning a game. And I say that as former world record holder in Animal Crossing New Leaf. Yeah. Somehow, I still have the world record in a Flash game called Sesame Street Fighter, as well as world record for adventure mode in a Melee mod that I made. But none of those silly runs compare to how much I seriously grinded Super Mario Odyssey. So I ended up streaming attempts for Odyssey near daily and quickly became a top 50 runner in the world. Like, can we talk about that? That's crazy. Because when Odyssey came out, every speedrunner from every other game was trying to do the exact same thing. But I had a personal best clocking in at 1 hour and 17 minutes. Sure, that 40th place might now be 1,436th place, but it's still a time that I've hoped to eventually beat over the past 5 years. At the time, speedrunning Odyssey was all I could think about, as I marveled at each new piece of nuanced tech discovered within the game. For example, people used to just walk through this 2D section normally in the speedrun, but then they realized that they could save roughly 2 seconds by jumping on this block instead. And then they realized that you can skip this section entirely and save 9 whole seconds by performing 7 impossibly difficult jumps in a row. So yeah, this game has changed a lot over the years, but on one fateful day in 2017, right when I was about to beat my personal best, something happened.
Yeah, this is like barely any improvement at all. Yeah, that time loss. Oh!
Most runners here would just reset or give it another go, which I did, but tragically, I still never beat my illustrious 117. After a few more attempts of running and ultimately plateauing, this whole situation left me pretty discouraged, to the point of just not wanting to run Odyssey ever again. Well, at least for a few years. Since I didn't have too much to do and little reason to go outside in the year 2020, I decided to pick up Odyssey once again around its 3-year anniversary. I know that 3 years doesn't sound like that long of a time, but in the world of speedrunning, 3 years is an eternity. Most copies of Super Mario Odyssey were probably collecting dust by now, but this smaller speedrunning scene of diehard runners was optimizing the game beyond anything you've ever imagined. As of today, the world record is sitting just under 1 hour, which is a time that most runners initially believed to be straight up impossible. Despite knowing that this game has changed drastically, I wanted to see if I still had what it took. So yeah, I was rusty. Eventually, I just played through the game as a pseudo speedrun where I still wanted to go fast, but I also wanted to learn as much as I could. That is, until I came across the new and improved Snow Kingdom. Some of you might have heard the tales, but I attempted a trick reserved exclusively for the upper echelon of runners, Snowdram. If I can be honest, this jump is really not necessary at all, unless you're competing for world record. But hey, I was a few years younger at the time and yet to work out how stubborn I could be through therapy. And when I say stubborn, I mean like, I spent 6 whole hours attempting the singular jump.
Let's go!
After that, I learned a few new tricks here and there before finally beating the game once more, right before attempting my first formal run in years. I'm sure if you know anything about practicing, well, anything, it's never going to be that simple. So despite my best efforts, I ended up with a run of 1 hour, 34 minutes, and 42 seconds. Roughly 20 minutes slower than my personal best from 2017, but not horrible given the circumstances. I definitely meant to pursue speedrunning Odyssey a bit more than just this one run, but let's just say, it's been a long 3 years, okay? Unsurprisingly, a lot has changed. First off, I look like this now. Secondly, remember when a sub-hour run was impressive? Yeah, now you need that to even be considered a top 50 runner. A while back, I played hide and seek with some of the most notorious Odyssey creators, and that alone cataloged just how present my rust truly was. So a few months later, at the start of 2023, I set out on a journey. I was going to dedicate 5 full days of my life to Super Mario Odyssey in hopes of finally redeeming myself from a failed personal best. I wanted to see just how possible it was to speedrun what was essentially a brand new game since the run has changed dramatically over the past few years. But first, just how bad am I? Since 2017, I have only touched the game on 2 separate occasions and showed both already. So before I even tried to learn all the new strategies found over the past 5 years, I needed a benchmark.
Also, just like, who is this guy? Right in the bottom left, that is a different person right there.
I thought it would be best for me to attempt the first run off of muscle memory alone, to not only see how much I remembered, but to hopefully give me a good sense of progression by the end of the week. 5 years later, here goes nothing.
All right, so I got spin. Okay, off to a great start. I know people just like run there, right? Okay, beautiful. Oh, dude, I was bad.
And I think, for a little rust, it's not bad.
Okay, just get that foot there. Oh, All right. I mean, I think for not running in 6 years, everything's been going pretty decent so far.
What I didn't know at this time is that over the next few days, I would eventually go on to save an entire minute by now.
Isn't this one here? No, this one's here. Yeah, okay.
So as you can tell, I still have the general idea of what I should be doing, but mainly all of the little things along the way could be a lot cleaner. But then, it all started to get worse. Like, a lot worse.
Damn it, I did the hard part. Fuck, dude, this fight's easy. This fight's easy. Okay, that's bad. That is what we in the business call bad.
Also, full apologies in advance, I turned into the worst version of myself while speedrunning. So yeah, sorry, but at least this run's time loss is next run's time save.
Why don't you just use the faster strats? Because we're getting there.
Oh, trust me. We will.
I thought if you bonked into it, it just broke it for some reason. It's like, it's one of those things that it's easy to learn but hard to master. So you guys are gonna really clown on me for this one, because like, I have no strats for Cloud Kingdom here. Really? What?
If you don't know, there is a slightly more difficult way to grab Bowser's hat early and skip this entire sequence, but we'll get to that later. However, I do remember that Odyssey's mid-game has some of the most brutal parts coming up, and it all starts with the Lost Kingdom.
I respect raw dogging this no practice. You know what? I think that's the only way I could ever do it. That's a fuck. Oh no. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my fucking god, what is going on? What's so crazy is all of this snowballed from one mistake. Okay. I don't think I remember this whole route now. Now that I'm here, I'm like, uh-oh. I know the strat now, but I'm just gonna do it because it's hype. I just think this one's so cool, because now you can live, people have found out. Dude, holy shit.
Look, I know that this doesn't look good, but this is exactly why we're here. There's truly only one way to get better at something, and it's by being really bad at it for a little bit. So with the Odyssey now repaired, our journey takes us to my own personal demon, Metro Kingdom, but at night.
I've lost so many runs to just this specifically. Not that, actually. Yeah, I'll hold the L on that one. That too. Wait, what am I thought you...
Wait, I thought you went to get that platform. Is that not what I do?
And this is one of those things that, like, this is one of the easiest parts of the run, and it's not scary, but it feels scary, you know? And then here comes everybody's least favorite boss fight. This is possible. I need to learn the routing for this fight in particular, because you can make it to where, like, the travel time is super short. But yeah, let's pray for the 2-cycle here. Oh my god. No. 2-cycle lives. Oh shit, maybe. Okay. I know that looks sloppy, but that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay, I need to get better at doing this. How did that one happen? Wait, he lives! Like, am I the insane one? There has to be, like, a faster way to go about this. I know some people get this moon and then, like, send that out while we're gone. Oh, God. I'll be entirely honest, guys. I think I forget the route from here. I'm just gonna take these story moons. It's not very fast, but I'm just gonna do it, okay? Is there not a moon up there? Oh, shit. Okay, yeah. See, now the run is all coming back to me. Here we are. We Michael Phelps into this moon. And then we go down here, and we miss this first try every single time. Now we just leave, because we got enough moons. Sloppy day, Metro. But I think it was less of it being sloppy and more of me just not remembering where to go.
Crazy to think that the world record is currently 10 minutes away from finishing their run by now. But no time to think about that now while I head towards the Snow Kingdom of Shiveria.
No Snowdram. Nope, no 6-hour jump, guys. We're not doing that today.
What's crazy to me is that a lot of people don't realize how casual speedrunning can truly be. Like, if there's a strategy that's just genuinely too difficult for you to be consistent at, or perhaps even just do in the first place, then simply don't do it. Usually those strats only save like a few seconds anyways, and you really only need that kind of time save if you're actively competing for the world record. Honestly, if you just want to get into the speed game or any other, my biggest piece of advice is to just keep it fun. For some people, fun is competing for the world record, but for others, it can just be learning more about a game you like, or a fun hobby, or perhaps a week-long quest to prove that you didn't peak in 2017. But first, Seaside Kingdom. I really have no idea how I used to run this, but back in 2020 when I first revisited the game, I learned the still current Seaside strategy, and for no reason whatsoever, despite only doing this once 3 years ago, that new route was entirely committed to memory.
What's the hardest trick you know? I think the most, like, holy shit, he knows this game is probably coming up. All right, and see, there we go. And now we're completely out of bounds. Okay, I can still do that. First try, too. So now we want to go a little lower so we can get that moon, but not going... There we go. And now we just go in here. All things considered, kind of smooth. I think of all the kings we've done, that one had like a little rocky beginning, but I think that was the smoothest one. Again, I'm aiming for sub 130, so if we can do that, I'm happy. It's probably not going to happen because I kept missing this triple jump, and it's like I get that every time now. Like I'm never not going to get that just because of how many times I practiced it. Yep. I think that one's funny. This is a strat that no one ever was like, we shouldn't do this. Like everyone was like, we shouldn't do this one because it's just unnecessary. But I thought it was hype. I just think it's cool. I just think it's a cool strat.
So after collecting a few more moons and wrapping up Luncheon Kingdom, I fought the infamous Skyrim boss and prepared myself for the hardest part of the entire run, Bowser's Kingdom.
So I never learned Birdless because I was like, it's too hard, but I think I'm gonna have to learn Birdless, right?
Birdless is a strategy to fight the mech at the end. Well, birdless. It's pretty damn hard to do under pressure, but god does it look cool.
I'm sure, like, this cannot still be the fastest way. Wait, where is it? Because I know, like, now people can, like, go up there. I'm pretty sure I always called this the glory hole, and no one ever liked it. So, if you're just a little shaky on it, things can go wrong. See, like, ideally, you want to hit that first try, walk into her, let her back. There we go, I'm remembering now. All right, okay, so yeah, if you climb up those, you can get up there, and on the third one, just throw a bird. Messy, but acceptable. I think with a little bit of practice.
Now it was time for the last possible place for everything to go wrong. The moon skip.
If you've ever played this game casually, you probably remember the moon cave, but nope, we don't do that here.
This is definitely one of the most well-known tricks in all of Odyssey speedrunning, but despite that, it's a super easy trick to mess up and start losing time exponentially from sheer panic alone if you happen to miss the second wall jump. Sure enough, I eventually remembered how to do the moon skip, and all that there's left to do from this point is to fight Bowser, become Bowser, and hopefully not choke.
Yeah, now don't jump off the edge here. Yeah, that is good advice. I agree. All right, so we hold down. There we go. And just like that, that's time. 1:35:16.
What I found fascinating was that this was nearly the exact same time I got on my run back in 2020. Of course, this one had a bit of practice beforehand, but it's still interesting how similar these two times were. Given that I now had a benchmark of this rusty 1:35, I was gonna have to shave off about 20 whole minutes to beat that personal best from 2017. This certainly wasn't impossible, but I honestly thought this first run would be closer. So I ended up spending the rest of the day studying through a speedrun guide. To make things even better, 80% world record holder Tyrone18 recorded all of the footage himself to create genuinely one of the best assets I have ever seen as an intro to speedrunning.
Shake, run off, triple jump here. Okay, I like the dives. That's different than what I did.
Yeah, there is a lot to learn here. Of course, this tutorial showcases tons of tiny optimization to improve your general movement, but a lot of that really just comes from practicing. So I started studying all of the tiny movements and attempted to recreate them in real time. Emphasis on attempted. Fortunately, repeatedly practicing helps. Crazy how that works, huh? As happy as I was to already see some improvement, no matter how microscopic, I wanted to learn something harder. Dram strat.
Which is basically a capture warp with the bullet bill that saves around 2 to 3-ish seconds depending on which version of the strat you use.
I did attempt to learn this back in 2020, but failed to land it a single time. So fast forward to current day 2023.
Oh my god!
Yeah, we're just gonna call that beginner's luck. And apparently, again. So moving on to the other kingdoms, I realized that even for a beginner's guide, there was still a ton of basic optimization for me to learn. This game has advanced so much in the past few years, even for beginners, and I started to realize just how possible it would be to utilize all of these developments to beat my old time. But despite having the power of knowledge on my side, I was still restricted to this 5-day deadline, so I needed every minute to count. I proceeded to learn some slightly modified routes per kingdom, and sometimes an entirely new strategy altogether.
Going through this entire tutorial series was definitely the secret ingredient needed to complete a challenge like this.
Oh, also, since I know people are gonna ask, yes, I changed the game's language to simplify Chinese because I knew it would save at least a couple seconds, but apparently it saves 12, which I'd like to think is a lot of time saved for not really having to do anything different at all. Later, when I was attempting to learn the scooter clip, a random Twitch chatter started backseating me, which is normally obnoxious, but this chatter's name was Tyrone18, aka current 80% world record holder at 56 minutes and 55 seconds. So if there's anyone who should backseat me, yeah, it should probably be him. After that, I wrapped up the tutorial series and was ready for day 2. After watching all of them, it was realistically time to conclude the first day. But I wasn't done yet.
Here we go. If we can just get this right, I'll feel really good. All right, there we go. God, I'm so close to getting that once. I just want to get it once in a run. Okay, that is still technically faster than all of our other Lake Kingdom attempts. Oh, shit. Look at how much time we've saved just because I died like 4 times last time. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do the cool strat. Nice. Shit. Okay, I think I give it one chance. See, that was way better. Of all the deaths you could have, uh-oh. That is a time loss. That's a bad one. I thought we saved it, but no. Nailed it. Yeah, I had it if I did it. There we go. See, that's fine. Yeah, I've never done that before. That was the first time I've hit him airborne. All right, let's not fuck this up. Awesome. All right, hell's over now. All right, we practiced this a lot earlier today. Let's... Oh, that looks good. Oh, that's because it is good. Oh, I did it. Whoa. Guys, I went for it. Yeah, don't choke now. Everyone loves saying that, huh? Look, if it makes me feel better, I don't think I'm ever going to choke again on this part. Oh. All right, insane time save. Nearly 10 whole minutes. That's pretty significant improvement right off the bat. Because I feel like this run was
Are you kidding me? Like what? What now, bro?
Hello, there we go. Okay. You can hear me.
Now I can hear myself.
Well, just mute my stream then, idiot.
I'm closing it. You're losing your viewer.
Damn, that's toxic. Okay, bud.
Okay, lint this. Okay, where's my linter at?
Let's go, everyone.
Is it in the pipeline editor? It's supposed to be on the same line. Docker build pull. Shouldn't this be a different line?
Who joins? Who goes there?
Ooh, sharp, not posh. Leaks. Oops, sorry. We're good. Oh,
Damn. Imagine.
he was not interested. Docker build. This is the wrong branch. I can't believe it. He just deafened though. Docker. Don't look at mine. Go look at Don's.
Is Don? Don isn't here yet.
Dawn's in my A now.
Yeah, it's a good thing he didn't want us to move servers before the month, because
Docker build. Pull. Wait, no, this is just on the wrong line. Docker pull. So there should be 3 Docker pulls. And then a Docker build. I'm not sure how this happened. Okay, I'm really not sure what happened here. Right, all I can really do at this point is blame Moy.
Me?
I don't. When was the last time Moy committed, bro?
Me? Oh, I come out every now and then. Pretty often, actually.
No, like on the roleplay repo.
Oh, I make branches and then like I test my shit and then Dawn pushes it.
Are you
But
trying to say that we're not all testing our stuff?
I mean, yeah, if you look at my commit history,
Some of that, you know.
see his leadership. Bro.
I want you to see how fast this blows through the cache. Like it's honestly, it's impressive. I don't know
It
what the
fails,
BuildX
Mars.
update.
You cannot brag.
Fuck
when it
you!
fails.
Fuck you! It's not because of this, bro. Fuck you! I don't think it's because of the Docker file. I think it's because your GitLab registry is broken.
Oh, you're blaming the
Hello.
government now. Okay, bud. Okay.
Hello, Chat GPT.
I know what I'm really doing is I'm
Please.
blaming Clear Linux for auto updating. Like, why the
Yeah.
fuck did we move to Clear Linux? We should have stayed with Ubuntu. It had no problems.
You Ubuntu on the server? Gross.
Hell yeah, bro! I have all of my servers on Ubuntu, and you know what I've never had a problem with? Auto updates getting in the way. That's what I thought, bro.
Do you ever update Ubuntu?
Yeah. I have like a patch day like every couple months.
Patch day. Nice.
That's more than Edge Gamers patches.
Whoa.
You don't need to
Pal.
patch. Our servers are amazing.
Motherfucker, I had to go in here and update our. Oh, see, it didn't work. Go fuck yourself.
Crazy. Crazy? I was crazy.
Can you go check the logs again for me? See if anything new popped in there.
Nothing in the log.
What? There's no logs here,
Guarantee
bro. I don't know what you want me to say. Mother. It's kind of it's acting like are you telling me is this normal? Is this supposed to not have a manifest?
I would imagine
Or-
it should have a manifest. I would imagine, but I haven't looked at like the like it.
Go look at yours. Like go look at when your pipeline. Like what did that say?
One sec.
Or can you find like from like yesterday a GTA one that passed? So funny.
Haha. You know what's funny, Myers?
What?
Your e-girl addiction.
There's no e-girl addiction.
No, that's very romantic. It's very
There's
romantic.
an e-girl addiction, Myers.
There's no e-girl addiction. I'm not.
There's an e-girl addiction, Myers.
Dude, I don't even have an e-girl right now. Literally, fuck you.
Well, you did about 3 days ago.
Nah, it wasn't my choice though. Okay, I thought I had a friend.
It wasn't your choice.
And it turns
Right,
out
you
that-
thought you had a right. Okay. Sure.
We just need to stop talking about this, dude. You know what Smear
I
tried to do
can't,
last
it's-
night? He tried to find her and bring me
He
to her.
got her number.
I was literally like, Smear, if you do this, I'm F8 quitting. Like, I don't
He-
even. I'm not fucking.
He
dealing with
gave
this.
me her number.
Why? Why is he so concerned about this?
I think he finds it romantic and sweet.
It's not romantic and sweet. I like.
It's-
You guys are gonna fuck her up, bro. Like she.
It's romantic and sweet.
This is not sweet. You just need to calm down. Keep in mind that MSWS is streaming all.
Yes, I am. They can hear everything. All one viewer, which is counting myself, I imagine.
MSWS, I have a complaint. What's something you pretend to like for someone? Salad? She pretended to like salad?
Yeah, gee, come on, bro. You gotta get healthy, man.
Bro. I tagged Wayne Salad after that, by the way.
Yeah, I love Wayne Salad, bro.
I know.
No, this is.
Oh wait, Jay said, I got two things to say. He probably calling out my brother at Jim Burger Burt Salad. And also, how the hell does someone not like salad? Like, we talking lettuce, cucumbers, and so forth, right? Dude, look at this guy. He talks so British. So
Where the fuck are you reading this?
It's in Ghost's question of the day, June 28th. Oh, you make any progress on this yet, MSW?
What?
On our pipeline.
I'm not working on the. It's your pipeline. I can, I can double check logs, I guess.
Yeah, can you check the logs for me? I thought you were looking at that, bro.
No, I was working on my map.
Why are you, dude? I swear this guy literally, fucking GTA's database gets deleted. This guy is just he's mapping. He doesn't give a shit, bro. He was just mapping.
Bro, let him map, bro.
I asked Dawn. I was like,
He'd
hey,
just be
Dawn,
mapping,
can
bro.
Can I delete this? And he was like, yeah. So I
So-
deleted it. And then
Bro,
Dawn
Edge
was like,
Gamers
"Oh."
would like, we could like delete Maul, and he would just be mapping, bro. He'd be like, what's up? Sorry, I'm mapping right now.
There's not much I can do. Like, oh, okay, that's crazy. I don't think me caring will make it go faster.
Efra, you want to see progress on Maul 3.0?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
literally
sure.
happening. That's literally
Let's see
what's
it.
happening.
Oh shit, do I have access to that repo?
You shouldn't.
I thought I did. What's it under? Is it in its own thing? I probably don't have access then. I swore I had access, but did you start revoking my access?
I didn't change anything.
I want to see 3D Sam's his bot that he made that is irrelevant because I already made a bot that does this. The MSWS copied.
I didn't copy jack shit.
This looks like it's copied from my bot. Like no, actually the white space is completely fucked, bro. What did he do to this?
Yeah.
He needs to lint this. Any progress to MSWS?
I don't know what I'm looking for. I'm gonna be honest, man.
Go look in the registry. I want to see what like yesterday when our last successful build went through, like what that looked like. Does it have pipeline numbers? Can I give you a
Looks
pipeline
like
number?
No, it looks like they all have like proper manifests that are passing. So it's only yours that are failing that.
Oh my god, where do you put the manifest at? Is that a
I
Docker
I
thing?
don't think that's a you thing. I think it's a GitLab thing or something. Because I mean,
It's just blame Myers. Fuck it.
I didn't touch this.
It's all because he didn't hit on her. So she shut down the servers.
Well, wait, if
Sure
you're
the image does not exist on the local machine or in the registry you are looking for.
yeah, it doesn't exist in the registry. That's like I keep googling it, and that's what everyone keeps saying is our image doesn't exist in the registry, so it can't push it. But how do I? How do we add it to the registry then? And how is this only a problem now and not before? Yeah, it should be tagged. Well, I mean, I literally reran a job that like successfully ran yesterday. I mean, I don't know if this one is tagged, but the other ones definitely are. But I don't hit backspace so many times to find it.
Why is main 1 year old?
It's not.
On GitLab it is. Y'all haven't committed to it for a whole year, bro.
I think you're looking in the wrong spot. Go look in.
Main?
It's 5M roleplay. That's the one that's being worked out of. Main should have been updated like a week ago.
GTA 5M roleplay, right? And it's on the main branch.
Main was updated like yesterday or something the other day. Or yesterday, 2 days ago.
Where's the
never mind.
code at?
I'm looking specifically at the Docker file. Never mind.
What do you mean? The Docker file was updated 2 days ago.
Oh, GitLab, sorry. Yeah, 2 corrections on my end, my bad.
This hasn't had any issues up until now. I don't think it has issues either. Like, the things we've changed have just been version numbers, and it's not fixing anything. But is the manifest in here? Like, I don't see a spot in either where a manifest would be.
Which template do we have to use for this?
For what?
Docker? It's the Docker template, right? Docker build.
Yeah, it's Docker build. It's using BuildX. Does Docker BuildX need a manifest? References to each of its layers. What the fuck is this? It's so small, bro. How am I supposed to read this?
That's what she said.
Ain't no way you just sent this as a fucking sticker, bro.
I didn't make it a sticker, bro. Halu did.
I can't even inspect element on Discord anymore, bro. I can't even get that. Like, I don't. What the hell is this?
My son, bro.
Bro, look at this shit. It's so fucking tiny.
Don't leak it, bro.
She said.
Don't leak it, bro.
Bro, just middle click it. Just middle click it.
Do not leak it, bro.
Where did it go, bro?
Don't leak it.
Where did it go?
Yeah, mine
Gee, bro, I deleted it.
Okay, resend it. Resend it.
Fucking
Resend it.
leaker, this guy, bro.
Resend it. Resend it. Resend it. How do I can't middle
He's gonna,
click,
like,
bro? What
post
the?
on the billboard.
I can't read this, bro.
Did Jordan just find the screenshot for you?
Yes. Why did Halu make it into a sticker, bro? This dumbass.
It was Halu, bro.
He'd be kind of dumb. Okay. Docker manifest.
I don't trust you, son.
Here's our manifest, right? Just kidding. Ain't no manifest in here.
I don't think we can see it.
Bro,
LLJ, bro. Long live Jonathan.
can't say that. You know what? I'm gonna do something crazy.
He's dead, bro.
here.
Oh wait, and are any of the Docker environments still open? Are they all done?
No, they're all up.
Fuck.
Why?
Oh.
They're all fine. They're all like they all pass, so it can run them still. It's just we can't push shit.
Yeah, no, I see them here.
Made any progress over here, MSWS? Or are you mapping again?
I'm mapping again. Yeah, I don't mind me.
Are you kidding me, bro?
I don't think there's anything I can do on my end. I don't see anything indicative other than the manifest thing.
Ain't no way, bro.
Yeah, this is a covert. That's a covert situation, I think.
We don't have a fucking manifest. BuildX build. tag. There's the tag. It should have tag. Like it's getting tagged right here. Container name, registry image latest. It has. What am I supposed to say? Like Docker buildx build instead of this? Okay, maybe that's what I'm actually supposed to do.
For what? The build?
Yeah.
I mean, I put in dev chat the template. Is that the one you need?
No. This is a Docker build file.
You need
buildx.
buildx.
Docker buildx. So if you do Docker, bro, should I just fucking put Docker buildx and see if it builds?
Yeah.
Like, imagine if that's what.
Please,
for sure.
please follow the development guide for GitLab CI/CD templates.
MSWS, you're being real toxic right now. Okay.
I wonder why. Huh? Weird.
So toxic for what?
Build.
Look, you know what I'm gonna do? You see this, MSWS? Watch this. Say shit, bro. Say shit.
It's Docker build
What do you
X.
think that's gonna do, Mike?
No, you have to put build after that. Pretty sure. No?
Fuck you, MSWS.
Popcorn, bro. Holy shit.
It's gonna blow up the
Oh,
entire
did it already
server.
fail, bro? Did it already fail? Oh no, you gotta put build. You gotta put build. Hold on.
Add build after that.
Oh yeah, maybe if you put another
Yep.
command after.
Yep.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yep. That'll work.
Fuck you. I don't see you helping, bro. You're overbuilding, dude. Ain't no way you're talking.
Hey man, my ship built. You know that's crazy, isn't it?
It didn't break, bro. You're literally just babying it along.
It has broken.
Your shit would have broke last night if it was.
It's not gonna work. I already.
You already tried this?
I'm pretty sure. I tried GPT with this.
What?
I think. Hang on, did I? Was this in ChatGPT?
I just tried GPT what the solution is.
Oh, I already tried.
What did he say?
It gave me. I told it to optimize my optimize the build.
Get better.
What did it say to optimize it with?
It gave me exactly what to do. Hang on.
Fucking break it, bro.
Well, I mean, it failed to
He
build.
doesn't even know what buildx is. It's not out
No.
yet for him.
Here, this.
He's 2 years behind.
It knows
How
what
does
build kit is.
Well, it has build kit, but it doesn't have buildx.
Oh, probably not.
Retrying. It's still retrying.
It's not gonna work.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that build is an alias for buildx build.
Yeah.
Anyways.
You're right.
So what did he change? Did you say what changed?
Hang on.
I like how he changed it to the most recent Docker version for him, but it's actually like old.
No, that's the one that was in the thing originally.
Oh, he didn't
20.10.11. And you update.
No surprise here, MSWS isn't helping again.
Oh, hang on. No, it has buildx.
Where?
I tried to post.
Hang on. It's making it right now.
Image to dollars, blah blah blah. Keeps on retrying. Couldn't you post images because some of the layers? It might be timeout because only layers bigger than 100 megabytes are making trouble. So how big are your?
I don't even know
layers,
how to
bro?
view the. I don't even know where the layers are, bro.
Well,
All right, here you
layer is
go.
Like a command, right?
Huh?
Each layer
Here.
is a command, like every
Build
time you
X.
make a command, like a run command. That's a
I don't think you understand how many fucking layers there are, buddy.
Yeah, so it probably makes it more layers because apparently you guys have a single layer that's too big.
One of these layers is too big.
Well, if it's over 100 megabytes, then that seems to include.
How do I
each-
know? Bruh. This was building yesterday. Yesterday morning this built. All that has changed is Docker has updated and our builder has updated. And buildx has been updated.
Docker build X build requires exactly one argument. Okay.
Cache to type. Did he add cache to type inline? I don't think we have that.
Apologize for the oversight. Please use this. Okay.
I actually don't think that we have cache to type inline, and I was looking at that earlier, but I don't know if that would help at all, because I'm pretty sure that it does this like automatically.
Oh no, we're just throwing shit in the fucking void.
Hell yeah. Ready for another commit. I'm so happy that we self-hosted our unrunners. You know how much this would cost in like CI build time if we didn't have our own runners?
Yep.
Like we would have spent like $100 in build time by now.
I feel no guilt whenever I like spam builds.
Well, yeah, we can't cache to type inline because we're already caching somewhere else. Well, who else is caching, bro? Cache from, bro. Cache from isn't a duplicate. That's importing. Cache from build arg build kit inline cache one. Okay, yeah, like so that's we're using a build arg build kit inline cache one. Does he not have that? Alright. Let's try it. Build arg build inline cache. So he changed these two around and then committed it. At least everything is cached, so like it goes through the whole pipeline pretty fast. It's actually pretty impressive. Like if this was working, we could build servers in like a minute and 30 seconds now. It should take like 3 minutes. So
Yes, it's instant failing. Very cool.
no it's not.
Mine is
What you do to yours?
ChatGPT. Yeah.
Bro. Where's Pixel at?
We're just gonna book every single member from tech for this.
No, but he's more of the Docker inclined member.
Oh.
MS,
Well, let's
you
pick
think
him.
that Pixel could help? I mean, it's either we do this or we wait for Covert to come around. I don't know when he's gonna come around.
Don't you have cover on speed dial?
I do, but I think he's at work, and he lives on West Coast, so
Do you
it's gonna be a
actually
couple
have
hours.
cover on speed dial?
You don't?
No, I do not have cover on speed dial. Shocker right now.
It's kind of an L.
Not
But
really.
you wish you had covered on speed dial.
Not really.
Covert is like my dad, essentially. Okay.
Right. Yeah, of course.
You don't feel that way about him?
No, I do.
Don said that Covert was sitting on his laptop to help out a couple hours ago.
Riddled with mistakes.
I'm
So
gonna
now
go back to listening to YouTube. So ping me if you
Yeah,
need
and
me again.
0.75 speed, so you can understand it.
What? No, I have it at like point. It's actually at 1.5. Excuse me. So yeah.
just imagine the kind of improvement I could make on day 2. My main goal for today was to brush up on general movement altogether. In my personal opinion, the best way to do this is to just do. Yes, I still practiced a couple of new tricks for me, like the Dram Skip in Sand Kingdom, as well as a cute little scooter clip in Metro. Yeah, there are other things I also could have practiced, but I was too excited to not keep going and started yet another run. Unfortunately, this one ended in Wooded Kingdom because I didn't have enough coins. Oh my god. Oh my god. How did that happen? Which, I never really focused on my coin count before because I used to go in the Sphinx room, but I promise you that I will never make this mistake again. The next run, as you'd expect, was technically better than the last from yesterday. My final time was lowered by 2 minutes. Even though it wasn't quite what I wanted, this run showed me where the biggest holes in my game plan were. So I decided that today was going to be dedicated to exactly that. Instead of trying to become better, I'm going to try to figure out why I'm worse. If I can just clean up those, like not even just general movement, if I just clean up those big errors, we have like 4, 5, 6 minutes that can be cleaned up, and that could be enough. After reviewing all of my biggest downfalls from a run that should have been an accomplishment, I mean, an hour 23 on day 2? Honestly, I think the impressive part is that I wasn't satisfied with that. So for the next exercise today, I invited my good friend CJ over to criticize me as much as he possibly could. His personal 80% time is 1 hour, 2 minutes, and 8 seconds, which is a bit better than mine. I didn't really know how effective it would be being backseated in live time, but I learned a lot of interesting stuff that wouldn't have been possible through a guide. This whole time, I've been doing these spin pounds because I thought it was the right thing to do, but having CJ by my side, he explained why it was the right thing to do. And also, when it was wrong. I learned that you can apparently rush the chain chomp in the first fight, a consistent setup for this moon that genuinely feels like RNG sometimes, an improved late kingdom fight, faster Bowser fights, and that I should probably avoid dying whenever possible. That's a new one. That's a new one for me. Yeah, you look fucking shocked. I know that this run with CJ was mainly designed for practice, but I was shockingly making pretty decent time, despite, well, you know. And lastly, CJ shared some important strategies to keep in mind during Bowser Escape, because apparently I needed it. Again, huge shout out to CJ for coming over because it helped a lot more than I even expected. If you're ever looking for some Odyssey Funny Man content, CJ channel is a great place for it. And hey, I'm even in a few of these videos. Anyways, I know this run was meant to just help me improve long term, but somehow I shaved off 5 whole minutes from the last run, sporting a competitive 118. That is only 1 minute off for my PB in 2017. I mean, to be fair, this old route as a 117 is pretty good, but this route as a 118 is pretty bad. Does that make sense? I have a lot of room to grow, and since I'm already in striking distance at the end of the second day, I no longer wanted to just beat my old personal best. I wanted to destroy it. As good a practice as it is to just do a million runs in a row, it's pretty easy to become averse to taking risks when you're making good pace. So I spent the first few hours practicing all of the major tricks that I didn't feel super confident with. So in order to understand Dram and Sand Kingdom a bit more, I created a unit of measurement known as 1 Mario to help discover the perfect height on where to capture the bullet bill.
Try and go far enough away that you could fit another Mario between.
Look at that! It's a good unit of measurement! Given that I wanted to practice near everything, I set off on a run without even turning the timer on. My goal for this one was essentially to keep resetting per missed jump, tech, boss fight, anything until I felt happy with my consistency. I don't know if this is common practice in speedrunning, but this was by far the most effective learning tool for me outside of the guides themselves. But now, I wanted to try and learn something I've never even attempted before. Bowser's fast hats. If you can get to Bowser quick enough and toss Cappy at just the right time, you pretty much skip the entirety of the Bowser fight and go straight to the cock punching. This fight was probably the easiest to practice since if you messed up, unaliving was quick, easy, and sends you right back to the start of the fight. The first first hat is determined on how fast can you roll. The second hat is the hardest in my opinion because it requires a quick, well-timed jump. The third hat is surprisingly the easiest because you damage boost to abuse the invincibility and then land the second jump but in a much less scary environment. But it's not like I can be satisfied with that just yet since I wanted to master it. So with multiple successes eventually under my belt, I felt good enough to move on to Lost Kingdom where I mainly need to just grind out better movement. Of course, there were tons of things to optimize throughout Metro Kingdom, so I spent a good amount of time trying to just not die as much, which I hear saves a good amount of time. Question: are you aware of the Dunning-Kruger effect? All it really says is that you're at your most confident when you're at your most ignorant. I thought this was going to be a lot easier than it turned out to be, but this valley of despair has left me so motivated and excited. Like, you gotta know a lot before you realize you actually know nothing, you know? A few years back, I found this graph about painting, and for some reason it always stuck with me. I've learned so much about Odyssey, yet I'm struggling to execute it, but that's just how the process goes. It sucks to feel bad at something, but won't that make it feel all the more exhilarating when you finally overcome it? So back to the game, I practiced a lot of jumps, and by that I mean like a lot of jumps before finally feeling ready to tackle the mech fight. I mentioned birdless earlier, but now let's explain it.
Hi there, I'm SmallAnt1 and welcome to my
This is one of those tricks that radiates, damn, he's pretty good at the game. And as you'd expect, it's not the most beginner friendly, but I guess neither was the 6-hour-long Snowdram. Actually, this is not as hard as I thought it would be. It's the hardest part is after. And those were the glimpses that gave me hope. Failure after slight failure, and I finally got it. Oh my god, birdless. So now the question is, can I pull it off in an actual run? Okay, so yeah, we're gonna start over on that one. And unfortunately, that was not the last reset of the day. Yep, in fact, that wasn't even close to the last reset of the day. I developed this idea that I was capable of a perfect run and began to sabotage myself before I even got a chance to prove if the run was salvageable or not. Despite that, I'm still pretty happy to reset early because it's just a mental thing for me. If I feel like I started the run strong, it'll make me feel more confident for the entire rest of the run, and that is worth a million resets for me. But then, I finally saw the title screen. Oh my god. The Ultra... Dude... No, that's gonna fuck with my head. That's gonna fuck with my head. I know you guys don't want to see it, but it's gonna fuck with my head if we don't. Then a new problem started to develop. As in, a problem I haven't ever had in the history of speedrunning this game. Okay, it'd be embarrassing if I mess up Dino Skip here. Yeah, I should have said it. I was consistently messing up the first important trick of the game, Dino Skip. There we go. What the fuck is wrong with me? This was something that I just kept in my muscle memory, like I haven't even practiced it this week, so maybe that's why? Either way, it became frustrating. Everything is suddenly becoming frustrating, but hey, that's what speedrunning does to you. I mean, the highs are high, but god, the lows are so low. So what I'm trying to say is that speedrunning is like 2 steps up from hard drugs. Several resets later, and I was finally moving on with the run. Things were looking promising in Sand Kingdom, but the legends remain true that I've never landed Dram Skip in an actual run. The rest of Sand played out smoothly, and honestly, so did Lake Kingdom. Even though I practiced fast hats a ton today, I was unable to get it during a run and lost more time than if I didn't even attempt it in the first place. Hence, the period of frustration. Lost Kingdom was uncharacteristically sloppy, and things really only deteriorated from there as I quite literally forgot the route in Snow Kingdom somehow and had to improvise. Needless to say, things weren't going very well, and they were only getting worse. I've never died in this room before. Luckily, I did have a good seaside and a half-decent mech fight despite also missing a birdless. So given that I was still 30 seconds under yesterday's time, all I needed to show some kind of improvement today was nail Moonskip, fight Bowser, fight Bowser. Yeah, listen, when you get tilted in a speedrun, it is straight up difficult to de-tilt in the same run. So given that this person on screen was not mentally capable of another run, he had to pass the baton to day 4. Today, I was feeling confident, which explains why I started my stream by playing the Summoning Salt music. After my Joker moment last night, I approached day 4 with a brand new strategy. By minimizing Twitch chat. I know it sounds stupid, but the small trick does wonders, and since I've already spent 3 days grinding out this run, today was no longer about practice. It was about sheer execution. Yesterday, I was like 45 seconds under, and people were like, nah, I don't think this is the run. Okay, not bad. Ooh. I think I'm gonna take it a little slow. Okay, beautiful. Mwah. I love that moon. Oh, whoa, Mario, he really liked it. Okay, we jump towards the left just to save a little bit of time here. Okay, ground pound's not great, but it works. All right. I go a little slow here. And that's a reset. That's a reset. Okay, so, that's a reset. Well, I had a strong start at least. No early resets, no chats to bring me down, and still a sea of momentum raging inside of me. Okay, let's prove that we're better than the last run. Let's react to the ground pound here. It's not even something like it's hard to do. It feels good when you don't get hit in here. Okay, I'm going for it. There we go. Oh, feels good, feels good. Oh, baby! Ooh! Oh, I kind of messed it up too. Oh my god, fast! That's the first time I've ever gotten it in a run! Oh, let's go! Oh, I almost dipped a little too low there. If this just goes okay, it's better than all the other attempts. It could have been a lot better, but it could have been a lot worse. See, Night Metro is all about just accepting that it's awful. Okay, fade to black. A whole minute saved by just playing okay. All right, shake. We're shaking. Should grab the thing. Nice. Beautiful. Beautiful. Cappy might be a bitch here. Oh, nice. Nice. Okay. Oh, I'm hitting everything. Oh, baby.
Yeah, there we go. It always scares me because you just have to kind of assume. You just have to trust you know where to go there. Pretty smooth. All in all, good dragon. I know it's really not that fast when I like have to keep doing that, but goddamn, is that skip cool? No. How much of a loss is that? I was just thinking like, oh, I should have grabbed the glory hole moon for the people, and then I got punished by the universe for not doing exactly that. Good Harriet. Not bad. Okay, just gonna take the scenic route. Did I grab him? Whoa! Love to see that. Love to see that. Oh, I never jumped there. I always jump diagonally there. I don't know what happened. That was unfortunate. Okay, a couple bad deaths in Bowser, but those aren't the important deaths. Okay, see, we went for it, didn't hit it, got pretty far. That's good. Okay, now wait, just sit and wait. Be nice and patient real quick. Okay, okay, this is good. Just don't fuck this one up. Oh, fuck yes! Oh my god! Oh, perfect mech fight. We didn't get the birdless, but that's... All right, 5 seconds. Wow, okay. You know, I'll be honest, I thought it'd be a lot more. I died twice. That's right. Oh, that did happen, huh? Okay, so... Wow, okay, I needed that mech fight. That was a little low. I don't think that's it. That's the first time in a run we haven't gotten first try moon skip. No? Holy shit. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh my god. A beautiful run. Okay, that's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. No! No! Oh my god, I was too far to the left. That's good. That's it. That's it. There we go. All right. Little messy. Really, it's so upsetting that that's the first time I haven't gotten first try moon skip. Oh, and I died a little bit in Bowser's. Oh, that feels bad. Okay, let's just finish the run. Let's just finish the run. I don't know how to do fast hats in here, but I might do it on the last one. Oh, I did it too early. Shit. Okay. I fucked it up once, not gonna go for it again. Just to save a little bit of time, because I messed up the moon skip, which is just a little sad. Nice. CJ told me about that one. I don't have to triple jump there. No, guys, I know you want to see it. We're not gonna get XD. Just kidding. Oh my god, is that what the people wanted to see today? Oh, it's time. Oh, the psych out. No, I'm giving you everything you want. You want this PB? You want to see the peak Alpha Rat? Oh, I honestly just did this to prove I didn't peak when I was like 21. I needed this. This was for me, okay? And this is called redemption. Look, we might have wasted an entire minute just fucking up Moonclip, but here's the thing. At least we didn't peak. At least. Oh god, maybe we did. Bowser, tank that damage. Bowser, you're good. You're good. There's like 2 more. There we go. Okay, we lost a lot of time in Moon. I understand. It wasn't my ideal run. We lost time in Bowser's, but hey, all this serves to prove is that I did peak in 2017, baby. 6 years later.
What's up? What's your username is 1465239? Based.
Hi everyone, it's Jerry. I have a nice attacking game to share with you that was played in 1989 between Alexei Shirov on the white end and Magaram Magomedov. So this was when Shirov was still a teenager. The opening we're working with is a Queen's Gambit declined. If you're looking for a way to spice things up on the white side of this opening, I think Shirov in this game may give you something to think about. I know he's given me an idea or two from this game. We get a couple more developing moves in, tension released, and from here a bit of a battle goes on over the f5 square. White plays Queen c2. White does not want to see this bishop get on this nice diagonal. And black, on this move 6, is willing to create some weaknesses in his own camp to try and get this move in. So a couple holes are now created after g6. This is a position I've been in many times before, mostly playing online blitz. My reply to this g6 has been to almost always play e3. There's nothing wrong with this move. It remains solid with the structure, and you're simply preparing to develop a piece. Play from here will frequently go down a positional path, mostly piece play from this point on. Now, Shirov's approach is equally as strong, but completely different. Dynamic waters ahead with his decision f3. He's in a way waving his finger saying, I know what you want to do, and I'm not going to let you do whatever you want to do. Bishop f5, I'm going to hit you right back. It'll be you who reacts to my threats. Now, with f3, there's a weakness. This is a drawback with f3. e3 is a hole, and black tries to take advantage of that. Bishop g5 x-rays that point. Bishop e5 follows, provokes a pawn weakness, e6 is now a hole, and only then does the bishop fall back to g3. If black reacts to this move with development, well, there's problems connected with that. For instance, expansion with tempo. Bishop here could be kicked. Eventually, when it goes back here, you could go caveman style, launch a g-pawn, maybe land a fork. You are not committed. The king is not yet committed on the king side. After all, you could go queen side still. All right. Problems connected with knight f6. In this game, f6, bishop g3, black hops in the hole. In order for white to make progress, you have to extract the bishop, so some pressure is placed on it. Black says not so fast, you must work harder before I leave. White works harder by underdeveloping the knight. It's not the only approach. Another approach by white is bishop f2. This is a moment I found instructive, this idea by Shirov to challenge the bishop with the knight. This is an approach. You are, with bishop f2, welcoming a bad for a good bishop exchange, so it's sensible. But in a way, I believe Shirov is maybe saying with knight d1, you know what, let's play with the dark square bishops on. I'm going to try and demonstrate my dark square bishop is better than yours. The black bishop, when it was on g5, controlled the e3 square, now occupies the square. This guy on g3 is also controlling a weak square in black's camp, d6. Now, it may seem like I'm just plucking that out of thin air, but I'm already familiar with the game, and I know what ends up happening. Watch how the d6 square is taken advantage of in this game. Okay, from here, the bishop goes to h6, e4 is now in there, that was the idea, with f3. Knight a6, queen c3, setting up a trick, ready to swipe the knight. And then, after the recapture, land a fork on c6, there goes the rook. Okay, black must calculate precisely here, calculate deep, and does. Captures on e4, bishop takes knight, doesn't immediately recapture. Flicks in and in-betweener. E takes f3, discovered check. King f2, another in-between move. F takes g2, gotta take the pawn, otherwise the rook is going to fall and there's going to be another black queen on the scene. King takes g2, and only at this point, only after the white king has been lured to a light square, does black capture the light square bishop. Now, this idea to take the pawn and the rook is bad. In the game, knight f3 is played. If white goes in for this, what's the problem? The problem is bishop b7 with the fork, and the queen is a goner. Okay, there's a lot to digest with this position here after that sequence of moves. We have isolated pawns everywhere. Black is up 2 pawns. White is uncastled. Black has an unopposed light square bishop. In almost all variations, black would probably like to simply not have this pawn around, so this guy could get on the main diagonal. Okay, there's also a slight lead in development here for white. He needs to put that to use. If you just develop calmly and don't pose any serious threats to black, if black is given enough time, black is simply going to be better. He's going to be up the 2 pawns still. Okay. In the game, it is knight f3, considered a little bit better in the computer's eyes, is to fast track this idea to get the knight into d6. It wants to play knight to f2 here. Both knight moves are threatening some rook move. or not some rook move, a rook move to e1. All right. In this game, it is knight f3, and black's reply is king f7. This is considered second best. This is still a fine position for black. Black is even considered slightly better after king to f7. What it likes better than that, though, is queen to d7, with the idea to develop the knight and castle. What maybe prompted a move such as king f7? Why is black okay going uncastled? What is maybe black anticipating that could be disruptive? I believe it's connected with some d5 push. So for instance, if black played this best move, queen d7, white could play d5, give up another pawn in order to slow down the development of the king side. You can't bring the knight to e7 so fast. You have something more to now worry about. f6 has pressure on it. So I believe black is kind of hugging the f6 pawn. The king is fine where he's at. There are no good knight checks in this position. Things are cool here for black. Okay, we continue with knight f2, and from here queen d7, and now the reply is knight to e4. So as mentioned, timing, very important. It may be tempting in this position right here to say, hey, this is an open file. It's the only opened file, completely open file. Why not get there? There's an issue with having that train of thought. And here's the issue with it. If you put this rook here, well, let's actually go with the other rook. This knight could go to e7. And what are you doing here? It's very close to being a completely won position now for black. The computer's suggesting you have to take this knight before it takes up this amazing post on d5. If you try knight to e4 here, this is a winning position for black. The check is nothing, king goes here, and black could work around this knight. There's ideas of rook d8, king g8, and you could eventually kick that knight away. Why is it so important that white start with knight e4? Well, it's because one of these rooks may want to go to a different file. This is appealing, but this is also appealing, the f file. How does that show up exactly? Well, in the game, the bishop goes back to f8 to defend against some knight check. If black puts the knight on e7 in this position, a white rook is not going to the e file, but instead the f file. And do you see what's threatened? Knight e5, taking advantage of the pinned f pawn. What would black do about that? It's very easy to go wrong. So for instance, if you play king g7 here, there's knight takes f6. King takes knight, you could push, you could win the rook shortly thereafter. Okay, there's a problem potentially on the f file for black. In a way, we're going with, in this position on move 19, knights before rooks. It's the knight in this position that's less flexible than the rook. Knight e4. From here, bishop f8. This is a losing move. What is the best move in this position? I wonder if you can spot it. Feel free to pause the video. Okay, give yourself a pat on the back if you spotted this best move. Bishop to f4 is the best move. Okay, it's a flashy defensive move to be sure. Now, whether the bishop is on f8 or f4, they're both controlling the d6 square. What more is the bishop doing from f4? Well, it's controlling e5 and g5. Why is this so important? Well, we're going to find out very soon. What's the idea, first of all? If we simply take the bishop, black would get the piece back after queen g4. One of these two will fall next. You block with the bishop, there goes the knight. Block with the knight, there goes the bishop. A fancy way to defend against some knight jump to d6. In this game, black is basically setting up for the next game. It's now over. White is winning from this point on. He now pounces with knight takes f6, swipes a key defender of these two squares, and look at the jumps for this knight all of a sudden. 2 checks on board. What's threatened? A fork of the queen and king right now. What are black's options? If you take the knight, you're hit with the fork, knight e5. If you take with the king, you're getting hit with the discovered check and, king here, there's a fork, king there, a rook could be invited into the game with check, maybe a rook even falls. Many ways to win from here. This knight is poison. What does black play? He goes to h3. Is black out of the woods? He's out of this fork, knight e5, but there's still another one right around the corner. Important moment here for white. You only have 2 options. Where do you go? Instinctually, you may think, let's go to f2. Keep the rooks connected. No. You have to calculate an important line here. Best is king g1, the move played in the game. This knight is still poison. If the knight is captured, this is the other fork white would have. Whether the queen is on h3 or d7, this knight is going to land some fork to the king and queen. Okay. Now, why is it important for the king to be on g1 in this position? Let's see. After this check, if the king goes to f2, now black could take the knight and allow this fork, because in the end, white gets hit back with the fork. The king the white king is vulnerable on f2. So it is king g1. This knight is poisoned. From here, bishop h6 covers this check. Black's now ready to take the knight. Knight e4. It's out of danger. It's running in reverse, but still generating a threat. 2 pieces are on this. Another fork is threatened. Black gets out of that. Now the white knights pounce. Knight e5 check. d5. Discovered check right around the corner. You really don't have many options here. What do? If you go to the f-file, you're inviting rook f1 with check. Black goes with bishop f5. Knight takes c6, discovered check. King f7. And knight d6 check. King f8. Let's pause for a moment. Does it really get any better than this for 2 white knights? Let's map out all the squares they're controlling here. I want to give you a visual of all the ground they are covering. This is a lot of squares to cover. 15 squares. They are controlling. I did some math here. Sometimes I have fun crunching the numbers, not like it's anything difficult, but yeah, 37.5% of the squares in Black's camp are covered by just 6 points. They are covering 12 of the 32 squares. They are maxed out. 2 knights cannot control more squares than these 2 right here. Okay, 12 of the 32. That's the best you can do with 2 knights. All right, where do we go from here? Well, queen c5, threatening another discovery. King gets out of that. Enters the bishop now. Bishop e5, more squares are under control. Black's running out of room. Knight f6. Bishop takes knight. You can't even recapture the bishop. It's poison. In the game, the king goes to g8. If the bishop is captured, it's a mate in 2. With queen d4 check, only 1 move. And then this would be a pretty mate. Queen's covering everything. This guy's sandwiched between a bunch of pieces. Okay, poison bishop. The attack continues and white is up a piece. Okay, knight e7 hits, only 1 move for black. Knight e takes f5, g takes knight, and one final move of this game. It's considered the best move in the computer's eyes. Can you spot what that move is? Feel free to pause the video. Okay, it's not the only winning way, but a bit of a humorous end to this one, an unusual end to this attacking game. Final move is king f2. The king is safe on f2. There are no good checks here for black. We have h4 covered. What is king f2 doing? It's opening up g1 so that the rooks can take away one of the few remaining squares from the black king, the g8 square. So this is still right around the corner, this idea to move the knight with the discovery. Black knows what's coming, throws in the towel at this point. As an example, if we continued here just making a passing move, now could come this discovered check. King here, eventually the king gets kicked to the g file one way or the other. And here's one way it could end, straight to mate. Let's make one other move here, something that's maybe threatening something. Queen h4 check, for instance. Yet again, you could play knight f5. And regardless of where the king goes in this position, you're playing queen e7. I'll just show one sample line. King g8, still queen e7. Even though it's not hitting with check, there are still no good checks here for black. The knight covers h4 from queen h4. And what would black do against queen g7 mate? Let's just highlight this one here. Queen f7 could be met with knight h6, giving the piece back so that a rook can land to the g file with check, and this is one way it could go straight to mate. Anyhow, after king f2, black throws in the towel with this one. Feel free, as usual, to leave any feedback to this video in the comment section below. I hope you enjoyed it, and maybe took a thing or 2 away. That's all for now. Take care. Bye.
Hello everyone and welcome to another video. The park rating of your park is a number ranging from 0 to 999, which is an extremely important aspect of Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 and a very good indicator for how your park is doing. There are multiple different scenario goal types that require you to have at least a certain park rating, and your rating influences how many guests you get and which awards you can get. But how does it work? How exactly is the park rating calculated, and how does it affect the aforementioned aspects of the game? In this video I will first discuss the variables that make up the park rating, then I will show the impact the park rating has on the game, and lastly I will give some tips and tricks for keeping your park rating high. Big thanks to Dirklink for looking through the code to unearth the deepest mysteries of the park rating. I've linked his original guide and his YouTube channel in the description. 32 times per month or once per 12.8 seconds your park rating is calculated, and the outcome depends on the following 9 variables. The number of guests in your park, the percentage of happy guests, the average ride uptime, the total ride excitement and intensity ratings, the average ride excitement and intensity ratings, the difficulty, the amount of litter, the number of lost guests, and lastly the casualty penalty. There exists an excellent plugin made by Bussy called the Park Rating Inspector, which breaks down your park rating into the 9 components, or 11 as it splits the intensity and excitement variables, and I will be using it throughout this video. Let's start with the number of guests in your park. For every 13 guests you have, you get 1 added to your park rating. This may not seem like much, but if you have 1300 guests, it already gives you an extra 100, which is not bad. Unfortunately, this variable maxes out after 2000 guests, giving you a maximum bonus of 153. Having a large number of guests alone doesn't mean your park is any good, which is why the percentage of happy guests is also very important. In fact, it's by far the biggest positive contributor to your park rating. When everyone is unhappy, you get 0, and then you get 6 extra for every percent of your guests that is happy, until 83.3%, at which point you reach the maximum bonus of 500. But what exactly counts as a happy guest? A guest's happiness value can range from 0 to 255, and if it's at least 128, which is the halfway point, it is counted as happy. This corresponds to a neutral face and a half-filled happiness bar. This variable is why your park rating very often shoots up massively as soon as the first guest enters your park. In most scenarios, newly spawned guests are happy enough to count as happy, and when they are the only guest in your park, 100% of your guests are happy, giving you the entire bonus of 500. Now come 3 variables that have to do with your ride, starting with the average ride uptime. Almost every ride type has a maintenance tab, which shows you a downtime percentage, which is the percentage of time a ride has spent being broken down. If this is 20%, the uptime is the remaining 80%. This variable averages the uptime percentages of all your rides, then multiplies it by 2 and adds that to your park rating. So if you have 3 rides at 0%, 20% and 40% downtime, the average uptime is 80% and you get 160 added to your rating. There are 2 caveats that make this bonus easier to get. The first is that the ride downtime only has a limited history of about half a year. No matter how long a ride has been broken down for, if it manages to operate without breakdowns for half a year, the downtime will be pretty much 0, so you don't have to worry about permanently losing any park rating. The second caveat is that rides that cannot break down count as always having 100% uptime, which includes stalls and unopened rides. So if you have 3 rides that are broken down all the time and 3 stalls, you will still get half of this bonus. This is why when you build your first ride, your park rating increases by 200, which is the maximum bonus you can get from this. That was the most important of the 3 ride variables, and the other 2 both have to do with the stats of your rides. The first considers the total excitement and intensity rating of your entire park and gives you a bonus based on that. For both stats, it ranges from 0 when the stat is 0 to 100 when the stat is 80 or higher. For example, these 10 twists combined with the wooden coaster have a total of 23.8 excitement and 24 intensity. Divide this by 80 and then multiply it by 100 and you'll see that you get 29 and 30 added to your park rating from the excitement and intensity ratings respectively. It's not just the total ratings that matter, as the third ride related variable is the average excitement and intensity ratings. These need to be as close to 3.68 and 5.20 respectively as possible. If they are exactly that, you will get the maximum bonus of 50 per stat. The further away you are, the lower this bonus, but it decreases very slowly. For every 4 points you are away, you only lose 25 park rating. So even with just a merry-go-round with 1.05 excitement and 0.60 intensity, you already get 55 out of the 100 available points for this variable. This effect is so small that it's practically never worth it to pay any attention to it. Unless you build a very extreme park, you won't lose more than 50 points, and often far less, as even this extreme height still gets a nice 69 out of 100 points. Those were all the bonuses to the park rating, and if you maximize them all, you will have a park rating of 1153. However, the maximum park rating is only 999, and if your park rating is above that, it will just be rounded down. This means you have 154 points of leeway, allowing you to get to the maximum without needing to fully optimize your park. We now have 4 variables left, and each penalizes your park rating in a different way. The first one is the option to make the park rating harder to increase and maintain. If this is disabled, nothing happens, and if it's enabled, you lose 100 park rating permanently. It's still possible to get to 999 in parks where this is enabled, but it's a bit more difficult. The next variable is the amount of litter in your park. Both vomit and dropped items count as litter here, but vandalized path ornaments do not. The only effect broken benches have on your park rating is that they make the guests unhappy. A piece of litter that gets created has no effect initially, but once it's been on the ground for more than 3 minutes and 12 seconds, which is about half a month, it will subtract 4 from your park rating. The maximum penalty for litter is 600, which you reach after 150 pieces that are old enough. This age function was bugged in RCT2 Vanilla, as while the function did exist, it didn't work. As a result, all litter gave your park rating creating a penalty as soon as it was created. You can see this effect in action very well in the Six Flags Magic Mountain scenario. If you open it in RCT2 Vanilla, the initial park rating will be 697 with a litter penalty of 440. But if you open it in Open RCT2 version 0.3.5 or later, it will be 140 points higher, as 35 of the 113 litter pieces are still too new to penalize the park rating. If you fire all handymen and use cheats to prevent new litter from being dropped, the park rating will quickly drop to roughly 697 as the litter ages. And now we're at the big one, the killer of park ratings, the one that makes you lose scenarios: lost guests. The first 25 lost guests in your park don't have any effect, but starting from the 26th, they each subtract 7 from your park rating. And this has no limit. 100 lost guests will subtract 700, and 1000 lost guests will subtract 7000 park rating. But when does a guest count as lost? They have to be leaving the park and have a lost countdown value of less than 90. How this countdown value exactly works is a bit complicated and a topic for another video, but basically it resets to a higher value when a guest decides to do something and then slowly decreases over time. If they cannot find something, then eventually this value will drop below 90, and if they then decide to leave the park, or if they're already leaving the park, they will count as being lost. This is why your park rating takes a nosedive about 2 weeks after you block off the park exit. That's the point at which any guests that want to go home start being counted as lost. And finally, there is the casualty penalty. Every guest that drowns subtracts 25 from your park rating up to a limit of 1000, which is reached after 40 drowned guests. If a train on a ride crashes and the current casualty penalty is 500 or lower, you will lose another 200 park rating. This only happens if there were guests on the train, so you don't lose any park rating from crashing a ride in test mode, or if it just so happened to be empty. It also doesn't matter how many guests died. A train with 2 guests and one with 20 guests both give you a penalty of 200. Over time, the casualty penalty will decrease, but how fast it decreases strangely depends on whether the scenario you're playing has money enabled. If it does have money, then the casualty penalty is lowered by 7 at the start of every day, so it takes 4 days to recover the park rating from a single guest dying. And there is about 4.5 months of recovery time if you max out the penalty by drowning hundreds of guests. For some reason though, if you play a scenario without money, like Extreme Heights, the penalty withers away over 5 times as fast, with 40 per day. So even if you drown the entire population of Monaco, your park rating will be fully recovered in less than a month. And those were all the variables that make up the park rating. 9 in total, of which 4 are really important and worth paying attention to. We'll talk about the best ways to keep your park rating high later, but first I want to talk about the things that are influenced by your rating. The first is the guest generation. How fast guests generate is determined by a value called the guest probability, which in turn is mostly determined by your park rating. In fact, the guest probability is simply your park rating minus 150, with a lower bound of 50 and an upper bound of 700. After that, it can be influenced by a few multiplicative factors such as the soft guest cap, but your base guest probability is determined by your park rating and your park rating alone. Therefore, it's really important to keep your park rating high, especially in parks where the guests pay for the entrance, as when your park rating drops, your guest influx drops, which causes your income to dry up as well. The guest generation can be influenced further by awards, and the park rating is a parameter in one of the 17 different available awards. You qualify for the most disappointing park award if at least half of your rides have a popularity of below 6 out of 255, and if your park rating is below 650. This is a negative award, which reduces the guest generation by 25%, so that's another reason to keep your rating high. The last thing that the park rating is involved in is the goal of many scenarios. The most common one is requiring a certain amount of guests at the end of a certain year, combined with needing a park rating of at least 600. This is done so that you cannot just close off the park exit and trap the guests in the park. You need both guests and a well-functioning park. The other goal type that the park rating is involved in is one where you need to get a certain amount of guests and aren't allowed to ever let your park rating fall below 700. These scenarios replace having a deadline with having a stricter park rating requirement. Your park is permanently opened, and if you let your rating go below 700, you fail the scenario and your park gets permanently closed, with no way to reopen it outside of cheating. There is some leeway though, and you don't immediately lose as soon as you hit 699 park rating. At the start of every day, your park rating is checked, and if it is below 700, you will get a warning that you have 4 weeks left to raise it back above 700. If you haven't raised it back up a week later, you will get another warning that you only have 3 weeks left, and the same for 2 weeks and just 1 week. After that final week, your park will be closed down, and you will fail the scenario. Note that these weeks are different and completely independent from the 4 weeks that every month is divided into. These are just 4 periods of 7 days, so you have 28 days or a little under a month to fix your park. If at any time during this warning period your park rating is above 700 at the start of a day, it will reset and you have saved your park from imminent doom. There is a grace period of a month at the start of every scenario before this condition comes into effect, so you have almost 2 entire months to get your park rating up to and over 700. If you don't manage that at all, your park will be shut down at the earliest possible date of April 29th, year 1. Now that we know the massive impact that a bad park rating can have on your park, let's take a look at some tips and tricks to keeping that baby high. Earlier I mentioned that you only really need to pay attention to 4 out of the 9 variables. This is because the other 5 come naturally, have small impacts, or are outside of your control. The number of guests and total ride stats will slowly increase as your park gets bigger. The average ride uptime will always be decent if you just have a few mechanics, the average ride stats barely has any impact, and you can't change the difficulty at all. This leaves the percentage of happy guests, the amount of litter, the number of lost guests, and the casualty penalty as the important factors. Let's discuss them one by one, starting with the happy guests. This is rarely the sole cause of a low park rating, with the exception of overcrowding. Litter and being lost also makes guests unhappy, but those things themselves impact the rating too, so we'll talk about those later. If your park rating is decreasing and you don't know why, it's a good idea to go to the guest list and see what they are thinking about. If more than roughly 20% of your guests are complaining about overcrowding, then it's most likely that that is the primary cause. You can decrease overcrowding by building more paths and connections between different areas of your park. Sometimes this isn't enough or isn't possible at all, at which point you can go to plan B, entertainers. Entertainers make guests happier, and if you have enough of them, you can entirely negate the happiness penalty of overcrowding and have a great park rating even in a park with 200 guests on every path tile. Another situation where they come in useful is scenarios where you need to keep the park rating above 700. If the guests come in very unhappy, you can use entertainers to quickly increase their happiness so that you can reach the threshold of 700 park rating in time. Entertainers can also negate the happiness penalty from litter, but they don't prevent the penalty from litter itself. The obvious solution to this is to hire more handymen and zone them in places with a lot of litter or vomit. Preventing a problem is better than solving it though, so building plenty of litter bins around shops and providing benches and first aid stalls near nauseous rides is a very good idea. You can take prevention to the extreme and only build rides with low nausea ratings and only build food and drink stalls that don't produce any waste. I was quite surprised that there are 14 food stalls that give no litter, which is more than I was expecting. Unfortunately, there are no drink stalls that do the same, so if you want to cater to all your guests' needs, you will need to place some bins and hire some handymen. Vandalism is created by vandals, and guests can only turn into vandals if they are unhappy and there is a lot of litter. So if you do a good job at preventing litter, then you will very likely never see any vandalism. As mentioned before, vandalism itself doesn't hurt your rating, but it does make guests less happy, so if you do see it, it's a good idea to fix it. Unhappiness and litter can reduce your park rating quite a lot, but they cannot obliterate it like lost guests can. There are two ways for guests to get lost. They either cannot navigate your path layout, or they are trapped somewhere. If your park rating randomly decreases to 0, a very likely culprit is a right exit line that isn't connected to the main path, trapping all the guests that went on the ride. Not only do they get lost and want to go home, but they'll also become unhappy, which further decreases your park rating. When you release them and they finally exit your park, the rating will shoot back up immediately. If you have trouble finding where you accidentally trapped some guests, you can go to the guest list and search for guests that think that they're lost and see where those guests are. A bad path layout is a bit more difficult to fix and can have a variety of causes. First, I recommend not using any wide paths. Double paths are mostly fine, but combined with a bad layout, they sometimes do still give issues where single wide paths wouldn't have. Secondly, you should avoid any dead ends, which includes setups like this. They're not always problematic, but if you want to be sure, then you should loop every new path back to another bit of path. These loops must not be too large, and if they are, you should build a new connection in the middle. Queue lines should always connect to a main loop, and exit paths should ideally only be a few tiles long, and if they're longer, you should block them off with a no entry sign. If you adhere to all of these rules, you're unlikely to get many lost guests, and even if you only use them as guidelines, you'll be fine in most situations. Having a few small dead ends or longer exit paths is usually not a problem. Don't see these rules as super strict requirements that you're not allowed to ever deviate from, but rather as guidelines and a checklist to see where the issue is in case guests do get lost. Lastly, there is the casualty penalty. Preventing drownings is really easy, as long as you're careful when removing paths over water and don't have a murder addiction, but preventing ride crashes is a little bit more difficult. Some ride types, like the bobsled, can fly off the tracks if they go over a hill too fast. The trap is that they go faster with guests, so even if they test properly, they might still crash later. To prevent this, I recommend not taking any hills faster than 40 km per hour. The same goes the other way around. If a train on any ride type just barely makes a hill or a loop with a minimum speed of something like 3 km per hour, there is a chance it won't make it sometime in the future, so a minimum speed of about 10 km per hour is recommended as well. A brakes failure will cause your ride to crash if the train enters the station too fast and hits another train. You can prevent this by only having a single train, having a train enter the station very slowly, or using block brakes. Having enough mechanics to inspect every ride every 10 minutes is also a good way to lower the odds of a breakdown happening in the first place. And that is how the park rating in Rollercoaster Tycoon 2 works. It is calculated using 9 different variables, of which 4 are really important, and it mainly impacts your guest generation and certain goal types. Hello everyone and welcome to another episode of Marcel Plays RCT. After Diamond Heights we have now arrived at Evergreen Gardens, which for most people was the first time that Rollercoaster Tycoon became difficult. Nowadays the goal of 1000 guests in 4 years isn't so difficult anymore though, especially if you played with all the improvements of OpenRCT2. To still have a challenge, I want to see how many guests I can get with an actual proper park, so no microcoaster spam or flat ride farms. As usual, the first thing that we need to do is build some stalls and a ride and then run all advertisements. This will be our biggest source of guest generation, but for a while we will also be able to get guests from the natural guest generation. For this, the soft guest cap needs to be higher than the number of guests, so let's immediately start building coasters to raise that cap. At the start we only have the wooden coaster and steel mini coaster available, so let's start with the classic Woody. The design of this is nothing complicated, just a few turns and twists before going back to the station. And by the 15th of March we have completed our first of many custom coasters. After having plopped down a haunted house and a twist, it's time for a steel mini coaster, which is again very quick and simple. It just has to be a decent coaster with decent stats. We want to make sure we get guests from the natural gas generation for as long as possible, so it's vital that we build new rides as quickly as possible. Therefore, I'm going to build a second wooden coaster before building another twist somewhere else in the park. It's not even the end of March yet, and we've already built 3 custom coasters, and with success, as we get a message saying our current soft guest cap is 427, which is higher than the 300 guests we have in the park. One thing we need to do is make all the rides free. Since this is a Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 scenario, we will not have access to the cash machine, so if we charge for the rides, the guests will eventually run out of money and leave the park. To prevent that, I'm making everything in this park, except for the information kiosk and one ride, entirely free. That one ride is because the advertisement campaign for free ride ticket coupons has very little effect if the ride in question is free, and the info kiosk is because I ain't giving away umbrellas for free. To make money, we will charge $60 for the entrance, which is 10 less than the minimum that guests can spawn with here, so they should never run out of money. After a quick maze and a second steel mini coaster, it's time for the first looping coaster, which we unlocked near the end of April. It's a very simple double loop design, which will be quite popular as everyone loves a looping coaster. To make it more interesting, I shall reverse the trains, which you can now do in OpenRCT2 with the click of a button on almost any coaster type. Unlike the proper reversed train types, such as the 6-seater reversed wooden coaster trains, this doesn't increase any stats, so you can make your coaster seem more intense without actually having to worry about the intensity rating. We continue building rides, and after the next looping coaster, it's time for a car ride. Car rides are absolutely terrible, but I want to have at least one of every ride type, so we have no choice. A benefit of Evergreen Gardens is that there is already a lot of paths pre-built, making it easy to quickly build rides like this car ride anywhere without having to worry about overcrowding. Let's get the worst available ride type out of the way already as well, the boat hire. Guests will absolutely get lost without a track, so unfortunately it has to be boring. Another month has passed, so we have unlocked the next coaster type, the corkscrew coaster. Just like I gave the looping coaster 2 vertical loops, this corkscrew coaster will have 2 corkscrews in the form of a sea serpent roll element. With one final corkscrew, we have now 4 different coaster types operating in the park. After having built a simple second corkscrew which is launched, the time has come to renew the ads, which is something we have to instantly do every time they run out. A third corkscrew on the other side of the park, and a short launched looping coaster later, it is the start of July, which means half a year has passed. Let's take a look and see how far along we are. At this point in time, we have over 1,400 guests, meaning we have already smashed the 1,000 guest goal, and we're only halfway year 1 of 4. We did this with 22 rides, of which 11 are custom designed roller coasters. Together with the stalls, these give a soft guest cap of 1,691, which is about 200 ahead of the number of guests, so we still have that natural guest generation. Currently, the park is way too spread out and doesn't really look nice, but that will go away as we continue building more rides. Speaking of more rides, we have unlocked the Mine Train coaster, so you know what time it is. We will build not 1, but 2 very cool looking Mine Train coasters. I quite like this coaster type. It's sort of a wooden coaster light. It's not quite as bulky, but you do get the wooden support structure that we all love. At this point, there is a problem though, and that is the park rating, which has dropped from 999 all the way to below 700. So I opened the park rating inspector, and we can see that this is caused by a whole bunch of guests being lost. It turns out that the culprit is a small fence that blocks the right exit of one of the wooden coasters, trapping about 100 guests. With all the fences everywhere in this park, I wouldn't be surprised if this happened again. A few more custom coasters later, we unlock the spiral slide, which is great as we can just dump 5 or so of them in random places around the park. This is a great way to quickly gain some extra soft guest cap, and because the park is so large, having 5 spiral slides is entirely reasonable. While building them, I noticed that one of the default color schemes is new and uses the color tan, which is one of the new colors. I would love it if more new default color schemes were added to OpenRCT2, as this is the only one I noticed so far in this playthrough. We're building rides much faster than we unlock new ones, so we have no choice but to keep repeating coaster types. This corner of the park is a nice location for a third steel mini coaster. It's really great that the guests don't care at all that a lot of the coasters are very similar, and they innocently ride them all with a smile. Then again, we have seen before that they'll even ride 100 identical microcoasters with a smile, so I don't think they even noticed the similarity. At the end of August, we unlock the Ferris wheel, which gets the same treatment as the spiral slide. Having a bunch of flat rides around your park really completes the look. It just doesn't quite look complete if you just have roller coasters. And the great thing about flat rides is that you don't have to spend any time designing them. Well, I could build pre-built coaster designs too, but that's boring. With a pre-built, I wouldn't be able to have this looping coaster go underground, and I also wouldn't be able to have a full 360-degree helix go through both vertical loops. Building custom coasters gives me so many fun options, such as putting the photo section right before the station, so that the guests in the back of the train will only go through it at 6 km/h. Another Mine Train coaster, corkscrew coaster, and steel mini coaster later, it's time for a miniature railway. There isn't much space on the surface anymore, so it will have to be mostly underground. While building the first station, we get a notification that the soft guest cap has increased to 3,201, which is actually less than the guest count of 3,240. When this is the case, the natural guest generation is reduced by a factor 4, which is very unfortunate, but there is nothing we can do about it. I just can't build custom rides quick enough to keep up. Halfway through building this railway, the first year finished, so let's take a look at our progress. We have gotten more than 3,400 guests in just a quarter of the allotted time. If we continue getting guests at this rate, we will get to 10,000 in just 3 years, but let's not get ahead of ourselves, as we just lost the natural guest generation and we're probably not going to get it back. So far, we have built 47 rides, including 22 roller coasters, 20 custom designed ones, and 2 shuttle loops. The park is getting fairly filled up, so it takes a bit longer to build new rides now, as space is harder to find. As a result of that, we will probably never get the soft guest cap above the guest count again, but that's no reason to stop building, so let's continue with the newly unlocked go-karts. For paper ride parks, the go-karts is pretty damn bad because of its low throughput, but since guests pay for the entrance here, that's not an issue. A bit later, we unlock the wooden wild mouse coaster, which is always a fun one to build. We shall construct one on the rocky hill and another one in the same corner as the red steel mini coaster. This one was quite fiddly to get right, but as we have already lost the natural gas generation, we can afford to spend a bit more time on it. We do still need rides to keep all the guests occupied, so we do need to keep building them at a steady pace. At the start of May, we have unlocked one of my favorite coaster types, the stand-up coaster. It has a very high intensity rating, but keeping that under control is what makes it fun and challenging. This very simple design with just 2 loops and a corkscrew already has over 9 intensity, so you do indeed have to be very careful and you can't build large designs, but I still love it anyway. In fact, I love it so much that I'll immediately build a second one. From one of my favorite coaster types to one of my least favorite, the steeplechase. I have decided I want at least 2 of every coaster type, so I have no choice but to build 2 of these as well. They're not actually that bad, as we don't charge for the rides, so their terrible stats don't matter. It's very interesting how dependent the goodness of a coaster is on how well it makes money, while most scenarios in RCT2 only have you charge for the park entrance. Granted, it's still not great there, as it only attracts 60 guests, which is much less than the 95 and 105 of the looping and wooden coaster types, but in this case that still doesn't matter. All we need in this park is some ride to keep the guests occupied, which a steeplechase will do just fine. A little bit later, it's bobsled time, which I don't particularly like building, as you have to be very careful for it to not fly off the tracks and crash. It's not super difficult to do, but it limits your design options, and in a park like this with very limited space, that's not a good thing. The bobsled is great for terrain coasters or for when you have a big open area available, but here it doesn't work very well. I'm still fairly happy with the end result though, it doesn't look too bad. During the construction of this bobsled we passed 5,000 guests, which is halfway to the ultimate goal of 10,000, and we're only about 35% of the time in, so it's looking good. In July year 2 we get the launched freefall, which is usually a fantastic ride type, but here I think it may have done more harm than good in the end. None of their amazing stats matter, as they're all free in this park, but the nausea still makes guests vomit, and pukey paths are never good. The rest of year 2 was spent building more rides, including a boat hire with actual free rowing space, a second car ride, a bunch of swinging inverter ships, and an underground path from the entrance to further into the park. Wait, that's not a ride. It indeed isn't, but it's still important. The entrance area was getting crowded, so I built this path to get them away from it. Guests prefer walking in a straight line, so lots of them will take this path and then they'll get dumped next to the shuttle loops. Abusing their incredibly simple AI is so easy and so much fun. After having built the newly unlocked spinning wild mouse and suspended swinging coaster, year 2 has ended and we're halfway through the scenario. The guest count is roughly 6,700, which despite losing the natural guest generation is almost double that of the first year. This is because at the start of the playthrough the guest generation was still a bit slower, as the park rating was still low. There are now 74 rides in the park, of which 33 are custom designed roller coasters. I'm pretty sure that I've never built a park this big, this fast before, and my hand definitely feels it. It hurts quite a bit from all the constant unending clicking to build track pieces, but it's all worth it, I hope. These rides only provide a soft guest cap of 4,676, so we're definitely never getting the natural guest generation back. This is not a problem, as less than a month later we hit 7,000 guests, and if you have more guests than that, your natural guest generation will be cut in 4 anyway. Whatever you do, from this point on you're going to have to rely mostly on ads to get more guests. Money is a bit tight now, so we can't afford the 12-week ad campaigns anymore. The 2-week ones are more efficient anyway, as the free week you get is a larger part of it, but so far I've been using the long ones so that I didn't have to renew them as frequently. With this little money in the bank, all we can do is build a bunch of flat rides, but that's actually fine, as they are great at storing guests in their queue lines. Motion simulators, swinging inverted ships, and top spins are all fine rides in a pay-for-entry scenario. At this point, I thought it might be a good idea to save up some money for one final big coaster. In order to not just sit around and wait, I started recoloring a lot of rides to get rid of the boring look of the default color schemes. Anyone who has played the game a lot will be familiar with them, and will subconsciously notice it when all the rides in the park still have those colors, and will judge the player for being lazy. In August, we unlocked the first new water ride, the Log Flume. This is definitely my favorite water ride, and the park will immediately be blessed with 3 custom designed ones. One on the front of the hill in the back, one right next to the park entrance, which will make you wet when you enter the park, and one next to the looping coaster with reverse trains. And why not add a 4th one all the way in the back of the park as well? After all, we do need to give everyone the option to get wet. The time has now come for the biggest and baddest coaster in the park, a massive looping coaster. I'm making use here of the new large steep to flat track pieces for the first few hills, and they look really good on the looping coaster. In total, this ride will have 4 vertical loops, of which 2 are penetrated by itself. I was going to add even more tracks since it has plenty of speed left, but we kind of ran out of money, so this will have to do. With a very big stature and almost 8 excitement, this is truly the most iconic ride in the park. Right before the end of year 3, I noticed something odd. One of the wooden coasters has been broken down for a while, and that's not because the exit is blocked, but because the assigned mechanic is walking on the grass behind the station. I have no idea how he ended up there. Looking back at the autosaves, he was doing fine on the 8th of August, but 5 minutes later he was somehow behind the wooden coaster. I looked back at the footage to see if I accidentally accidentally placed him there or something, but all I did in that time was build some log flumes. The coaster did break down on the 20th of August, so I suspect that Mechanic 8 got called to it and somehow phased through the station while trying to fix it or something like that. Anyway, at the start of year 4, we have 9,600 guests, and we still have the little green arrow that shows we're gaining guests rather quickly. We're already at almost 10,000, and at this rate we might even hit 12,000 guests at the end of the scenario, which is more than I expected to be possible. There currently are 95 rides in the park, and we have at least 2 of every ride type, except for the miniature railway, monorail and maze, of which there's only 1. Let's continue and see what the final year brings us. A few months ago I started researching stalls so that we could unlock the balloon stall, and the time has now come to build a whole lot of them all over the park. They're all set to sell random colors, which is a great option if you want a colorful park but can't be bothered by setting the colors manually. I actually had the idea to do a lot of scenery work in the 4th year and started placing some trees in a corner of the park, but trees aren't that cheap and we don't have a lot of money. Guest generation is slower compared to the 1st year, and we need a lot more staff now to keep the park running, so we have less income and more expenses. We're now halfway through April and there is a massive problem. We're losing guests and the park rating is no longer 999. A quick look at the park rating inspector tells us that it's because we have way too much litter. I suppose 60 handymen just aren't enough for this park, so I panic hired 30 more. I also hired a lot of entertainers to prevent guests from getting unhappy while the mess is cleared up and hopefully keep as many guests in the park as possible. With all these extra staff members, we're definitely not going to be able to afford any scenery. Dirty paths turn guests into vandals, and predictably there's a lot of vandalism in the park, which will all have to be fixed. It's not very expensive, but it does take a fair amount of time to do. Even with all the problems fixed, it takes a while for the guests to stop leaving, and it takes until May before the guest count levels out at just over 9,300. We had almost 9,800 guests, so we lost nearly 500 guests and almost a month of time. Suddenly, the 10,000 guest goal isn't so easy anymore. The guest count does recover though, and 2 months later we are back where we were, so we essentially lost 3 months of guest generation, which is about 1,000 guests. During these 2 months I discovered that I was once again foiled by fences. This 3D cinema had its queue line blocked so guests couldn't access it, and this car ride had been broken down for almost 2 years because the exit is blocked by a fence. God, I hate fences. Luckily it didn't trap any guests except for a few on the ride itself, but those don't kill your park rating. Funnily enough, I did notice that the car ride had 0 guests per hour right before I fixed the wooden coaster issue earlier, but since there were a few guests on it still, I just assumed it was unpopular. At the start of August year 4, we finally hit 10,000 guests, and it's absolutely glorious. Let's not celebrate too early though, as we do need to keep the guests in the park for another 3 months, and we have just seen that anything can happen. And things do indeed happen, as just 2 weeks later we have no money to renew the ads, and we absolutely need the ads. I didn't want to sell any rides, so I did the only possible thing and sold the 15 balloon stalls. It's unfortunate, but they have already served their purpose of making the park look like a rainbow vomited all over the guests. The rest of the time left is spent making sure that the paths don't get too dirty, fixing the little bits of vandalism that pop up here and there, and finally giving this top spin on exit line so that mechanics can fix it 2 years after it broke down. It's now the end of October year 4, and we have beaten Evergreen Gardens with 10,814 guests, which I believe is the highest guest count I have ever beaten a scenario with. The park is absolutely massive, with 106 rides, including 35 custom designed coasters and 8 other custom tracked rides. This nicely shows that you don't
Now, a couple of weeks ago, we did a video talking about 4 drinks you can make at home that will kind of level up your home coffee drinking experience if you are someone who likes coffee on perhaps the sweeter side of things. We did a cereal milk latte, we did like this kind of Arnold Palmer sparkling thing, we did a shaken vanilla latte, and I am totally forgetting what the last one we did was. Anyways, those were very fun. You all seem to like that, so today I wanted to do kind of a different take on that same kind of genre of video. Today, we're gonna be making 4 syrups that you can very easily add to your kitchen and keep in your coffee arsenal. These are flavor combinations that I think are pretty interesting and that go well with both coffee and tea and really any sort of beverage you want to make at home, including mocktails or cocktails if that's your thing. So we have 4 syrups to make today. Let's just get started. good. Now, syrups are a very easy thing to make at home. If you start out with a simple syrup base, you can pretty much do any flavor combination you want. They're also really accessible from like a tool standpoint because all you really need is a pot of some sort. You also need a heating source of some kind. This is off, don't worry. And then you need some sugar, some water, and whatever flavors you want to incorporate. So all of our syrups today are going to have a simple syrup base. It's a very foundational syrup. The meaning of it is in the word. It is a simple syrup. It is simply a portion of sugar with a portion of water. Now, we are going to be doing a 2-to-1 simple syrup, meaning it's going to be 2 parts sugar to 1 part water. Now, because this is just kind of a proportion, you can really scale this to be how much syrup you want versus how little syrup you want. We're going to keep most of our recipes pretty straightforward today, so you can start with the ratios that I'm doing here, but if you want to change them for different amounts, go for it. Let me give you the rundown of the flavor combinations we are making today. We will be making an orange and cardamom syrup. We'll be making a lavender Earl Grey syrup, a cinnamon clove syrup, and a rose and raspberry syrup. You know I'm down to business when I have a notebook with me because that means I'm like somewhat more organized than I usually am, so that means the videos go by pretty efficiently. Not very efficiently, but at least pretty efficiently. Let's get this heating up and let's get our simple syrup started. Simple syrup started. That's a fun one. I am starting to heat this. This takes a while, so just bear with me while this warms up. Let's grab our sugar. Now, there are many different types of sugar. There is all sorts of levels of processing and refinement that goes into sugar. There's all sorts of molasses content that's in sugar. There's all sorts of really interesting varieties, and those different varieties will have different like flavor impacts on your final syrup. So we're going to be using 2 types of sugar today. These are pretty accessible sugars. They're also pretty basic sugars. However, if you want to mess around with different types of sugar, go for it. I think there's some really interesting darker sugars like muscovado sugar. There's lots of various brown sugars. There's a whole bunch of stuff out there. We're going to be using just a pure cane sugar, so like a white sugar. It's pretty like basic, I would say. And we also have a demerara sugar. So this is less refined. This tends to have a little bit of a deeper, darker sweetness, and for some of our flavor pairings, that's going to lend itself really well. Okay, now, so for our first recipe, the orange and cardamom, I can remember what I planned today. The orange and cardamom syrup, we're going to be using demerara sugar. As I mentioned before, this is a game of ratios. We are doing 2-to-1. I'm going to start with 200 grams of demerara sugar. And into the pot we go. Half of 200 grams is 100. I'm using 200 grams or milliliters of water. Water in. Now I'm going to keep this on kind of a low temperature and we're going to let that sugar start to dissolve. I also recommend having some sort of stirring implement. We want to make sure that sugar doesn't like burn to the bottom. Just need it to dissolve. If we just let this heat and dissolve and then kind of simmer until it reached a syrup consistency, we would have a very nice, versatile, simple syrup. However, we want to add flavor to this. As this begins to dissolve, I'm going to add some stuff. These right here that I have are whole cardamom pods. We're going to be essentially steeping these in the syrup to kind of infuse it with their flavor. Cardamom is a really lovely spice. If you would like to make your life a little bit easier later on, you can always steep things in tea bags. If you have these kind of like fillable tea bags for loose leaf tea, you could throw your spices in there, dunk it in. That would work very well. However, I don't really like making things easier for myself, and I kind of like the full immersion of the entire cardamom pod in there, so 5 grams of cardamom pods into our syrup. Now we're also adding a balance of some citrus. So I have a good bit of oranges here. I have 5 slices. I did not weigh these. So whole slice, rind and all, just kind of goes in there. Now these are going to let off some liquid, but not like too much as to throw off the proportion of the syrup. Now you can use really whatever oranges you like. I'm using a blend of both blood oranges and Caracara oranges. Those tend to be a little bit sweeter, and I don't know, I like that in the syrup. The longer you steep it, the more flavor is going to be imparted into the syrup. So I like to go for a pretty good long while. You don't want to bring your syrup necessarily to a boil. It's going to do some bad things to all the flavors you have going on. But once that sugar is all dissolved, once you have a smooth syrup, you can reduce it to a lower heat, to kind of a simmering temperature. And I would give it about 10 to 15 minutes of just like constant simmering. Tends to thicken up these syrups pretty well. So as long as you're not at a rolling boil, you can kind of let this be. This is going to steep together. It's going to simmer. Keep an eye on it. Make sure nothing weird is happening, but you're pretty good to let this be for a bit. I'll be back soon. Okay, so we have had a good amount of simmering time. My house is currently full of the just delicious combination of both cardamom, spice, and orange. It smells great. It is time to strain this all out. And again, a lot of this is about practice. These times are just kind of like estimates or starting points for you. A lot of this is going to be like learning how you like your syrup consistency and also your intensity of flavor. I have something we can strain into and a sieve. Let's remove all those big bits that we have in there. As far as straining things go, I could have definitely gone far worse. So, as you can see, a lot of that juice was sucked out of those oranges. You can kind of see some like even caramelization and like, not caramelization, candying. You can see some kind of candying happening on these oranges. The cardamom pods have opened up a bit. You can compost or discard these, or if you have a reason to use them as well. Now we're left with a syrup that is kind of a dark, very dark, like almost red in color. That's because of the blood orange juice. I think this makes for a very pretty looking syrup. And it smells awesome, so let's get it bottled. You can grab these little syrup bottles from IKEA, pretty cheap. These tend to be perfect for storing syrups at home. I'm not gonna show you me pouring this. It's not gonna be good. And that is just about the perfect amount to store in one of these bottles. You now have orange cardamom syrup. All right, so now that we have talked through this once, the rest of these are gonna be pretty fast, because again, we are building off of the same base here. We are gonna do our Earl Grey lavender syrup next, and for this one, I am actually gonna start with cane sugar. This is like just a white cane sugar. It is a very neutral starting point, so for these much lighter flavors, these florals, these very tea-like flavors, I think this is a much better base than demerara, which might begin to overpower some of those softer, just lighter flavors. It's all about just matching your sugar to what you're putting in it. 200 grams in, and then 100 grams of water. 100 grams. In case it isn't totally obvious, I am filming this much later in the day than I usually do, and so the brain cells and the neurons aren't firing the same way they usually do. As the syrup says, we're adding 2 ingredients. I have about 4 grams of Earl Grey tea here. This is a very nice quality Earl Grey. You can use whatever you like, but the higher quality of tea you use, the better quality of flavor you're gonna get in the syrup. In we go. And I also have 4 grams of lavender here. In we go. Just like we did before, we need to let the sugar dissolve, then we need to bring it down to a simmer in order to let those flavors really steep into the syrup without burning them or damaging them. So I will see you in like 10 minutes. All right, we are fully dissolved. We have more delicious smells coming into the house right now. I think we're about ready, well, definitely ready to pull this off heat. Let's strain it out. I'm doing it carefully now. Nice, much better execution. Once more, we have an amber colored syrup here that smells delicious. Remember, this is lavender and Earl Grey, so it's very light and floral and tea-like. There's a lot of delicate flavors in this, and it's gonna go really, really nicely in some coffee drinks. Now you need another bottle. Very nice. We're good to go. This third syrup we're making is a spiced syrup. We're gonna be using primarily cinnamon and cloves in it. So this is kind of gonna be a richer, like darker syrup. It's gonna be very comforting and wintry. It's gonna go very well in those hot coffee drinks and lattes. And because we're doing a spiced syrup, I'm gonna go back to our Demerara sugar. Remember, this is a little bit of a darker, like sweetness to it. It goes very, very, very nicely with kind of baking and warming spices. Kind of my rule of thumb, at least beginning with syrups, is that if I'm going for what I would consider kind of like darker flavors, like things that are more associated perhaps with baking or chocolate, then I like to use a darker sugar as well. I think it complements it very nicely. However, if I'm using kind of like those lighter, like more floral flavors or fruity flavors or anything like that, I like to use a lighter sugar that's not gonna interact or kind of like disrupt those flavor combinations as much. But again, it's all personal preference. 200 grams in, you know this by now. 100 grams of water. Ooh, we are already kind of up to temp here, so begin stirring, let it begin to dissolve. Now, I like to use whole cinnamon sticks for this, just so you're not having to deal with any sort of like ground cinnamon. Kind of tricky with syrups to incorporate ground cinnamon, so I have in total 20 grams in weight, but I have broken up 2 cinnamon sticks here. So 4 pieces, 2 sticks. I'll just kind of dump this all in here. Fun fact, if any of you remember from like 2 years ago, I did a video where I recreated James Hoffman's pumpkin spice latte recipe, and I used a whole bunch of spices from a brand called Spice House. They do very high quality sourcing of spices. I still use that brand to this day because of doing that video. Thank you, James. Next, I have whole cloves here. Again, we are just steeping spices in syrup, and they're very, very nice. Dump this in. That was about 5 grams in total of those whole cloves. And then we stir, and we dissolve, and we steep, and we wait, and we strain in that order. So your house is gonna smell like wassail and Christmas, and that is lovely, and I will see you in 10 minutes. Okay, now that your house smells like the holidays in the middle of February, it's time to strain this out. Another syrup, in we go. Delicious. Our final flavor combination is one that I really, really love, and I feel like we're really entering the season for. It is, in fact, rose and raspberry. If you will remember, I feel like this is like, we're in like class right now. If we're using floral and fruit-like flavors, what sugar are we using? And then it's Jeopardy music, and then I answer that it's white cane sugar. If only we were actually in class and not separated by a screen. It would smell a lot better. This video certainly would, I can tell you that much. So 200 to 100. Okay, so our first ingredient is going to be 11 grams of this whole rose tea. This is just like dried roses. You can find this at Onyx Coffee Lab. You can also find like a multitude of other rose teas around. This is one that I really like. Now, this is not sponsored by Onyx Coffee Lab. This isn't a product placement per se. This is just a tea that I have around my house and I really, really like using. Because these are like whole rose, like little, what's the word? I guess flowers is the right word. I almost call them like nubbins. Because these are whole rose flowers, there's a lot of tea leaf there. There's a lot of like flavor to infuse. It's very nice. In we go. It also just looks so pretty. As these hydrate, they're just absolutely gorgeous. You will get them stuck in your stirrer most likely. Now I have about 70 grams of raspberries. You could use more if you like. Raspberry is a very strong, very distinct flavor, and also because I'm using fresh raspberries, because I'm using fresh raspberries, these are gonna give off quite a bit of juice as they kind of stew. Like there's gonna be like a stewing element to this syrup. Now we need to let this just kind of marinate together. I will see you in 10 minutes. Okay, the sun is coming out and I think we have very adequately stewed our raspberries, so what's next? We strain. Right, and once more, as you can see, those raspberries and the rose gave up a good bit of their like juice and color, and so we have a very beautiful red-pink syrup here. We now have 4 very distinctly different, very versatile, and very delicious syrups to work with. We have over here your orange cardamom syrup. This is a nice spiced but lightly citrus syrup. This is very good for both ice and hot coffee drinks. We have over here this lavender Earl Grey syrup. I recommend this in ice drinks. I also recommend it in tea. This is a very, very nice sweetener for tea or in like homemade Italian sodas. Highly recommend this one. Then we have our cinnamon and clove syrup. This is a very spiced, very warming, very like just holiday-like syrup. This is good for hot drinks. I also recommend it in like mochas, especially. This is a very nice kind of split if you want to do half chocolate and half something kind of like a spiced syrup like this. And then we have our rose and raspberry syrup. Again, this is good in hot or cold drinks. I like it particularly in cold drinks. I think the raspberry is kind of a cooler flavor in my personal opinion. I also really, really like this one in Italian sodas. But again, if you want to use these for mocktails or really anything that needs both sweetness and the addition of a flavor, go for it. These are very versatile, and personally, I think I'm gonna make myself a nice latte right now. I have milk and ice, but I feel like I'm gonna like shop my syrups here. I think I'm gonna go for this really nice raspberry rose. I'm just gonna kind of eyeball this. That was a more than healthy glug of syrup. Now our espresso. And now we're able to both stir and enjoy. I'm realizing how much of my syrup I just put in here. Maybe don't do that. Maybe use less. Or don't. I don't particularly care. Anyways, this was your at-home basics for making infused simple syrups. They're very easy, and again, you can do this with pretty much any ingredient you want to. And just add these to your arsenal. They're very easy to make. They're very fun. I will leave recipes for everything down below. If you have any combinations of syrups that you like making at home, feel free to let me know. I'm always in the market for making different types that I haven't made in the past. In the meantime, I'm Morgan Drinks Coffee, and you will find me here on YouTube once a week, plus some YouTube shorts. Additionally, you can find me on TikTok or Instagram almost every single day. This was a lot of fun. I have a very like bountiful yield at the end of this video, which is very exciting. I'm gonna go enjoy my rose and raspberry latte. We'll see you all next time. Bye, everyone. Hello there. A couple weeks ago, I asked you what your weirdest coffee orders were, either ordered by yourself or something you've seen ordered. Now, you gave me lots of weird options, and we chose a couple of them to try a few weeks ago. They were good, they were bad, they were weird, they were interesting, and I think we had a fun time ranking them. So, back by popular demand, we're gonna do that one more time. I went back through all of your responses, and I sourced what I think are maybe even more interesting ones. So, we've got 5 drinks to make today. Let's just hop right into it. Now, we're definitely starting off on kind of a, I don't wanna say a strong foot, but definitely a weird foot. This one comes to us with very little instruction. This is more, I think, a concept than it is a beverage. They say it's not necessarily a coffee, but I've added a shot of espresso to spinach. It was kind of good. I have tried stranger things in the past. I have put coffee in what I would think is a little bit more bizarre of an ingredient, but I have some spinach, I have some espresso. Let's see if it is kind kind of good. Once more, real fast, like we did last time, we are going to be ranking all of these drinks on a scale of 1 to 10. That is taste, that is drinkability, that is also a little bit weirdness. Like I'm looking for weird stuff that tastes good here. See what we get. So I have a bowl of wilted spinach here, as I might prepare it as like a side dish. Now it doesn't have anything added to it right now. No salt, no seasoning. This was just popped into some boiling water and then blanched it afterwards with cold water to stop it from cooking. So it's taken on the usual spinach texture. I also have, very nervously, I have a double shot of espresso. We were given very little instruction on this. I contemplated adding the espresso to the boiling water that I was putting and cooking the spinach in, but I thought we should add it afterwards. That felt a little bit more in line with it being like an added ingredient to all of this. And of course, for consumption, I suppose we will need a fork of some sort. We're just gonna go in with a little bit. A full double shot is really gonna drown the spinach. This feels wrong. It looks like soy sauce though, which soy sauce and spinach, not a bad combination. Very tasty, in fact. Maybe a little bit more. Now this spinach is freshly cooked, so it is still pretty warm, and I'm hoping that will add to our overall tactile experience. You can really tell I'm in competition mode when I start talking about the tactile experience of spinach and espresso. Starting off, in case you'd like to replicate this at home, I started off with about 1.5 cups of dry spinach, and so I then cooked and blanched that. We're left with this, and now I've added probably about 1/2 ounce of espresso. I know those are measurements that people don't like. Those are the ones we're using for this recipe. I am so sorry. If you can't use those measurements, maybe don't make this. And also maybe don't make this even if you can use those measurements. Filming this in the morning, and this is the first food that I am putting into my body today. I can't say I'm very excited about that. I need to think about this for a second. This is gonna be an interesting day. I can already say that much. It's not as awful as you might imagine. There's kind of a vegetal like greenness that exists in the spinach that isn't totally unpleasant when paired with like the bitterness in coffee. In a very weird way, they kind of balance each other out. Now, it's not good. I could see how someone might be able to get to kind of good, but as far as just good in general, this is not good. This is perhaps interesting and maybe a little lesson in flavor pairings. I choose not to eat any more of this, and I'm gonna give this beverage / dish a 3 out of 10. It is consumable, but it is not enjoyable. I'm excited for anything else to go into my mouth after that espresso spinach. That was perhaps some poor phrasing on my part. We have something next that I think shows a little bit more promise off the bat. Taylor the Alien comes in with a little bit more instructional of a recipe. They say green tea baggie in the cup first, then coffee. Let it brew and mix cream, milk, and sugar. So we have some ingredients. We also have some instructions. I have a cup. I also have some green tea. This happens to be jasmine tea, which I feel like is a pretty decent combination. Jasmine tea also tends to be a flavor note in a lot of coffees. So off the bat, this seems like it's going in a good direction. However, we're gonna steep this not in water, but in coffee. And I have some freshly brewed coffee right here. Let's do some measuring so we can do this accurately. That's about 200 mils of coffee right there. And now this is green tea, so I think we're gonna give it about 3 or so minutes to steep in here. So I'll be right back. Okay, we are nearing completion with our steeping time. And so on the side here, I have some cream and I have some sugar. Smell-wise, this is very, very aromatic in favor of the jasmine tea. You really, really get a lot of just jasmine on the nose, not so much some coffee. I'm actually kind of excited about this. I have added tea as an ingredient in various forms to coffee, a couple different like drink builds, and it can be very, very tasty if you're just being intentional about how you're pairing those flavors together. Coffee is a very strong flavor, has a lot of delicate flavors within it. Tea itself is usually pretty delicate, so you just want to be like thoughtful with how you're bringing those two together, just in order to get the best out of both worlds. Okay, I think we're done steeping. I know we have a couple other ingredients to add, but I do want to have a taste of what we have in here right now. Smells nice. Get a lot of tannins from the tea. You certainly do. There's a lot of green tea in there, quite a bit. If I was served this just as a coffee without the knowledge that there was a tea steeped in there, I'd be like, what did you do in processing with this coffee? It's very, very tanniny. That's the best way I can describe it. However, I think with the softening of some sugar and some cream, we might get somewhere kind of good. I'm gonna go pretty light with the sugar. Right here, I just have like some cane sugar, as you would usually use in a simple syrup or just mix in dry as it is now. That is about 1.5 grams of sugar. Now we mix. Now we have some milk to add. This is just whole milk, so full fat, it's about 3% fat. I'm gonna go a little bit heavier on the milk. Okay, you can either look at it by color, which I was kind of doing, but we ended up at about 30 grams in weight of milk in here. You know, I might even go just a tad bit sweeter on this. I think we need a little bit more sugar to kind of bind everything together. The milk, as an addition, definitely kind of binds the two beverages that we have going on here together. There's a reduction in the intensity of like the tannins that we were tasting earlier. Of course, the bitterness in the coffee is reduced, as it does with milk, but it doesn't feel like these flavors have come together. It still very much feels like we have two separate things going on in the cup. I think just a tiny bit more sugar might act as that kind of binding agent we need. That was about 1 more gram of sugar in total. And now we taste. It's not a spectacular beverage, but it's pretty pleasant. I would define this, frankly, as kind of good. On a ranking scale, though, we're gonna give this, I feel like we can give this a solid 5 out of 10. Drinkable, kind of good, but not blowing me out of the water just yet. The next one is simple. I'm very excited with how simple it is. It is black coffee with a few drops of lime juice added. Now, if any of you remember my USBC beverage from last year, we played around a lot with citrus and specifically lime in coffee. We used a lime oleosaccharum, which is just the sugars and then the oils from a lime peel, homogenized together into basically what is a very thick, like tart and syrupy, kind of addition to coffee. Very pleasant. However, today it's black coffee and lime juice. I'm a big fan of recipes that make my life simple, and this one I think is as simple as you can get. With black coffee, we're gonna kind of manually squeeze these limes to get a couple drops out. Coffee in. Now the person who submitted this drink, it's pretty clear that it's just a few drops of lime. So we're gonna start off very, very light. We can intensify if we need to. Okay, perhaps that was on me. Anyways, we'll try that again. And that was about 5 drops of lime juice. Very, very small drops. We'll stir and we'll taste. Get a little bit of lime on the nose. It's not very intense though. Now this is a lighter coffee in general. This is not a super dark roast. So you already get a lot of kind of like light, a little bit more like citric, a little bit more bright flavors to it rather than something that's super dense and like chocolatey and roasty. Frankly, the lime juice pairs kind of nicely with this. You know, there's always kind of like that weird thing of like something that is already, you know, pretty acidic, especially in flavor, and then adding more acidic things to it. Like you might think it would be too much, but actually it works very well together. You experience the lime a lot less in like the feel of acidity and more just kind of in flavor, if that makes sense to you. It's not necessarily an addition that makes you want to like pucker up your mouth like if you were sucking on a lime, but it's something that tastes like lime. Overall, pretty pleasant. I don't necessarily know if I'm ready to fully co-sign lime juice in coffee, but in this format, it's kind of good, which I think is really what we're aiming for today. I think that original description of something being kind of good is the best we can get. This is drinkable. I would choose to drink a little bit more of this, and so, frankly, out of everything we've had so far, I'll give this like a 7 out of 10. This is pretty decent. Now, the next one, I have very high hopes for. This person said, it's not my own, but I saw someone drink coffee with mixed fruit jam in it. That sounds good. Once more, we've got our cup. We also have some black coffee. And I had to do some thinking about what flavor of fruit jam I wanted to add to this, and I settled on apricot. And I also picked this brand because I was a little bit jealous of everyone opening up their advent calendars full of this sort of jam. So this is the flavor of apricot. It should be very tasty. There is already like sugars added to this, so this is not only adding kind of some texture to this drink, it's going to be adding a lot of flavor to this drink. It's also going to be adding just inherently sweetness to this drink. So I'm rather tickled to put fruit jam in my coffee. Now let's measure out what feels proportional to the amount of coffee we're going to be adding. Let's start with that. That is 15 grams of our fruit spread. Coffee in. That's about 180 mils of coffee. Ooh, and now we get the fun and noisy process of mixing these two together. Now this is not a totally smooth fruit spread. We do have some pulpiness to it, which is probably not going to be super pleasant to drink, but because it's so heavy, a lot of that is settling just at the bottom, while a majority of our, I think, flavor has really incorporated through the rest of the cup. I think we'll just use caution if you get to the bottom of the cup. Or if you like a pulpy coffee, not one to judge you, to each their own. Don't know if pulpy coffee is my preference though. Let's taste. It smells very good. You know what? I take it back. I think this is the best thing I've had so far today. There's certainly a lot of apricot in it. You might want to be cautious on what sort of fruit jam you add, because if you don't really like that fruit, you definitely aren't going to like that coffee. You get additional sweetness. It's nice. It's kind of a 2-for-1 scenario we have going on here. I do think this would be very, very good with milk added. You still have a little bit of that problem of like, these do taste like two separate things. You definitely taste jam and then you taste coffee, and they're not like a new flavor together. However, overall, this is certainly the winner. I'm gonna give this a 7.5 out of 10. It's a little bit better than that last one. It's not perfect yet, but as far as this combination goes, we're doing okay. We have come to our final drink of the day, and perhaps the one that is the most worrisome. In fact, this is one of the ones that prompted me to want to do this video series again. This goes very, very poorly. I am blaming you, Paul, just so you know. Paul submitted the drink, olive espresso. Now, this is not olive oil, like the new kind of like trendy, like Starbucks edition is. No. These are olives. Paul says, I like a sliced open olive in my espresso shot. Black ones taste much better than green. Now, Paul could entirely be pulling my leg on this, but I am here with my leg out to be pulled, so let's try this. Just to be a little bit extra fancy, I've put our espresso shot in a fancy glass. I feel like this is giving off martini energy, so maybe that's just the olives. Let's see how this goes. I have got some sliced open black olives here, and I will say, I'm a fan of black olives. I think they're delicious. I will put them on my pizza. I'll put them in my rice bowls. They'll go in pretty much everything. I can say for certain, though, I have never yet put an olive in an espresso. The addition of salt in coffee frequently works as a combination. It's a really, really nice balancing agent if you have something that is too sweet or something that needs to be kind of like some flavors that need to be homogenized more together. Salt is a great tool for that. Olives tend to be pretty salty, so, you know, there's a potential this could work. I'm gonna put the equivalent of 1 olive in, so 2 halves here. I think we should just let this kind of infuse for a moment, perhaps even stir it together a little bit. I don't know if we should fish the olives out. That is also my question. I'm just gonna give them like a full minute in there to kind of marinate together. Can't really smell anything, so that's, I think, maybe a good sign. So nervous about this. My stomach has experienced so many interesting flavors so early in the morning today. Okay, I think we will leave our olives inside and we'll just have a taste. All right, here goes nothing. I don't know how I feel about this. It's more confusing than it is anything else. You don't necessarily taste the olives inside the espresso. Like, you don't taste a distinct olive flavor, but there's just something about the espresso that tastes very, very off. I don't know if my earlier theory that maybe some of that salt content in the olives kind of rounding out this espresso, I don't know if that is ringing true here in the way I was hoping it was going to, but we've just ended up with like a very confusing concoction here. It tastes a little bit like pool water. It tastes a little bit like there's been some chlorine added. Well, points for confusing me, Paul. My taste buds don't know what to do with this. I'm gonna give it a 4 out of 10, purely for how like mystifying this is to me. I think it's pretty impressive that you have fully stumped me on what I'm supposed to do with this flavor profile. Anyways, I can safely say that I don't intend to drink the rest of this. Those were 5 more of your weirdest coffee orders, and I don't know if we had as much luck as we did last time. We definitely had a more interesting time, I think, and that might be about it today. We have some other videos planned for the rest of this month and next month, and we have competition coming up. Now, if you'd like to leave any of your weird coffee orders, either ones that are from you or you've seen ordered or had ordered from you, feel free to do that down below. We have some videos planned for the next couple weeks and months, but there might be a continuation of this at some point. So have at it. I might choose yours. Hello there. It has been a hot second since we've done a Q&A on this channel. In fact, it has been since the very beginning of this channel, because if any of you remember, the very first video I ever uploaded over a year and a half ago at this point was in fact a Q&A. And since then, I haven't really done anything like it. So today, I thought we might update some of the answers I gave a year and a half ago, as well as answer new and interesting questions that I receive on the regular. Now, I sourced these from you on Instagram over the course of this week, and we have some good ones. Also, I would like to note that the ever wonderful James Hoffman did a Q&A about a week and a half ago. This is slightly inspired by that, and if you want to go check that out, I highly recommend you do. It's very informative. I don't know if this will be quite as informative, but I think it will be fun, at the least. Okay, I'm gonna go grab some coffee. Let's sit down. Let's get started. Welcome to the sitting angle. So I have compiled quite a few questions, and I picked them for two reasons. One, ones that I would think would be either interesting and or educational, and second, ones that were asked most frequently. And I have kind of two categories here. I have the coffee/barista category, and I also have a personal category, because y'all have a lot of questions about me, and I think it might be time to enlighten you on some things. And also a huge thank you to everyone who sent in questions. This is very exciting, and it's fun to see what things you guys want to learn more about. Let's just start at the top and work our way down, beginning with Captain Coffee Crafts, who asks how to get into/start a barista job. Any basic requirements? This is a very good question. Now, frequently I get questions about what sort of training should I do before I apply, or how can I prepare myself, or what should I read? And those are all very good questions because you are thinking about the knowledge aspect of what companies will want you to know before you start your job, so they don't have to, train you as much, which is, always a nice thing. It saves them money and it makes you a little bit more prepared to start the job. However, I never want to answer those with direct recommendations, because I think the main thing you need before starting a barista job or even applying is just truly enthusiasm. You'll find more often than not cafes and/or coffee companies will be more than happy to train you. In fact, a lot of people prefer to train new people because you don't have to untrain habits that they might deem as bad or might not be the way that they do things. So coming in with enthusiasm and passion for whatever you're about to start is a lot better than I think coming in with just oodles and oodles of knowledge that, may be applicable or may not be. That's not to say that additional trainings and or information isn't helpful. It's definitely like a perk on your resume, but I don't think it's like the initial thing you should be focusing on. I think you should be focusing on why you want to do the job rather than what are the nitty-gritties of how I'm going to do the job. Next question from user Braden R. Hale, and they ask, is there a good way to develop a more refined coffee palate? How do you learn to taste all the notes? My answer is eat and taste and drink everything you can get your hands on. Within reason, very much within reason. But honestly, the main thing about developing a coffee palate is kind of gaining that encyclopedia of knowledge of what just things taste like, whether that's spices or herbs or fruits or vegetables or like smoky things or spicy things or any of that. Really the best way to develop the ability to taste different notes in your coffee is to already have those tastes locked away. That way, when you are, let's say, tasting a coffee that is chocolatey, you don't just describe it as chocolatey, even though that would, of course, be a good descriptor. You're able to get a little bit deeper into it. Let's say, is it a milk chocolate? Is it a dark chocolate? Is it baker's chocolate? Is it like a 70% cacao? Like, what is the deeper notes of that coffee? And the only way you're able to get to that point is to have tasted all those things. So this is me giving you license to go just eat all the things and think about them. Taste with intentionality when you are having a variety of things that you haven't had before. Think about what emotions those things make you feel, or what sensations they make you feel, or what flavors or what smells come with them. That's the best way, in my opinion, to develop a coffee palate, is just to eat everything and then think about those things that you have eaten when you are drinking your coffee. User at Sleepy Sheepy asks, what is your favorite method of making coffee? This is a good question. I am an espresso person through and through. I love espresso. I love all the drinks that come with espresso. I love espresso straight up. But if we're talking not espresso, if we're talking in the drip coffee sort of category, I've got like a pretty deep love for like batch brew and or just like traditional drip coffee. I think the consistency and efficiency that comes with it is just like a wonderful thing. And of course, pour overs are very fun. I have several different brewers that are really fun to mess around with. You have all that like ability to play with them. You have customizability. You have all sorts of things. But I do love how just predictable making a batch of drip coffee is. So that would probably be my all-time favorite. And speaking of coffee, I need to go grab some more. So while I do that, much better. Let's continue. User at Nugos says, not a question, but every time you post a story, I keep thinking it's Freddie from iCarly. I mean, I'll take that over Young Sheldon, which is the other one I get more often than I'd like to admit. User Emily.signs.92 says, is it okay for a teenager to drink coffee for energy, or should they find alternatives until college? I was a teenager who drank coffee, so in that sense, I don't have much room to say otherwise. However, I would caution you to think about why and how much coffee you are drinking. I think you get a little bit into the danger zone when you start using coffee exclusively for caffeine or energy. I might suggest you take a look at the amount of sleep you're getting or the other nutrition in your life. However, coffee in general, as a younger person, maybe between the ages of 16 or older, because that's when I started drinking coffee, I think that is fine. I just think moderation, of course, is the key to everything. I will never forget the very first time when I was 16. I received my driver's license and I drove immediately to Starbucks and ordered a caramel macchiato. Pretty sure that was like my very first coffee ever. Like, I did not grow up in a family that drank coffee, so that caramel macchiato really was like, it was just like straight to the bloodstream. User, bear with me here, Fareed Fretchen, hope I'm saying that correctly, asks, what is the best way to get espresso-like coffee as a broke student? A mocha pot or otherwise? Well, first, I would always recommend a mocha pot. I always think they're a great, affordable way to break into something that is similar to espresso. A mocha pot will brew something that's kind of in between drip coffee and espresso. It's something that is like a thicker, more concentrated liquid, but it's not brewed under the pressure that, espresso would be. But it is, as they're asking, a good substitute. Now, mocha pots do require you have heat or a stovetop or like a burner of some sort. So that can be like, that can be something that people don't have. And in that case, I would go with an AeroPress. They're another, easily like storable, affordable way. And there are recipes out there where you can brew things that are decent espresso substitutes. User Robin_H_Denton asks, do you prefer washed or natural processed coffees? I actually really love naturally processed coffees. They were, and I think this is true for a lot of baristas, they were one of the first like coffees that I ever had. I had this natural processed coffee. I believe it was like from Costa Rica, and it was just straight blueberry, and I was like a baby barista at the time. And in that moment, that was the first coffee that I had tasted that I was able to go, I know what this tastes like. Like I'm able to pick up those tasting notes. And that was a really, really cool experience because I was struggling a lot with palate development. So because of that reason, I really love natural coffees. I have a lot of really fond memories associated with them. That being said, I think they are sometimes a little bit more finicky. Like I have also had some very like bad naturally processed coffees, like the way they were roasted was not the way I want it to be. And it's a flavor profile that can kind of get a little wonky pretty easily. So while I do have a very strong love for naturally processed coffees, I do think there's a lot of consistency that comes with the wash process, and that's also very nice. So I like them both, but I'm also someone who kind of, I do lean a little bit more towards like naturally processed coffees. I think that's my answer. User Strackbrine Elizabeth asks, if your life took a different direction, what direction would you want it to take? Interestingly enough, my life almost did take a very different direction. And because I'm online, the entire internet got to watch it happen. So when I went to college and received my bachelor's in marketing. And the entire time that I was in school, what I wanted to do was something in the world of social media marketing, whether that was content creation or digital strategy or advertising or whatever it was. I wanted to be in the digital space and I wanted to do fun, creative things for companies. Now, of course, right as I graduated, the this happened to the world and we are now stuck in a panini, for lack of a better term. And so staying in coffee and working for a coffee company and doing social media marketing for them wasn't a super viable option because at that point when I was looking for jobs, the food and bev industry was in shambles, for lack of a better word. And so I searched for jobs outside of food and bev, and I ended up finding a job as a social media specialist at a startup that was completely unrelated to coffee. And at that point I decided, all right, I think I'm done. I'm doing this Morgan Drinks Coffee thing, and, you know, it was a good hobby and I really loved it, but it's time to get the real job is what I told myself. So I basically stopped doing most of my content creation. Someone very loud is driving by, so that's fun. I stopped pretty much all my content creation and I went full stop into like a 9-to-5 startup social media marketing specialist sort of position. And it was a good learning experience. However, I learned pretty quickly that that's not what I wanted to do. And so I was privileged enough to be in a position where I was able to make Morgan Drinks Coffee my full-time gig. I also went back to being a barista part-time, and here we are today, almost a year later at this point. However, if I hadn't made that decision to jump back into the coffee space, I think I would have made that decision eventually. If I didn't have Morgan Drinks Coffee, I would probably at this point be working in social media marketing or advertising in some sort of like much larger coffee or coffee adjacent company. But I very much enjoy what I'm doing now, and I'm very grateful to all of you for making it possible. User Skelly.bones asks, what is your worst customer experience? Well, I got maced once. So far that's been the worst, and I'm not eager for anyone to top that experience. At user Praise Satan It's Friday, which fantastic username by the way, asks, any places you want to go and sample coffee in the world? Good question. Ideally I would like to go everywhere in the world and sample coffee, but if I had to pick one, it would probably be Italy. I think that would be very fun. I'm actually gonna go potentially next year. Very excited about that. So I will be drinking all the espresso in Italy. How do you manage everything on your own? Like, do you have other people helping you? I used to do pretty much everything for Morgan Drinks Coffee on my own, which is what I'm assuming they're referring to. I did all the ideation for videos, I did all the filming, all the editing, all the managing of any sort of like sponsorships. What I was trying to say was partnerships / sponsorships. That was really hard to get out. Anyways, I used to do all of that by myself, and I did for a very long time. However, when I made the decision to do Morgan Drinks Coffee as my full-time job, pretty much, I had to sit back and like actually think about what I was capable of doing and how sustainable it would be, because believe me, I think the reason a lot of creators burn out, and they burn out really quickly, is there is a lot of demand for just constant content, and there's so many other things that go into it besides like ideation and emails and busy work and just all sorts of like nitty-gritty stuff. And I realized that if I was gonna do Morgan Drinks Coffee full-time, I needed help, which was a tough thing to recognize, but it was super important. So now I have a small team of people kind of adjacent to me that are super, super helpful and make this a viable thing for me to do. I have a wonderful manager and a small team that handles my like sponsorships and brand deals, and they are amazing. I also have a video editor, and he's amazing, and it's really, really helpful because it takes a lot off of my plate, so I can focus more on like what the next video is instead of how do I sync up this audio. My partner also helps with a lot of stuff, and yeah, so there's a little team, but for the most part, it's still kind of like me sitting at the helm of it and like just trying to offload the very few things that kind of make my life a little bit more difficult. At Vincent Nalivery asks, what is the weirdest customer order you have received? I once had someone ask for a steamed cold brew. I still think about that one sometimes. User at Monday Ruckus asks, what is the gateway coffee drink? Well, for me personally, even though a caramel macchiato was the very first coffee drink I ever had, so maybe you could say that was my true gateway drink, I would say mochas are the most like standard gateway drink, because if you think about it, it's caffeinated hot chocolate and there is nothing wrong with that. Actually, for a very, very long time, and my old coworkers and the cafe I used to frequent can testify this, a 16-ounce mocha with whole milk, that was my standard. For so many years, mochas were like my go-to. And eventually like I branched out and tried other things, but I think that's a very like comfortable, delicious, like tasty drink that almost every cafe will have, and I think it's a great like way to get started if you are perhaps someone who wants to drink coffee but doesn't want to immediately dive into black coffee, because there are very few people who can do that and enjoy it. At Maddie_McDonald24 says, favorite coffee mug? I've got two answers for you, and one of them is right in front of me. This is an Ember mug, so it's one of those mugs that you are able to put on a little coaster that is also a heating element, and it will also have a heating element inside. So I have an app and I'm able to decide how hot I want my coffee to be, and this mug will keep my coffee at that temperature. It was a very bougie purchase. This thing is kind of expensive, but I also adore it, and I think it's wonderful, and I recommend it to anyone who's even thinking about getting it. There are many reviews on YouTube about this mug, so I do not think I will ever make my own, but this is my recommendation for the Ember mug. I think it's wonderful. I do also have a to-go mug that I very much like. This is my go-to to-go mug. This is the Carter from Fellow Products. It's great. I love the color. It has a really nice feel to it. It also has this little piece inside. So let's say I am driving and commuting in a car. I am able to put this inside, I'm able to leave my lid off and set it next to me so I can very easily like drink coffee in the car without worrying about my coffee like sloshing everywhere. So it's a nice little stopper. These are my favorite mugs. Actually, scratch that. I also have this one that says, I'd rather be staring into the void. It's one I bought from Stumptown like 4 years ago, I think at this point. I just like this one. I don't really know what the message is, but I quite enjoy whatever it is. At ZRFFE says portable coffee equipment for adventurers? Question mark. I mentioned it before, but I think an AeroPress is a great portable coffee equipment to take with you. It's a great little brewer. It makes really nice coffee. It is easy to use and it's easy to pack up. That being said, if I may also sway you towards some instant coffees. I know that sounds bad at first, but there are a lot of really, really delicious instant coffees nowadays. There's a lot of roasters and coffee companies who are making them, and they're making them really tasty. Black and White Roasters actually has some that I really, really enjoy. So if you're looking for a starting place for like kind of like nicer instant coffee, Black and White Roasters, great place. User RedRonOC asks, what is your favorite meme? Well, I have two that instantly come to mind. The first one is the like Elmo in Hell meme. If you guys know the one where he's like standing in flames and he's like I really like that one. I think that one is is a very good meme. The other one that like sticks with me and I think about like not on a daily basis, but on probably like a bi-weekly basis is gonna be the Surprise Pikachu one where he's like, I think that one is also, that is a very good meme. So those are my two favorite memes. I also like, this is random. This is not at all even my favorite meme, but do you all remember when just like John Cena was the punchline to like everything? I think this was like, this had to be like 2015 or 2016. I just remember being in high school and every single video I watched baited you into like seeing John Cena at the end of it. Dark times. Cup of Jomo Coffee asks, biggest pet peeve that's a trend in modern coffee shops that you wish would stop? Good question. Now, when I go to coffee shops or cafes, I try to enter them with like kind of no expectation because in my mind, each cafe is very different and they have license to do whatever they want. We're not inherently entitled to like a certain syrup flavor or layout or any of those things because the owners make it the way they want to, and that's great. I'll take the coffee shop where you have it. That being said, you know those bar stools that are all metal and they're like kind of square on top, and they're very uncomfortable. And I will try to find a photo and like place it on the side. I think they look all right, but as someone who has spent like 3+ hours sitting on them, they hurt so much. So if we could find a way to, you know, maybe add some cushioning or some sloping to the seat, anything, honestly, to make it a little bit more comfortable, that would be wonderful. And I see them everywhere, and I know they look nice, and they are probably very affordable, but they hurt to my pelvic bone, so there's that. Julia Marie Wrights asks, recent favorite book you've read? I've got a couple. Let me go get them. Okay, so directly answering this question, my favorite book that I've recently read would probably be these two, either the Final Girl Support Club and or A Good Girl's Guide to Murder and its sequel, which I don't own in a physical copy. Two thrillers/mysteries, very good, very like, I describe them as like snacky books. Like I think I read both of these in one day. They're easily digested and just really fun reads. Now, if you were asking me my favorite book of all time, I would give it to American Gods by Neil Gaiman. This is a fantastic read. Honestly, anything by Neil Gaiman is fantastic, but this would be my all-time favorite book of ever. Some other things I really like, the Darth Bane trilogy from Star Wars Legends. This is a fantastic trilogy, even if you don't like Star Wars. Although you might not understand it if you don't like Star Wars, so there's that. The Scythe trilogy, fantasy, very good. And my favorite childhood book, which I also own a copy of, is Frindle by Andrew Clements. This is a fantastic read, even if you are not a child or young reader. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm very big into reading and book collecting, so I've got quite a few books over there. The main categories I read are fantasy, science fiction, mystery, thrillers, and I do love myself a good bit of romance as well. So fun facts about me. Madeline Rose says, sorry if you've done this before, but how do you make good latte art with non-dairy milk? Well, it depends sometimes on what sort of non-dairy milk you're using, you know, whether it is oat or hemp or rice or almond or soy or whatever, even, you know, down to the brand of what you're using. However, the most general piece of advice that I think applies to all of those is to add slightly more air than you would to whole milk. Whole milk is incredibly creamy, it's rich, and it's fatty, and it holds air really nicely, which is why we kind of use it as the default in most cafes. However, even barista series formulated alternative milks can sometimes struggle to hold air as nicely as whole milk does, which is why you need to add a little bit more of it. So stretch it for a little bit longer, add a tiny bit more aeration, and then really focus on pushing that air and swirling it through the rest of your milk for the remaining time you're steaming it. Jimmy Dude 5130 asks, what do you do on your time off? Good question. I do a lot of writing and I also do a lot of reading. I have this wild dream of someday publishing some books, maybe? So I'm working on those as a side project alongside all my video stuff, but also I do a ton of reading. I like book collecting. As I mentioned before, I have a bunch of favorite genres, and so I dive into those mostly on my time off. Now, I say I have this pipe dream of publishing a book, but to do that, I understand that you have to actually let other people read what you've done, and I'm not sure if I'm there yet. Pluto himself asks, I don't like getting coffee, but I'm getting tired of chai lattes. Any fun suggestions? Something I would keep an eye out that some cafes have is something called Golden Milk, and it is a spice blend that is turmeric-based that they steam usually with milk and potentially some sweetener. It is very nice. It is non-caffeinated, and it's warming and delicious and wonderful. The other thing I would recommend is potentially trying some other tea lattes. In most coffee shops, they will have a tea selection, and they'll be able to make a tea latte, which would be like about half the amount of normal water with a tea bag, and then you would put maybe a sweetener if you liked, and then steamed milk on top in the format of a London Fog. But you can do it with any type of tea, and that's kind of like my favorite non-coffee like cafe drink that I would order. Jesslyn.g3 asks, opinions on the elitism some people display in specialty coffee / trying to change that. It's tricky. You know, I think my online presence has always been about kind of like showing that coffee is fun and can be fun and should be fun. I don't think there are, you know, rules when it comes to coffee. I think coffee is however you want to enjoy it. I think it's a wonderful thing that brings people together and brings people a lot of joy, and I think also cafe spaces offer that, and really that's what I want to share with other people. Like, I found a deep love for cafes and coffee and I think they're awesome. They make me really happy, and I want other people to experience that. I don't want to, you know, police what people should do with their coffee or how they have it. So I don't know if that explains anything. I think it sucks when people gatekeep or are, you know, potentially like pretentious about coffee, especially coffee knowledge. I think it's something we should share and all enjoy together. So there's that. But Freesta asks, what milk pitchers and apron do you use? Let me show you. I have a pretty extensive selection of pitchers that I own myself and I use at home, and sometimes I take them into the cafe if I'm feeling like extra in that day. But the main ones I have, these ones, both the handleless and this larger like round spout pitcher, these are from Slow Pour Supply. I know the owner. The other one I like, I believe, is from Barista Hustle. I've had this one for a while and I like it as well. So this is a nice pitcher if you're looking for something maybe a little bit smaller. Now my apron, this ratty thing right here is from Amazon. I've had it for quite a while, and I am very sorry to say that I saw the listing got taken down in the last like 6 months. So when this apron breaks and or falls apart from overuse, I'm gonna have to switch. So if you have any apron brand suggestions, I'm more than happy to hear them, because I don't think I'm getting a second one of these. Katie Murray says, is it easy for baristas to identify another barista in a coffee shop? If so, how? I actually think of two things when I hear this question. One of them is an order and the other one is a question. If you come up to me while I'm working on register and you say, what's on espresso today? I immediately am going to assume you're a barista. that is like the standard question. The other thing that I get a lot from specifically like coffee professionals is the order of they're getting an espresso for here and then an 8-ounce drip coffee to go. That seems to be a very, very standard like coffee barista person order. And it's really funny when I hear it, because immediately I just want to be like, what shop do you work at? It's like a sixth sense at this point where I kind of like spot them a mile away when they walk in. So for this next question, I can't even pick one singular person, because this was very, very frequently asked by everyone in all sorts of formats. And that is, how do I do my hair? I wish I had some sort of secret answer for you. My hair is naturally very dry. It is very curly, despite what it looks like right now. And I do just a few things. So first off, I almost never shampoo my hair. Like I shampoo my hair like once every like month, which sounds a little bit embarrassing to say, but it works for me. That being said, I do like shower and condition it every single day. So I do that. I get out of the shower. I have this like curl cream. It's called Simply Curls. I just find my part, I kind of scrunch the curl cream in, and then I just let it air dry. So that's about it. I wish I was fancier. I wish I had more secrets to tell you, but that is the day-to-day routine. Nessa Perez 31 asks, what are some practices you use after dealing with a difficult customer? A couple of things. While dealing with a difficult customer, I think the main thing I'm always thinking about is how to kind of de-escalate the situation. So if someone is in a bad mood and they're taking it out on me, my goal is to kind of kill them with kindness so they're not able to actually get mad at me and kind of realize that like frustration is like internalized. The other thing I will always try to do, if it is like a situation where let's say they're frustrated because I don't have a certain syrup or a size or like whatever it is, if it's like specific to what I am doing for them, my method is always offering alternatives to kind of like keep them moving. I think if you let customers kind of like simmer on what's wrong or what they're missing, I think that's where you can get like some frustration and anger. But if like, let's say they want caramel and you don't have caramel, maybe offer them other syrups that you would use as a recommendation to just kind of keep them moving, if you will. Now, after, if you're dealing with a difficult customer, you could do what I do and make TikToks. No, but in all seriousness, I do my best to remind myself that it's probably not me that they're mad at. There was probably something else going on in their day. That's probably the issue, and I was just a vehicle that they could take it out on, wrongfully, of course. But you know, I like to remember that it's not personal, and I only had to see them for like 3 minutes, and now they're gone, and hopefully they have a better time next time they come in. And finally, the last question that I will answer today is one that I've gotten quite frequently for a while now, and that is, will you ever open up your own cafe? Because whether people know this or not, the entire time that I have filmed videos and TikToks, I don't own any of the places I work at. Like I'm still an hourly wage like barista at shops. But the question always stands, will you ever open up your own shop? It does seem like the logical progression, doesn't it? I won't lie, it is something that I think about quite often. If I did it, it would be a combined space. It would absolutely be a bookstore cafe. I'll tell you that much now. But it's not something I think I'm ready to do. I don't think as a person I am prepared enough or know enough to be able to handle that level of responsibility, especially when you start thinking about other people and employees and all of that. I do not think I'm ready for that. I think it would be irresponsible if I tried to do it now. So it's something I think about a lot. It's something I might do someday. It's something that could be in like my 5 to 10 year plan, but it's not something I'm doing now. I'm gonna continue to educate myself and learn more about it, and we'll see where it goes. So maybe someday there will be a Morgan Drinks Coffee Cafe. It will not be called that, but maybe there will be something like that. That being said, I'm gonna go finish the rest of my coffee. Thank you again for all these wonderful questions, and I hope this was either educational or at least mildly entertaining to some of you. As usual, you can find me pretty much everywhere online at Morgan Drinks Coffee. I upload on YouTube once a week. I also do some shorts on here. Otherwise, you can find me on Instagram or TikTok, where I upload pretty much every day. That being said, I hope you all have a great rest of your week, and I will see you next time. Goodbye. Hello there. I went on eBay again, and last time I went on eBay, I ended up with like 20 different MRE coffee packets. But this time I ended up with something, honestly, maybe a little bit more interesting, and actually older than the MRE packets that we got last time. I've procured for us 2 quite old booklets that we're gonna go over today. We're gonna try some recipes from, and let me just show you. I think explaining them without showing them might not work very well. These right here are vintage coffee recipe books, and I found 2 of them. So we have 2 here, and they're from slightly different eras. This one right here, the oldest, which I'm trying not to manhandle too much, is from the 1930s, and this one, which is aptly named Fun with Coffee, is from the 1950s. If I'm talking fast, it is because I'm excited. These little relics, I'm gonna call them, of a different time in coffee, have been kind of fun to go over. So today I thought we should just read through them. Thought it would be interesting to kind of see where coffee was then, what it's changed into now, and also, because they're recipe books, I think we should try some of the recipes. So let's start with the oldest. Let's get into this coffee book, this actually iced coffee recipe book from the 1930s. Now, both of these are actually pretty different and were made for pretty different purposes. This book, called Iced Coffee Recipes, was printed in 34. And this one specifically is related to a brand of coffee. This is a recipe book that was printed to pair with the coffee brand Chase and, here, let me make sure I say this correctly, Chase and Sanborn dated coffee. This was a coffee brand that came in like tins, as a lot of coffee did back then, and to encourage you to buy the coffee and then enjoy said coffee, there were little booklets that also came with them. Now, one thing I want to preface this entire video with, because you might see little glimpses of it and we might have to talk about it a little bit later, is that these are definitely pieces from the time that they existed in, meaning that if you get into these, there's quite a bit of verbiage and imagery and just like stuff that is not good, frankly. It is stuff that is misogynistic, it is stuff that is often just like overtly racist. There's a lot of just like things in here that are bad, and frankly that is pretty indicative of like this era of advertising as well. Chase and Sanborn specifically, this company that made this booklet right here, has some pretty awful coffee ads, some just overtly terrible and bad coffee ads. By looking at these, I don't want to condone any of the stuff that is in here. There's some fun pieces and informational bits that show us how coffee was prepared back then, but just in general, this is kind of an exploration of a time capsule, if you will. Chase and Sanborn, let's get in here. This entire booklet is specifically made up of iced coffee recipes. This was sold in the summer, as far as I can tell, and really promotes a lot of interesting flavor combinations. One of the really fun things about both of these recipe books are that they not only include coffee recipes, like drinkable coffee recipes, they also include baking recipes. So they showed you a lot of interesting ways to use your coffee, whether it be drinking or also just multi-use around the house. You even have a section of menus for hot days, where they really curate a full picnic list for you. Some of these names are especially appetizing. You had the smothered ham sandwiches and pimento jelly relish, which I have questions about for sure. You also have grapefruit mayonnaise, which maybe. I'll give that a maybe. However, in the very back here, you kind of have a glossary of ways to make coffee, so let's read through them. Number 1, you have drip coffee, and I think I just need to read you this definition. Starting off, it says, first, scald the drip coffee pot with boiling water to warm it. Use 1 heaping tablespoon of Chase and Sanborn's dated coffee to each cup of water. Place coffee in coffee container. Have the water freshly boiled and pour it into the container slowly. Stand the pot on an asbestos mat over a low fire or in a pan of hot water to keep it warm. That is the step I often forget in my own coffee preparation. As soon as the water has dripped through the coffee, remove the upper compartment and cover the pot. Serve at once. That was your drip coffee instruction. We now have percolated coffee. Use 1 heaping tablespoon of Chase and Sanborn's dated coffee to each cup of water. Measure required number of cups freshly boiled water into the percolator. That felt like a bad. Measure required number of cups freshly boiled. That's what it said. Wet the percolator basket with water. Add coffee and insert percolator basket into the pot. Place on fire. Allow water to percolate slowly over the coffee for 7 to 10 minutes. This is all very normal. Let's move on to our next one. We have boiled coffee. Once more, we use 1 heaping tablespoon of Chase and Sanborn's dated coffee to each cup of water. We place coffee in pot and add freshly boiling water. Place on fire and bring to boil. Remove from fire at once and let stand for 5 to 10 minutes. Then strain from the grounds into another pot or receptacle. I like that they use my favorite word. I don't know if you've noticed on this channel, receptacle is in my like top 5 words of all time. Of course, after the receptacle, prompt straining is important. Coffee that continues to stand in the grounds may become bitter or cloudy. And then number 4, we have after dinner or demi-tasse coffee. Any of the above methods may be used in drinking after dinner coffee, but the brew must be stronger. Use 2 heaping tablespoons of Chase and Sanborn's dated coffee to each cup of water. That sounds powerful. And that's about all this is. It's a fun little recipe book. It has things to make, things to drink, and some information about coffee. We will come back to this shortly. Now let's move on to the 1950s. And this book, which is in much better shape, is called Fun with Coffee. Now, to be exact, this was printed in 1956, and if you'll notice down at the bottom of the pages, it said it was made by the Pan American Coffee Bureau. Now, I did a little bit of digging because that's not a brand necessarily. It sounds like something a little bit more official. And the Pan American Coffee Bureau was essentially a group that was working to spread interest in coffee to middle-class America, essentially. That was their primary demographic. And it was a group that was made up of Central and South American coffee companies that wanted to share coffee up into the Northern America area. They had a ton of ad campaigns around this. It was a huge, this was like got milk for coffee, from what I can tell. They had all sorts of printed flyers, all sorts of messaging, but a lot of it revolved around like, have fun with your coffee, try different things with your coffee. A lot of their messaging also kind of evolved around the idea that you should have a coffee break in the middle of your day, like pause, take a rest, enjoy your coffee, and then feel rejuvenated afterwards. Pretty standard stuff nowadays. But they made a lot of interesting printed materials, and I have one of them right here. This is Fun with Coffee, which I endorse. That's just a general message. I think fun with coffee is a good thing. Now, once more, we have a whole bunch of recipes ranging from things that you can drink to also things that you can bake. But we also have a very fun intro section to this book, and I feel like we should just have a little bit of a story time, and I'm just gonna read you a bit of this. What does coffee mean to you? A delectable flavor and a welcome aroma that helps you get going on even the darkest morning. A leisurely after-dinner cup that is the perfect accompaniment to a good conversation. The bracing beverage that gives a real meaning to your mid-morning coffee break. Perhaps you take special delight in a tall, frosty glass of iced coffee when the temperature climbs. And surely, like most of us, you savor a touch of coffee and ice cream. A favorite cake or dessert. Whatever your preference, one thing is certain. Coffee means pleasure, and coffee means fun. I'm tickled by this. Moving on, it is our hope that this little book may give you a completely new picture of coffee's exciting possibilities. Here is a collection of tested recipes for variations on coffee for drinking. There are also a lot of tested recipes using coffee in the kitchen, many of which will be new to you. There is a world of enjoyment in coffee. Let it give the lift of living. Whoa, that's I feel like I'm reading a barista routine right now, frankly. Moving down, we have some maybe slightly more questionable bits of information, but I feel like these should be read to you because they're quite funny. Now, in Washington, where protocol is important, coffee is the highest ranking beverage. The hostesses must make sure, no matter what else is served, that the most important lady pours the coffee. And I need to note that most important and lady are all capitalized. So consider me today the most important lady. I will be serving all of the coffee. Anyways, it talks a little bit more about it has a little bit more like blurbs of pros. Then we move down into the kind of definitions of coffee, how to make it, and the recipes. In this one, we see 3 different types of brewing. We have the vacuum method, we have the drip method, and we also have the percolator method, which are 3 very popular, accessible home ways of brewing back in the 50s. They also have some rules of which we should always follow when making coffee. Number 1, start with a thoroughly clean coffee maker. This is still true. This is a good rule, and we should still follow this. Number 2, fresh coffee is best. That is also pretty true. Fair enough. Number 3, fresh water is important too. Water is most of your coffee. Water is good. Fresh water is good. For best results, use the full capacity of your coffee maker. Never brew less than 3/4 of capacity. A little bit more debatable nowadays. I feel like there's a nice range of flexibility and amounts of coffee you can brew. Consistent timing is important. After you find the exact timing to obtain the results desired with your coffee maker, stick to it in order to get uniform results. I would argue that we may have moved on a little bit more to exact weight rather than exact timing, but fair enough. Have parameters, stick to them. Things are trackable and replicable if you maintain your parameters. Number 6, coffee should never be boiled. When coffee is boiled, an undesirable flavor change takes place. This is pretty true. You don't necessarily want to use boiling water with your coffee. And number 7, serve coffee as soon as possible after brewing. Freshly brewed coffee tastes best. Generally, yes. It's kind of nice to know that all of these rules are pretty much still true. You can change a lot about coffee, but the foundation is still there. All right, I'm gonna read you one more section out of this before we actually dive into the recipes. Now, there's a good cup of coffee. Those are the treasured words that every homemaker is entitled to hear with regularity. True, they must be earned, but the earning is a simple matter if you are willing to keep a few fundamentals in mind and follow them consistently. In the United States and in Canada, we're including Canada here, we like our coffee clear and fragrant, strong, but not bitter. We like our hot coffee really hot, and we like it plentiful, enough so that we can say, thanks, I will have another, when the first delicious cup is finished. On the preceding page, you'll find okay, so it goes back to the instructions. The verbiage in this book is something else, isn't it? I have a recipe that we have pulled from each of these that we're gonna make today. Some lovely vintage iced coffee. So I'm gonna get some coffee ready, and I'll see you soon. Welcome back. I have still been reading since you've been gone. I also got out the blender. Now, since we have our fun with coffee from the 1950s out, I think we'll start here. We'll work our way back around to the 1930s. Now, there is a section in here that kind of highlights popular coffee drinks from around the world, which is rather fun, but they're ones that are pretty common nowadays. We talk about things like the cafe cappuccino. Of course, that was a very popular Italian drink that made its way over to the US. We have Turkish coffee, we have Viennese coffee, we have cafe au laits, lots of lovely things that you see in most coffee shops. Now we get to the exciting part. And in fact, it actually is called exciting. Some exciting frosty coffee recipes. I looked these all over. We're gonna make the first one listed here. We're gonna make what they're calling coffee nectar, which again, sounds like something out of a barista routine. I've got a competition on my mind, what can I say? The description of this drink is here is one of the most refreshing of frosty coffee drinks. When the weather gets really hot, some people even like it for breakfast. Here are our ingredients. They're pretty simple. We only have 3 of them. We need 2 1/4 cup of strong cold coffee. We need 1 whole tablespoon of Angostura bitters, and we need 1 pint of coffee ice cream. So let's be clear. We are making a milkshake, just so we're all on the same page here. But I've got nothing against milkshakes. I have nothing against milkshakes with coffee in them. Frankly, I'd really like one right now. So I have all the ingredients. Let's make it. When in 50s America, we will measure like they did in 50s America. So we are going to be using cups today, and no one can stop me. We'll just have to make do. There will be no weights, I don't think. We also have these bitters, and I don't know. I feel like most people know the story about why this packaging is the way that it is, with the label being very off and differently shaped than the bottle. But the going story is that 2 people basically created this. One person was in charge of the bottle. One person was in charge of the label. They, for some reason, did not sync up. The labels came in completely different size, and they just kind of went with it. And now it's a very interesting, defining feature of their packaging. Anyways, we've got a lot of coffee and a lot of sugar that's going into this drink, so hopefully the bitters should create a nice kind of balancing agent in some form to this. The instructions are pretty simple. Place all ingredients in bowl or electric blender. This will be our blender. Beat until smooth and creamy. Pour into tall glasses. You know how much I love a simple recipe. Let's just go for it. Start with 2 1/4 cup of strong cold coffee. Now, back in the 50s, that era of coffee was not necessarily known to be very light or floral or fragrant. It was roasty and toasty and dark, and that's what we have right now. I'm gonna try to replicate this as closely as possible. 1, 2, 1/4. I need 1 tablespoon of bitters. I don't use bitters a lot, so it's gonna be kind of fun. I'm gonna have to do this over the sink. I was going to say that we have the bitters all portioned out, but I think by spilling you can see that. Okay, in we go. Now I just have 1 whole pint of ice cream that I'm going to put in here. Do my best to scrape this entire thing. Now, as many of you know, I am very lactose sensitive. Dairy and me, especially ice cream and whole milk and I, don't necessarily go that well together anymore. I'm doing this for you, and also a little bit for me. And if I had lactate, I'd take it, but I'm definitely out, and so we're just going to hope for the best in wake of today's video. That is 1 whole pint of ice cream. I do respect the attitude of saying you could just enjoy this for breakfast. I can imagine on an especially toasty day, a nice ice cream milkshake with coffee could be a pretty good way to wake up. Cover your ears, this might be loud. Nice thing about modern technology, we actually have a milkshake function. Doesn't look as thick as I was really expecting. It's a lot more watery than I think I would prefer my milkshake consistency, but actually, you know what, fair enough. This is not a milkshake. That's not what they've called it. That's what I've called it. This is coffee nectar. Let's get a glass. I'm gonna put our coffee nectar into a glass that is slightly fancy. It's not watery by any means, but it's definitely not as thick as I was expecting. I have a straw, but let's just sip. is tasty. I mean, this is really good. Consistency-wise, this actually makes for something that's pretty drinkable. It's not as ice creamy as I was maybe expecting it to be. The amount of coffee we added definitely both loosened this up and also balanced out the amount of just sugar that's in this. You don't really get any of the kind of like flavor of bitters as you might in like a very short cocktail or mocktail or something like that, but I think it does just like help the overall profile. Look, it's 3 ingredients. It's not a complicated drink, and it is pretty good for what it is. But we've got a different, slightly more complicated drink to make next. So let's move back to the 30s, which is a sentence I will never say about anything else ever. I think looking through these sorts of old kind of relics of a time far in the past, and rightfully so, one of the most interesting things that stands out to me is that while we have found new technologies, maybe different ways to extract and like brew more efficiently, kind of the roots of our coffee preparation has always existed. And even some of the things that we call hacks or tricks nowadays are things that are not new. These are practices that have been going on for a very long time. Most notably, the one that I found in both of these books is the recommendation to make coffee ice cubes. You see this hack all over the internet, mostly in like short form video. People be like, I have a new coffee hack for you. You should just freeze your coffee into ice cubes, and then it like doesn't dilute your coffee, which yes, true, but it's something we've been doing for a very, very long time. And by seeing these, it really emphasizes how long we've been doing that. Our coffee recipe section in this book, even though this is an iced coffee recipes book, is pretty short. We didn't have a lot of drinks to choose from, but I think I found the most interesting one. We're gonna make a coffee frappe. This one has a couple more ingredients. We're gonna need 2 cups of strong Chase and Sanborn's dated coffee. We're gonna need 1/4 cup of cream, assuming we're talking heavy cream here. We're gonna need 1/4 cup of powdered sugar, and we're gonna need 1/4 teaspoon of ground ginger, along with 1 egg white. The instructions say place all ingredients and some cracked ice into a beverage shaker and shake well. Or you can beat all ingredients together with an egg beater and let it stand in the refrigerator to chill. If a richer drink is desired, the egg yolk may be added. I'm all about putting egg yolks in coffee. We're gonna add it. So let's get what we need. We have coffee, we have powdered sugar, we have heavy cream, we have ground ginger, we also have 1 egg, and a cocktail shaker, which is always a fun tool to use. This one is actually courtesy of La Marzocco Home, so fun coffee cocktail shaker. Now this might get me yelled at a little bit, but for the life of me, I can never remember what side the ingredients go into versus what side you're supposed to put the ice into. So maybe I should just Google this. I'll be right back. Okay, a quick Google search has yielded that I'm supposed to put the ingredients in the bottom can. So let's start assembling. Starting off, 2 cups of dated coffee. Now I am questioning whether all of our ingredients are actually gonna fit in here. We might have to cut down this recipe in half. Let's see. 1/2 cup, 2 half cups. Looking at this, there is no way that we are fitting another cup of coffee plus a 1/4 cup of cream plus ice plus everything else in here. So I think we're gonna pare this recipe down to half. Next up, we need a 1/4 cup of cream, but cutting that in half, we're gonna use 1/8 cup of cream. Some heavy whipping cream here. In we go. This should add some nice texture and also some nice just like fattiness to this drink. Most coffee drinks are kind of a game of figuring out the balance between a sugar, a fat, and an acidity to it. We now need 1/8 cup powdered sugar. As I clean this, it's just powdered sugar is an interesting thing I think to add to this beverage. It doesn't usually incorporate very well into drinks, especially cold drinks, so we'll see how this goes. My recipe doesn't instruct me to mix these ingredients prior to shaking, but I think with the ginger and the powdered sugar we might have to in order to avoid any like major clumping after we mix. Okay, 1/8 cup powdered sugar. Now I've got an open bag of powdered sugar that I'm never going to use again, let's be totally honest. Next up, 1/4 teaspoon of ground ginger. 1/4 teaspoon already is not a lot. We're cutting that in half, so we need 1/8 of a teaspoon. We need just like the essence of ginger in here. I don't put ginger in coffee drinks very often. I put them in some syrups perhaps, but very rarely just in a beverage, and also very rarely in its powdered form. Usually it's more of a kind of a steeping or an infusion. Smells interesting. Okay, what's left? 1 egg white. I'm getting a bowl here because we're gonna have to like split this egg white in half, otherwise we're gonna have a pretty wild texture going on. That was about half of that egg white. Now we're supposed to add ice, shake vigorously. There's nothing more humbling than using a Boston shaker in front of people who actually know how to use a Boston shaker. I really learn a lot every time I do this in public because of usually how wrong I do it and how corrected I get afterwards. So that's fair. I admit my lack of knowledge here, and I'm ready to learn. So any tips, tricks, or techniques you have with the Boston shaker, willing to hear you out. Also, I am team refill your ice cube tray immediately after you use it because we're going to need to strain this drink out with all the ice in it. Strainer here, and because we're straining the drink, it would be nice to use a little bit of a fancier glass. So we have this, I believe this is a coupe glass here, a little bit larger, should be fun. This always makes me nervous. Don't look at me do this. I realized mid-shake there that I said we were going to mix our ingredients before shaking. We didn't do that, in case you noticed, but our recipe did not instruct us to do that, so we're merely following the recipe. We'll find out. I'm going to pay for that. What's also interesting about this recipe is that even though it called for an egg white, it didn't call for like a dry shake. Usually you do a shake without ice for your ingredients in order to kind of like emulsify and froth that egg before adding a bunch of ice, so see what we got here. Color looks nice. For not mixing, it doesn't look like we have chunks of either ginger or like powdered sugar in here. It looks pretty well emulsified together. The texture is not super thick, but then again, we have a lot of liquid, not a ton of emulsifier, so let's just try. Honestly, that's pretty good. I think the most interesting thing about this is the texture. I will say this doesn't taste like really anything more than just coffee and cream together and then shaken. The ginger that we added was quite negligible. That was not enough ginger to really impact a lot of the flavor, especially in this quantity, but the texture. It's kind of fun. Because we're using powdered sugar instead of a simple syrup or even a granulated sugar, there's kind of this drying feeling in the mouth, like a little bit of a cakiness. With powdered sugar, if you just eat powdered sugar, it like sticks to the roof of your mouth. It's very floury. It's powdered, you know, it's not as grainy as regular sugar. And you don't really lose that in this beverage. Like it's definitely fully dissolved and dispersed throughout the drink, but you still kind of feel like you're drinking powdered sugar. I think powdered sugar also has a pretty distinct sweetness to it as compared to other types of more whole grain sugars, and you definitely do taste that still in here. The texture is not nearly as frothy as I might have hoped with the addition of an egg white. Not as thick or interesting, but it's okay. This really just feels kind of like an elevated take. No, maybe not even elevated, a more complicated take on an iced latte. It's not bad. It is heavy cream and a lot of coffee and a lot of sugar, so can't really go wrong there. Well, this was quite a bit of fun. I hope you enjoyed this. I certainly was very tickled digging into these recipe books and also digging into a little bit of the history behind them. I think it's fun to see where coffee started, how it has evolved, and how we serve it today. And while this is certainly just a very, 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 very tiny lens at how coffee was served during these times, it's kind of an interesting look. I think especially with this one, with the Fun with Coffee, which was a piece of material that was made around basically just like an ad campaign for coffee. I think it's pretty interesting to see the kind of messaging that they were pushing with how people should consume coffee back in the day. And looking through these, it makes me very, very grateful that we don't use a lot of these words or messages or any of this stuff anymore, because there is some not good stuff in here. Now, there's still plenty of not good stuff in the world, very much so, but it's nice to know that at least some of it has gone away in the past. Anyways, this was a whole lot of fun. We made some pretty tasty things, and I'm gonna go finish at least as much of the coffee nectar as I can before I know I'm gonna have a very bad time the rest of the day. My name is Morgan Drinks Coffee, pretty much anywhere you can find me online. You can find me here on YouTube once a week, plus shorts. Additionally, you can find me on Instagram or TikTok almost every single day. This was a lot of fun. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something, and I'll see you all next time. Have a good day, everyone. Bye.
Hi, I have been shopping on AliExpress, and today we're going to go through my purchases. Have I done a good job? Have I found maybe some hidden gems? Let's find out. Oops. I need some hair product. So let me explain how we chose the things that are on the bench in front of me, because if you've been on AliExpress to look for coffee stuff, you probably felt like I felt, which is completely overwhelmed. Now, in choosing stuff, I chose things that I genuinely wanted to test and try. Some of them are a little bit ridiculous, I'm not going to lie to you. Some of them are kind of entertaining. And we're going to break it up into 4 sections. We're going to do brewing first, like filter coffee brewing, sort of. Then we're going to do latte art for reasons that will make sense, because after that is espresso. Then after that, just briefly, it's a little coffee roasting. We actually didn't pick any grinders, because I do feel like grinders from AliExpress is perhaps its own video in the future. So this is just not grinders. Straight away, I feel like I've lied to you, because the first brew method we're going to look at is a kind of Turkish coffee brewer. Lots of different names for this style of brewing, but what I was most interested in wasn't the brewing pot, it wasn't the free coffee that came with it was this thing here. Now this is a sand heater, which is a very traditional way of heating or brewing Turkish coffee. Brewing with sand, using that as the heat source, means that you sort of cover all around, just jacket the brewer, rather than having a heat source at the base. This will be kind of all around, which is kind of, I don't know, different. This is the other thing I'm going to use with it. This is very exciting to me. I've long complained about scoops. I've said scoops are bad, use scales. But this says, why not both? It's a scoop scale. It's kind of more bulbous than I expected, if I'm honest. You can use this to weigh as you scoop. So you've got an on-off button, a mode button, and a hold button. I'm gonna tear mine. And now I'm going to get 7 grams of coffee. I'm going to use the stuff that came with this Turkish coffee maker because I don't know why not. Oh, 7.5, a little bit less. 8.7, okay. How about you? 6.8, I'm going to go with it. I'm going to say, from a workflow perspective, no, I thought this would be joyful. It's miserable. Anyway, in you go. Now, I haven't covered this kind of brewing on the channel before, and so I'm just going to go with a kind of popular recipe for it, where we're going to do sort of 10 to 1, so 7 grams of coffee, 70 grams of water in 60 degrees Celsius, and aiming for a brew time of 2 to 2.5 minutes. Now, I don't really know at what temperature I should set my sand. Didn't think I'd say that today. Let's go with 100. Let's have a little look at the temperature here. This sand is 150 degrees Celsius right now. It's getting hot real quick. Something smoking. This is emanating a very terrible smell, like burnt old fish. Get in that sand. Sand's at like deep frying temperatures, so 150, 170, somewhere around there. It's pretty hot. It's pretty hot. I didn't think it would be that hot that fast. I also didn't think smoke would be coming out of it occasionally. So at 130 pounds, a questionably built hot plate, a small bag of sand, and a decorative outer, I'm not sold that this is a good idea or good value. But you got free coffee, so, and okay. We have foam, and then we're going to wait a little while for those grounds to sink to the bottom, and then we'll have a taste. Now, I'm not sold on the actual coffee that we started with, but we'll see. I'm not sure I can blame the brewer. That's not my favourite tasting coffee. I'd love to learn how to use one properly, understand the sort of tips and techniques of that, and maybe I'll find that out one day and make a video about it. But for now, from a safety perspective alone, let alone smell or anything else, probably a no. So this is the brewed coffee stuff that's left over. I'll just run through it really quickly. We have a collapsible travel kettle, very exciting. I bought a refractometer. There's this kind of coffee brewer that loads of people ask me about, like a lot of you. There's this self-stirring mug. This, what I think is like a Ember-style smart thermos. And then this carafe, just had a great box. The refractometer, I'm actually not going to test and review, because when I bought it and it arrived, I was kind of terrified, because to review this properly needed lots of science, lots of testing, lots of validation. And so thank you, Lance Hedrick, for doing all of that in a recent video. This turns out to be not very good. Probably don't buy this. Check Lance's video if you want to know why. So, yeah, no. Bye. buy a better refractometer. To sort of test as many of these things as possible is we're going to brew coffee with this thing. It's battery powered. In here, it takes a couple of AA batteries. So in here, there's a little metal filter. It's going to hold your coffee. This sits on top, and then it will rotate this thing. You put your boiling water into a max fill line, and it will gently spin it for you to do a kind of automatic swirly pour over very slowly. And brew it maybe into, well, this. I'm excited for this part of the experience. Oh. There's like a little dial on the side here. If this is a temperature-controlled collapsible kettle, that would be kind of amazing. I'm just going to, I think, tell it to boil. I guess that's boil. Ooh! Angry snappy lid. Now I do have some bad news, having checked the price, including shipping, delivery, everything else. This was £100, which is maybe too much money. Let me get some coffee. I will continue to use the scoop I don't like. I just feel like I have to give it a fair go. I was so excited for it, and it feels so terrible. What do you say? So 11.2. 8.5. Never mind. On the lid of the brewer, it does say 10 grams to 150 grams. So that's what I'm doing. A little bit finer than I'd normally grind a pour over. You've just woken up. Welcome. Classic metal filter, classic mesh. Just quickly, the magnetic stirring mug is chaos. It's got a little sort of pill, and it's spun by a sort of magnet motor underneath the base. So if you drop it in, it sticks just there. If you turn it on, they went in the coffee. I presume it is more controlled when there's liquid inside, but we're going to find out. And just so you can see, when I push the button, where's the button? Top will spin. I'm going to say, a bit of a flaw with the kettle. You sort of want a detachable base for a kettle, because now the cord is very short. That's the whole cord. I'm going to have to unplug the cord, pour my water in, and go. Now it feels like the flow rate's much faster at the start when there's more water in. I wonder if pulsing water in might sort of help slow the flow. Ground relatively fine, but it's brewing pretty quickly. Nice even flat bed below. We've made coffee. I feel like I'm not sure if I should leave the lid off for this for the first time I spin it. So I'm going to put the lid on to spin it. It's a big mug, 150 mils. Left lots of space inside. Here we go. Oh. Okay, that's messy, but it looks kind of cool. That's definitely a lid-on experience, if I'm honest. Better than I thought, but it's good coffee, good water, good grinder. I feel like this brewer probably brews a bit cool, probably works better with darker, more developed roasts they want to brew as filter coffee. I would say that's not the best brewer for lighter roasts, but it is kind of fun, and I'm kind of into battery-powered brewers. Not the best. Not the worst. Not the best. Now, to talk about this mug, I actually need to empty it, so I'll put this coffee into my smart thermos. Little strainer inside as a bonus. Some silica gel. Always a delicious treat. Don't need it. You currently say 24C. That's a lie. How do I make you on? It's doing the ambient air temperature inside, which I guess will equalize eventually, but it's not telling me that the temperature of the liquid in the base. I wouldn't recommend it. I don't think that's very useful. This is powered by AAA batteries that live under this very flimsy thing here. Like, this doesn't seal meaningfully. There's just two batteries there. This is a mug. You might want to wash it now and again. I don't think that's a good idea to just have a battery door that's just a flimsy piece of silicone that just sort of vaguely squishes into place. I kind of always wanted an auto stirring mug, even though I don't take milk or cream in my coffee, but the idea of a spinny thing always just pleased me. But this one, maybe I wouldn't recommend solely because it just feels like you're going to break it the minute you wash it. I'm still cross with this. If I turn it upside down, it thinks it's 37. So this doesn't work. This just doesn't work. Okay, let's put this into this beautiful carafe because that actually is pretty great. I'm actually pretty into this nice little amber glass jug. It was £11.20 delivered, which is actually cheap. It's cheap, and I feel like that's good value. It also has a hilarious box. I think it does up to 400 mils, £11.20. I like it. So to recap, the kettle, way too expensive, wildly inconvenient, but collapsible and kind of fun. Refractometer. Lance says avoid it. I listen to Lance. This thing, for more developed roasts, fun, kind of enjoyable. This thing did not work, don't really get it. This, very nice, I like it. And then the stirring mug, maybe great once. Let's talk about latte art, because that's where I'm getting pretty excited. I'm not gonna lie, this is the main event. This is it. This enormous thing here is by far the most expensive thing we bought. It was £1,500 delivered, but it's the most exciting, wonderful, amazing thing. It's a latte art printer. It prints art on lattes. It doesn't just draw the squiggles that we do with milk pitchers. This is a full-color latte art printer. This is the EveBot. This, when you install it the first time, you put it together, you connect it to the Wi-Fi, and you're going to talk to it through the internet. You can, through a QR code, upload any image you like to this thing. Then, at the push of a button, it will print said image onto a cup of coffee. Now, this one is full color. Full color. They do say on the website, there's little certificates and stuff, this is food safe. You pull out the little cartridge, it looks like a printer ink cartridge. Apparently you should not consume regular printer ink, but apparently this is okay. So I need an image, a little selfie. Let's go with a horrified me. All I have to do now is scan a QR code, and I upload from my photo library. Let's choose disgusted me. I think I can just go full face. That's what I'm proposing to print. I've arrived on screen. I get print options. I get to choose how I print my face. Let's find a cup to print into, and I actually have one just here. This I bought believing it was an espresso cup, and that, it turns out, was a lie. Not an espresso cup. This handle, like as an espresso cup size, might be okay. It's just super weird, this big. Okay, we're looking at a print diameter of about 78 millimeters. So I'm going to take you up to 78 millimeters, 3 inches. 3 inches across. This brings us to this, which I'm also very excited about. This is a steaming unit, a milk steaming unit. It's just for making steam. We have to put it on the heat, it will boil water inside it, trap it, it'll show us a pressure gauge. We've got a steam arm, little cool touch side here, and a valve. and it came with no instructions. I've checked, it's not induction friendly, so we're going to stick it on a gas stove, put some water in it, and we'll see how it works. A lot of you wanted to see an electric version of this. We tried to buy that several times, and it ultimately just didn't work out, which is very frustrating because I want to know if it's good too. I'll be steaming milk in this little steam pitcher. I like this. Little temperature grading on the side here, let you know how hot or cold your milk is as you're steaming. Very useful. We're going to be aiming for maybe 55, 60 degrees Celsius, which is the upper end, honestly, of this thing, which is interesting. So when it gets to 120, I'm going to leave it on the heat, but drop the heat really low, and I'm going to have to turn it around to face me. We'll try and show you both the gauge and the temperature gauge on the side of the jug, see how those are. Let's see how you are to purge. Whoa. Oh. Ready, here we go. Now I'm trying to find the vortex position. It's not a bad pressure. So I have to say, texture from this, great, flawless, perfect. It steams really nicely. I really quite like using it. It brings me no pleasure to tell you that it costs nearly £300 delivered in the UK, which is a bit too expensive. And at this point, you're not far away from one of the sort of better cheap machines, espresso machines that can steam milk automatically and do as good a job, sometimes better than me. Anyway, no coffee, because I want to give this thing a canvas, a blank canvas to work with. Pour, pour. All right. Now we make art. Go. Oh no. Missing a little colour. I feel like the cartridge maybe isn't printing to its fullest potential. It's skewing a little green, maybe an issue with a little bit of magenta not quite coming out right. It leaves me no choice but to taste my face. Sorry, face. They have no flavour. Okay, that feels reassuring. We just get a bit more printer ink. Is that wise? I feel like it should have a flavour, but it doesn't. It doesn't have a flavour. That's amazing. How do you not want one of these? Obviously, it's £1,500 for something you might use 3 times, and it would probably terrify someone to serve them a literal printed picture from a printer on their coffee. Think of the potential. I don't know why it exists. In summary, not super into this. I felt it was very laggy, not the best. This, I really liked that thing. I really like steaming with it. It's just way too much money. And this is way too much money. It's a printer, it needs a lot of maintenance, it needs inks, those are expensive, it does a ridiculous thing, but aren't you glad that it exists? Now there's one more item here. It's billed on the website as a latte art pen. And this strange looking object, it's a bird. It's like a little bird. It's got a button in it, and you put chocolate powder inside it, and then you can draw with your chocolate powder, which is not latte art. I felt like that's a lie, and I'm cross about it from the start, but let's see how it works. Loading this feels like it's going to go wrong. I've got to get the chocolate powder into there. I guess there's probably like a little vibrating motor in here. Let's see what happens. Come on now. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. £3.30, more for me. I just thought that might work, but it clearly doesn't. Maybe it needs a coarser grade of... Oh, whoa! No, it's rubbish. I thought that would let me draw beautiful patterns of chocolate powder, or you know, crass images. Either way, I can't do anything with this. It's useless. Let's go through the espresso stuff that we bought. A couple of espresso machines, which we'll get into, but to use them, we're going to use some of the accessories that I bought. And there's a mix of accessories. One of them I can't really use today, but I just love it. This weird-looking creature is made of just silicone, and it's for filling your espresso machine tank when the tank is tucked back underneath your counter, and you just put this on top, pour the water in, and it just sort of, I don't know, periscopes it to the back. That's not the right word, but it'll do. I bought 3 things from one particular store because that store looks like one of the most legit stores for coffee on AliExpress, and that's MHW 3 Bomber. I bought this box, this sort of like tamping station, knockbox stuff. I brought this espresso brush for cleaning baskets, which I presume isn't going to work that well. I just wanted to know. Dual wall glassware's been around for a while. I think Bodum were really the company that started it, and so I thought I would try their little cute dual wall espresso glass thing. When the niche came out, everyone loved the idea of having a dosing cup that fit a 58ml portafilter, but Niche didn't sell their dosing cup to anyone else, so people have started to make dosing cups. So I got one, just to see how it is. This is not like the Force Tamper, this just sort of has a depth meter. We'll see how it is. Now these are big, chunky, manual 58ml lever machines. On paper, these looked kind of cheap, but by the time that they were shipped and kind of went through delivery and customs clearance, all the additional fees, they were both much more expensive. Close in price to the Flare Pro, and the Flare Pro is different to them because it has an active heating unit, and these don't, which is going to be a lot of what I talk about here. Let's make some coffee with maybe this one first. A quick look through. You get a tamper, got a gauge on the front with a creature on it. Nice portafilter, wood handle, very nice. Weird locking mechanism. Feels kind of, I don't know, you've got to get like a weird way round and then you're sort of pushing further. Feels kind of strange, but my biggest concern is this enormous piece of metal, which is very heavy, and also right now about 20 degrees Celsius, which is a long way from the desired temperature of this metal, which is 93, 94 degrees Celsius, something around brew temperature, because when I put 60, 70, 80 mils of hot water into this, that water very quickly will go down towards 20 degrees Celsius, and this will not come up to temperature very much because the mass is so much higher than the water. I guess to try and get the best out of this, I'll do a couple of rounds of preheating, but that already is kind of a pain and a waste and annoying. Yeah, that's like, 50 max Celsius. I'm not sure how I can review a tin. Does it fit? A little bit smaller, so maybe actually not bad if you were using, say, a 57ml portafilter and wanted something that fit that as well, but yeah, as a starting point, nice distribution. Yeah, I have nothing bad to say about that at all. This timing station is very good. I like it. It's well made. It feels solid. In we go. Fresh boiling water. Let's go for a little pre-infusion. A little gentle pressure till we get the first drops. Let's pull the pressure up a little bit. Let's go for like 6. Now, if you're looking at that coffee, it does not look quite right. That does not look good. Very pale, wispy crema, funny looking colour. I would say with a very high degree of confidence that this probably got nowhere near 80 degrees Celsius as a brew temperature. That's not going to taste good. So, in your dual wall glass, which tends to retain a lot of heat, that's very sippably warm. Wildly acidic. Sour, 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 sour. And that's just not hot enough. I just don't know practically how you would use something like that and get really good results unless you wanted weirdly low brew temperatures. This one's a little different, but also kind of the same. Let's have a look. Of course, time to check the knockbox part of this. Does this feel like a satisfying thunk? Does it feel loud and rattly? Nice. Of course, have to test the brush. That looks pretty clean. Just have a taste. If you run your finger on the inside of the basket, stuff still came off. Taste it. Not very good. Not something I would want to contribute to my next cup of coffee. That's why I prefer something like a sort of microfiber cloth to get rid of everything that you can that's inside there and leave you a kind of neutral starting point. So this one has a slightly more kind of chaotic vibe to me. Did come with a dosing ring. That's always appreciated. And got a nice looking tamper if you like that kind of a thing. This lever, if you lift it all the way up, oh, that's really hard to do. It's quite a tight fit in the chamber. Ooh, that was physical. So this piece actually just comes out. Portafilter, that's nice. And so you can sort of see there's a pretty typical shower screen at the bottom there. You've got a gauge, which is at a slightly weird angle when the whole thing's put together. This is still a substantial piece of metal. This weighs about 1.2 kilos. Preheating this adequately would require a decent amount of boiling water. I don't really know why it comes to pieces like this. If you slide it all the way in, it's actually now off center with the piston. So it needs to come back a little bit to then be sort of centered. I've got some coffee. This has been preheated 3 times. And before we start, we found another small problem. When the lever's all the way down, which is the typical position where you'd want to then use the portafilter, well, this is in the way. So you've got to sort of lift a little bit to get the portafilter out. I don't like how sort of loose this feels. This is going to be full of hot pressurized water soon, and I don't like it. When we fill this with water, and when we partially lift this, it will allow water to drain through the sort of piston mechanism and start pre-infusion. And then you lift this up and press down. All right, in we go. All right, let's begin to drain the water in. Oh, so awkward to lift this. Okay, now the gauge goes all the way to 25 bars, which a little out of spec. Now, weirdly, the end of this lever starts hitting things. Like, whoa! I guess there was pressure still in there, and I let go of this enough that the mechanism that allows pre-infusion allowed some pressure out. I'm always torn in that situation whether to be like, that was my fault for being an idiot, or that's bad design, but I feel like you've got to design products knowing that idiots like me will be using them, so I'm going to put that on design. That smells bad, and looks bad, and tastes bad. Not as bad as the previous shot, so tastes hotter, slightly high brew temps. That's a win. As an experience, I wouldn't like to use this machine if it stood between me and my first cup of coffee of the day. Overall, kind of fun, solid, weighty constructions. They don't feel like they're cheap in their build. They just feel both a little bit kind of uninformed in the design. Like there's not enough real coffee knowledge in the design of these. To round us out, just a little bit of roasting. Now, I know this is immediately going to make you say, when am I doing a roasting series on the channel? Good question. I don't know. Would I like to? I think I would. These kind of roasters you can buy online quite easily in different places. The pricing will go from, it seems like, over 100 up to like £200. This one landed, delivered, or cost about 155. Not cheap, not cheap. And the way it works is pretty simple. There is a fan inside this and there is a heating element. And the controls of this primarily control those two things. How hot is the element, how aggressive is the fan? And the heat of the air and the quantity of air determine the speed of the roast. Typically, in commercial roasting, you would reduce the heat throughout roasting. So you'd have your sort of maximum heat at the start, broadly, and then it would sort of taper down. We're not going to have any real insight into what's happening in the roasting chamber here, other than looking at the beans. It has some sort of auto mode. We'll see how auto that is. 100 gram capacity, 80 gram recommendation, that's what we're going with. So we'll open it up, put some coffee in. Now, there are instructions with this, which I have read, that are in English, but a little bit confusing. That was noisy. Well, roast, bit of a mess. So I pulled this relatively light. Looking at it, it's not a very even roast. Now, to make it more difficult, this is a red honey coffee from Costa Rica, so the way that the beans will look on the outside is a little bit different to, say, a washed coffee, and there will be a little bit more variation from that. But the roast was definitely too fast. Now, that's the automatic program, but the fact that that's a 10-minute program of that level of aggression, this was going to end up at the mythical third crack, or as some call it, combustion. Well, probably not, but very dark, very oily at that point. I'm going to roast this again on manual mode this time. I definitely pulled it too early. I'm not saying it should have run the full 10 minutes, because it absolutely should not have run the full 10 minutes. Maybe get something that's going to be drinkable. The beeps say we're done. This is actually my third roast, because my second roast was just bad also. That's the kind of truth of coffee roasting. You're going to make a bunch of mistakes at the start, especially with a brand new roaster, and, you know, you should let this rest before tasting it, so you're going to wait a few days to work out how you messed it up, and the whole thing takes a long time. It's going to be maybe 20, 30 roasts before you kind of know this roaster and its real flaws or limitations. If that doesn't appeal to you, then I should warn you generally away from home roasting. This is too fresh to taste good, but I know what you want. You want me to brew it and drink it anyway. Let's have a little smell. No. It's not my best roast. Ooh, that's smoky. harsh, bitter, a bit too dark. Also underdeveloped. It's good raw coffee that I've made taste a bit like commercial coffee. Not my best efforts. Honestly, if I was going to get into a roaster like this, I would look for an existing model that has a community around it already that's going to give you a lot of guidance and support. If you're going with something like this, you just don't know what heat setting 4 is compared to other roasters. In terms of little complaints, the fan button's the wrong way around. I go more heat that way, I go more time that way, but I go more fan this way. And that's confusing. It should be more fan, less fan, and it's the other way around. The mixing isn't great. Those little holes maybe aren't doing a good enough job of really mixing the coffee. I found a couple of beans that really hadn't moved very much and weren't properly developed, so that's a bit of a concern. Should you buy coffee stuff from AliExpress? Having, bought a bunch of stuff that I thought I wanted to try and test, I have come to a conclusion. And the answer is maybe. Sometimes, maybe. If you're looking for a cheap product, then in many cases, what the sticker price is not what you're ultimately going to pay, and by the time it's shipped and customs are cleared and all that kind of stuff, it may not be the bargain you hoped for. I think it's a good place to buy stuff if you have a specific tool in mind that you're looking for. Then there are reputable sellers making great quality products out there. I would certainly recommend that. And there's some stuff here, little bits and pieces that I thought was really nice and worth keeping. Other stuff, not so much. And that's okay. That would be the same if I was buying on eBay or buying anywhere else, really. There's going to be good products and bad products. I hope you had fun. I had fun. And all that's left for me to say is say thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a great day. Welcome to today's video and the beginning of a series of sorts, a beginner's guide to coffee. And this video is a beginner's guide to coffee buying. Now, I know you know how to buy coffee, but what today's video is all about is helping you explore the world of coffee more easily, more enjoyably, with less mistakes. Here's the thing. If you have found a coffee that you love, be it a coffee roaster or a coffee brand, that's great. I don't want you to stop you drinking that thing. I'm not going to tell you what to drink today. But part of the joy of coffee is the diversity of flavor. And whatever you're enjoying now, there's something out there that I think you could enjoy even more. But what I don't want you to do is experiment, gamble, buy something that kind of looks good, and then hate it. That's the goal today. Help you buy stuff that you're likely to really enjoy and avoid stuff that you're likely to really dislike. We're going to break this down into 3 sections. Part 1 is going to be the kind of golden rules of buying coffee. Part 2 will be where to buy coffee and the pros and cons of each. And then part 3 will be about kind of decoding a bag of coffee, decoding the label on a bag of coffee. What are they trying to tell you, and how do you match that and marry that up to what you want? Before we begin, I should disclose a couple of very important ways in which I am biased. Firstly, I have a strong preference and I'm a big advocate for specialty coffee. If you're watching this and you don't like specialty coffee, that's okay. This is
Hello! I have a massive package for you. And I also got this box.
Please just stop it with the innuendos. I'm getting tired of it.
Anyway, are those my Doritos, bro? I had a package coming in.
What? No. Why would the box be so big?
'Cause I'm hungry, bro.
You absolute troglodytes. The box is mine.
Oh, cool. What'd you get?
My new girlfriend.
What? You're replacing me?
Yes.
Oh. Well, let me help you open the box. Whoops. I hope I didn't break anything.
My new girlfriend better have a return policy.
Don't worry. I'm sure they're fine. Yeah.
Oh no, she's stupid. You must have hit her head.
You're replacing me with a cat? I didn't know you were a furry.
I'm not a furry. I watched the entirety of Zootopia.
So?
Completely soft.
Whoa.
Bruh, most people don't even get past putting the DVD in.
Oh my god, I was bought by a bunch of incels.
Boy, bruv, just moved into the neighborhood, looking for a cup of sugar.
Quick, run! This man is a furry. He's gonna you.
Don't make fun of the furry community.
Why not?
If they can afford a $2,000 fursuit, they can afford a $10 pipe bomb in my mailbox.
Well, I guess I'm more surprised you got a cat boy.
Lies. I know a babe when I see one.
Trust me, Master. I kinda got a sixth sense for these type of things.
What? She looks like a girl, though.
Master, please. The government puts enough estrogen in 1 glass of tap water to give any man huge hamaluligos.
Bro, that's why I always drink my lemonade without the water.
You're just jealous I got a girlfriend.
Yeah, and all it took was your credit card.
Shut it.
I can prove it. I want you to imagine a cute gamer girlfriend.
Okay, I'm imagining it.
Good, because that's the only place it's gonna exist. In your imagination.
Oh no, he's right. Gamer girls don't exist. I was a fool.
Bro, you don't gotta have an existential crisis, bro. You could just ask them what they is.
Oh, yeah. Hey, you a boy or a girl?
Which gender gets more free stuff?
Female.
Bro, there's a limit to how based we can be.
Anyway, as my new probably girlfriend, I expect you to do girlfriend things, like tell me if caves are natural formations.
I have a boyfriend.
Astolfo, I'm sorry for trying to replace you with that dumb cat.
It's okay, Master. I'm also sorry for trying to gaslight you into thinking you're my gay furry. And that, deep down, you really do care about me.
I'll break up with my boyfriend if you give me free stuff.
Deal.
Fire Emblem. This magnificent franchise pushes the boundaries of gaming by daring to ask the question, what if chess made you horny? Fire Emblem is turning 30 next year, and with 16 main games and a few spin-offs, it's safe to say that it has grown into something extraordinary. The games are packed with deep storylines and memorable characters like Marth. That's not Marth? Marth. That's... which one is Marth? Marth. The problem with having such a prolific series is that the characters start to blend together. One needs only to look at the Super Smash Bros. Roster to see that Fire Emblem characters are a bit hard to differentiate. It's like trying to remember your coworkers' names after meeting them once at a work mixer, except in this case your coworkers all have swords and can only make one facial expression. But do not worry, there is an answer to this conundrum, because today I am going to teach you how to tell apart every Fire Emblem character. My face is just not built for this expression. First step in this process is to collect a list of the characters. Turns out, even after trimming the non-playable ones and the ones from the Tokyo Mirage sessions, there are nearly 600 Fire Emblem characters. I cannot explain that many characters. I have made that mistake before. Trying to categorize all 600 Castlevania monsters was a bad idea, but the beauty of making mistakes is that you can learn from them, and I now understand that explaining 600 discrete characters wouldn't actually be helpful. Human beings aren't meant to remember 600 people perfectly. If you don't believe me, just try to remember something about every single person in your contact list. I have a contact for someone named Zane, and in the company, it just says Bocce Ball. Who the fuck is this? But unlike my contact list, Fire Emblems have plot lines, and in my experience playing these games, I noticed that a lot of these different characters fit similar roles in their respective games. And I'm not the only one who's noticed this. On the Fire Emblem wiki, there is a whole list of archetypes based on different characters. A list that I only found after spending a whole day trying to categorize them on my own. And it's just so fun to realize that you've wasted a whole day of work. But this list intrigued me. Stock characters in similar circumstances, playing again and again in different stories. Does that remind you of anything? Of course it does. It reminds you of the Commedia dell'arte, because it reminds me of the
Hello and welcome to Nick's Garage, episode 9. This one's going to be about sprites and NV light glows, or environmental _ light glows. Let's see, probably one other thing, or knowing me, probably a whole bunch of other things. So basically lighting effects to do cool stuff with. So I think I'll jump right into it. Right now we're looking at a data feed source map that I made and subsequently never released. So you see a lot of crazy stuff going on. Those are soundscapes with targets, and just the map is enormous, and there's a whole bunch going on with it, as you can see here. This is like near complete status of a map, just tons of everything. So it was the NV Beam, which I covered in another one. As far as I know, is only available in Half-Life, or not Half-Life, Left 4 Dead, and Portal, probably. So, you know, but those are covered up elsewhere. But those are some neat things that you can do with sprites. So have a tutorial. This was Nick's Garage, episode 9. I'm Nick, and
This 32-year-old guy wants to spend a Sunday afternoon chilling with a 13-year-old girl after texting her about getting stoned. But Mike Manzi's date is about to go up in smoke. You'll be shocked when you hear what Manzi does for a living. He's a math tutor. You heard it right. He teaches some of New York and Connecticut's wealthiest children how to solve complicated equations. But you might say Manzi flunked basic arithmetic, because 32 plus 13 adds up to trouble. Online, he calls himself Mike Thrilla. He's a self-employed tutor with a bachelor's degree in mathematics from a small New York college. He's obsessed with pizza, and he says he smokes marijuana often. This is the Sting House set up in Fairfield, Connecticut, an upscale town on Connecticut's Gold Coast about 50 miles from Manhattan. The watchdog group Tetrad Corps is working with the Fairfield cops to bust adult men looking to spend time with 12 and 13-year-old children. Inside and outside, we've set up more than a dozen hidden cameras, and in our virtual control room, Tetrad's operatives are communicating with Manzi.
Any update on Mike?
Mike's supposed to be on his way.
These are some of the texts the 32-year-old man who calls himself Mike Thrilla sent to our decoy, who he thought was 13.
Did you blaze? You're my soulmate. Wow, you are so cute. You look way older, by the way.
But he also admits he shouldn't be talking to a 13-year-old.
Well, you are cool and cute, too. I just know I could get in trouble even talking to you, you know?
But Manzi continues texting. He later appears to become suspicious and asks the decoy to send a custom pic with his name on it. His fears that the girl isn't real are apparently quashed. The date is set, and on a crisp autumn day, Manzi arrives at the Sting House.
Hello? Hi. Good. How are you?
At the house okay?
Yes, I did. Sorry I'm being like a little
No, it's alright.
weird.
This is like weird.
No, it's not. It's not so much that it's weird. It's well. You mind if I just like look around?
Oh, go for it.
You okay?
I don't know.
What Manzi doesn't know is that I am waiting for him right behind that curtain. Mike Manzi is a math tutor. A smart guy who suspected something seemed weird in our Sting House.
You mind if I just like look around?
Oh, go for it.
You okay?
But he never calculated that I would be the one behind the curtain.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Good.
Why don't you have a seat right on that stool, please?
Sure.
No, right here, sir.
No, I know.
Please, right there. Right, sir. Sit, please.
Okay.
I need to talk to you.
Well,
What are you doing here today?
well, I'm here because I was slightly concerned.
Concerned about what?
Well, concerned because she's talking to people that are a lot younger, a lot older on the website.
Now, why were you so concerned about a 13-year-old girl?
Well, she's talking to other people that are obviously the same age as me.
And how old are you?
I'm 32.
You're 32?
Yes.
So you came over to make sure she was okay?
Well, I came over just to make sure that
Everything was fine?
everything was okay. I was not.
So you were going to search the house just now to make sure, what?
Well,
Bad guys were here?
Well, I mean, I don't know. She could come. She could be here with a group of people, for all I know, and she obviously was. I mean, don't you think? Don't you think that would be like a safe idea?
What was today's lesson supposed to be?
Today's lesson from
Today's lesson from you.
Today's lesson from me was to not, unfortunately, really worry about other people.
Now you're a tutor,
concerned with.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
And who do you tutor?
I tutor our these ages, older ages.
What do you tutor them in?
Mathematics.
Mathematics.
Mm-hmm.
What about smoking marijuana?
Well, I mean, it's not really something that I try to tutor people in, but
Well,
still.
it seems like it from the chat here. Well, you're cool and cute too. I just know I could get in trouble even talking to you, you know.
Well, yes, of course, but you know, look, may I please leave?
Not
I'm
just
not.
yet. Not
Okay.
just yet. I have some more questions for you.
Will I be able to leave after your question?
Did you blaze?
Wait,
Yes.
sir?
Yes.
Wait, are you answering me or are you reading stuff?
Yes. You can leave after I ask you a couple questions.
Are you sure? Are there police outside or anything?
I'll get to that in a
Please,
minute.
sir, can you please just tell me? Because I really can't.
So what it looks like, Mike, is that you came here to smoke weed with a 13-year-old girl, and then whatever was going to happen was going to happen.
Yeah, but that's not entirely what was going on.
Explain it to me.
I just told you I was coming here to make sure everything was okay.
Right.
It really wasn't that far. I wanted to make sure that there was no like obviously like she invited me in and there were not.
So you were just being a good Samaritan today.
Well, I was trying to a certain extent, but like, you know, I was coming here to make sure everything was okay.
13-year-old girl.
I deal with kids all the time.
Right. Would you think that the parents of the kids you tutor would be comfortable with you coming to visit a 13-year-old girl after talking about smoking marijuana and hanging out?
Probably not. You're
Probably
right.
not.
You're right.
Now you tutor kids.
Sir, may I ask you a question?
Yes, you may.
First off, that is not completely true.
I have a couple more questions for you, though.
I really don't want to answer any more questions, and I feel.
Do you have marijuana with you?
No, I do not.
Is it in your car?
No, it is not.
Then why did you say you were going to come over here and blaze? What's the lighter for?
I smoke cigarettes. They're in my car.
Again, you see how this looks.
I know how it looks, and I'm
a
sorry.
32-year-old guy who deals with kids all the time comes over to visit a 13-year-old girl who's alone after a discussion about smoking marijuana together.
Sir, I understand this. I'm sorry.
That's you, right? Do you blaze? Did you blaze? Yes. You're my soulmate. You call a 13-year-old girl a soulmate?
We were just talking. Come on, please.
Come on, you're 32. You got nothing else to do on a Sunday?
I'm trying to watch. I'm gonna watch football.
Yeah, here with a 13-year-old girl after you blazed. You see how this looks?
I know how it looks. I'm very sorry. May I please leave?
Math tutor Mike Manzi's number is up. He thought he was going to spend the day smoking pot with a 13-year-old girl. Instead, he's spending it with me and the police.
There's something you need to know.
Is there cops?
There's something you need to know.
Please.
I'm Chris Hansen.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Please let me go home, guys.
Sir,
Guys,
it'd be best if you went out this door.
No, because I'm gonna get arrested. I know what's gonna happen. Sir, I really can't afford to do this. I can't. I'm really not here for any malintent. I really can't. Please do not.
But look at the chat.
I really just want to. Please let me go home, guys. I'm gonna get arrested going that way. Please, no, I can't. I can't. I won't. Please.
You can't go this way.
Please,
No,
man.
you can't go this way.
Guys, this is horrible. This is horrible.
There's only one way out, through the garage, where the Fairfield, Connecticut cops are waiting with a pair of handcuffs with his name on them.
Please. I know.
Turn around, put your hands behind your back.
Please.
Put your hands behind your back.
Guys.
Hands behind your back.
Listen,
follow the instructions. Just follow the instructions, okay? Just calm down. Just follow the instructions. We'll explain everything. No, just relax.
Please, I can't.
Manzi argues with the cops, and while he's not resisting arrest, he sure isn't being overly cooperative. Listen closely. The cops tell Manzi they may have to pull out the taser.
You're gonna get tased. Kneel down.
I'm gonna get what?
You're gonna kneel down.
I'm gonna get down. I'm gonna get down.
Kneel down.
I'm getting down.
All right. We'll explain everything to you, okay?
He's put into the back of the unmarked car and hauled off to the police station. The only numbers this math tutor will be crunching today are how much his bail will be. Yes, Mike, we are. He takes off his jacket before posing for a mugshot. His t-shirt is a math equation. It's a t-shirt popular with graduates of MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. But he didn't go there. He got his degree from a small New York college.
All right, face the wall.
As he's booked, he bites his fingernails.
The lace has got to come out of your shoes. Are you right-handed?
Left-handed.
And then he's fingerprinted before he decides to waive his right to remain silent and speak to detectives.
So now that you've read all this and you understand it, you're willing to talk to me about, we can talk about what happened today?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
All right.
During the interrogation with the detective, Manzi fidgets a lot. He lets out a big sigh, but it's understandable. He's on the hot seat in the ice-cold interrogation room.
I do. I understand the age difference. I
And
do.
it's important that you understand that.
I do. I do. I understand the age difference, and
Right.
and that's why I really was not intending on doing anything with this girl.
What'd you think when she said she was 13?
I really felt like there was definitely a position that she was putting herself in that wasn't going to be a good one.
Yeah.
And she said that her mother was coming home today.
Right.
Until about 6 o'clock. So I was gonna go there. I was gonna go hang out, and if her mother ended up, you know, coming in, I would have explained to her what was going on. But that, you know, besides that, that would have been. That's all I would have done.
Were you guys gonna go out to eat or anything? I know you guys talk about food a lot in here.
We did talk a lot about food, but we didn't.
I was getting hungry, kind of. Actually,
I wasn't
reading
sure.
the text.
I have no idea of
All
what
right.
was, you know.
You guys talk about weed a lot. You guys
Yeah, we
smoke?
spoke about that a little bit.
Were,
yeah.
Was the plan to smoke and eat?
I mean, you know, I was planning on trying to just like I said, being there, making sure things were okay. I would have definitely sat down and ate. I would have hung out, you know, but that's pretty much it.
The detectives ask him about a text exchange with Tetrad's decoy when he called who he thought was a 13-year-old girl his soulmate.
I'm going to do some yoga later, LOL.
How's your downward dog?
You remember what you said?
No, I don't. But you can.
How's your downward dog?
Well, okay, yeah, but that's a yoga move still. But
it is, but
yeah.
Like, come on.
I mean,
I'm a guy. You're a guy. I get it. So you're putting a 13-year-old girl into some sort of danger. A 13-year-old who can't make those decisions and judgments on their own because of their age, and that's why they have the law.
Because Manzi never sent any sexual texts, he was charged only with one felony, criminal attempt to commit risk of injury to a minor. He pleaded guilty and got a suspended sentence of 3 years and was placed on probation.
Do you think he was up to more than just sharing a joint?
You know, I don't know. I mean, you know, it's hard to say, but that's an example of somebody that we entrust to make our kids' and child's lives better. You know, it happens all the time. We have baseball coaches, we have tutors, we have piano teachers, gymnasts. We have all these people that interact with our children, and we hope that they're guiding them in the right way. This is an example of somebody that certainly was inappropriate and guiding that child in a different way. But clearly his behavior is inappropriate.
Manzi dodged a big bullet. You might say the teacher learned the lesson today. Don't contact underage children.
Come on in. You found the house okay?
You're Jenna?
Yeah.
You look different than the pictures.
People always say that. I don't know why. Do you want a cupcake? I like your hat.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, all right, sorry.
We have all day. Sorry, I'm really nervous.
How you doing?
I'm okay.
I hate the cold.
I know. I forget how cold it gets every winter and then it hits and...
I'm moving south.
Where to?
I want to go towards like Texas, the desert.
Really? I've never been.
Me neither. But
So
I like the warmth.
that explains the cowboy hat.
Yeah, I like the warmth.
Yeah.
It gets too cold up here for me.
I don't know.
Mom wants to go to the beach.
So you're not a Four Seasons person?
Not really.
No.
I don't. I want to try Alaska. Me and my friend want to go try to live up there.
I heard it's beautiful up there.
Yeah, he likes the outdoorsy stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
Would you make these?
No. I'm not that good.
I like to bake.
Yeah?
My heart's racing.
Mine is too. Do you want a water or anything?
No, I'm okay. Yeah, give me a cup of water.
I have bottles.
That's fine.
So what do you want to do? You want to just hang out here?
Yeah, you got a TV?
Mm-hmm.
Sit and watch TV?
Sure. Do you want to like watch a movie or
Yeah,
TV?
movies?
Mm-hmm.
What movies you got?
I mean, we can just get something on Netflix.
Sure.
Yeah.
Where's the TV?
It's in the other room. Here, you just hang out here for a sec. I'm gonna grab something.
Hey Tex, how you doing?
How you doing?
Why don't you come over here and have a seat on the stool, please?
Yeah, I kind of figured.
Kind of figure what? No. We're right over here, please.
Come.
Okay. What's going on?
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I knew this was gonna happen.
You knew what was going to happen.
Somebody was gonna show up here.
Somebody was going to show up here.
It's alright. You know what? I have nothing to live for anyway.
Well, what do you mean you?
Life's a mess.
Why is it a mess?
I failed high school. I have no motivation to finish it. None of the pills I'm on work.
What do you do for a living?
I don't have a job. I'm a fuck up.
Look, I can understand how tough that is on you. But why does that make it okay?
I wasn't gonna do anything.
But that's not what
She
you
said
said in the
I
text.
know. I want to be a cop. I wasn't gonna do anything. I just want
You want to be a cop?
I want to have a friend.
Well, then why don't you go join the police academy or...
I'm fat. I can't do anything.
Look, I had a father who was overweight. I get it. It's tough.
Stupid.
But still, that doesn't make it okay. It's okay to conduct yourself this way on social chat sites and talk to a girl who's 12 years old. What grade are you in? 7th. Cool. Could I see a pic of you? You like older guys. You said all this, right?
Yeah.
I meant a naughty pic. You send a picture of yourself.
I know. Don't remind me.
I'm not that big, but I could fit inside you. Have you ever played with yourself? I mean, you see how this looks. How did you get to this place?
Which place? This or just me?
Look, everybody's got personal problems, right? But that doesn't mean it's okay to do this. You get that, right?
Yeah. Such an idiot.
How far did you drive today?
An hour and a half.
Hour and a half. And how many other times have you done this?
Never.
Well, that's hard for me to believe, Vincent.
She said she wanted a friend. I'm stupid.
But there's no friends 19? 20?
I have one friend. He's always working. Nobody else. Look at where I dress and stuff. Everybody thinks I'm weird.
Well, the only weird thing I see is that you're trying to hook up with a 12-year-old girl named Jenna Claire. I mean, have you tried to get some help?
With this stuff?
Yeah.
No, I never told anybody anything.
How often do you go on the internet?
To do that?
To do this stuff?
Not with girls, not little girls.
Well, what made you do it this time? I mean, just help me to understand what's going on in your mind.
I don't know. That's the problem.
Well, you gotta know, Vincent. You're an adult now. You get this as a felony, right? What are you gonna do about this situation? I mean, you gotta pull it together. Where'd you go to school?
Ketchum.
Where?
Ketchum and Wappingers.
Ketchum and Wappingers Falls.
Yeah.
Did you finish?
I failed English, participation in government, economics. I'm supposed to be doing them online. I don't have any motivation to do anything.
Well, what happened to your motivation?
Just this depression, so crippling.
Did you go see somebody, a doctor?
I'm seeing it. What is he? I think he's like a nurse practitioner, kind of. He prescribes my medicine. I'm not a big talker about my feelings, so he talks to me about it. When I go, he prolongs the appointment for me.
So you've been diagnosed with depression?
Bipolar depression.
Bipolar. It's a tough disease. What do you take for it?
I'm on the Lexapro, gabapentin, and Adderall. It's supposed to give me energy to want to do things, but I had fucked that up. I didn't realize what it...
I mean, you don't seem like a dumb guy, Vincent.
He gave me 10 milligram tablets to start with 10 twice a day. He says that doesn't work. Bump it up a dose to 220 to 210s. so 20 twice a day. I bumped it up to 30. He refilled the prescription. I didn't realize he refilled the prescription. That's why I said in the last message before I came, I have aches and stuff. It's because I didn't realize when he refilled it, he bumped it up to 30 tablets. So I could take just one tablet in the morning and one at 12 o'clock noon. I was taking 330, so I was taking 180 a day.
That's a lot of Adderall. What did that do to you?
I was so antsy. I was angry at my dad. I was angry at everybody. I picked my fingernails to nothing. I've had withdrawal now for the last couple of days because he can't refill it because it's not October, and now the fucking insurance company doesn't want to refill 30 twice a day extended release because they say it's too high of a dose. But I'm fat, so the 30 didn't bother me.
Did you ever try to diet?
I've actually, with the Adderall, I lost weight. I lost about 20 pounds, and I've lost 40 pounds since January.
That's pretty good. It seems like in that respect you were heading in the right direction, but here you headed in the wrong direction. How are you going to get back on track here?
He says he wants to try now a month with this Adderall to see if it works. I just want to get shock therapy.
It's that bad.
I sat on the floor and I cried the other night to my mom. I said, I don't want to feel like this anymore. I don't want to get up. I don't want to get out of bed.
What did she say to you?
She cries. She feels horrible for me.
And you live at home?
And I do take care of my grandfather. Yeah. He has Parkinson's.
How is he doing?
As best he's going to get. He's gotten worse.
Listen, I can empathize with all of that, except this. I mean, it's pretty graphic, right? You know better, Vincent.
I'm an idiot.
I mean, you shouldn't be sending pictures of your genitals to a 12-year-old girl, right?
I fucked up again. There's nothing else I can say, but I fucked up again.
Well, how else have you effed up?
School, my life, everything.
Do you have any hobbies?
Not really. I like driving and I like smoking cigars, but I can't do that for the rest of my life.
Why?
Because I need to get a job and I need to get structure in my life. And
where are you going to go from here? This is not a good day for you.
What else is new? It's never a good day.
When did this start for you? When did it get off the tracks for you?
The depression?
Yeah.
It's like since I'm 12, 13, I think it started. I've been through 4 or 5 doctors. Millions of different pill combinations. That's why I wanted shock therapy. I posted on the Whisper app last week because I've been feeling like having the withdrawal and stuff. I said I just want to kill myself, and the nurse from I guess she's in England, she said that there's a shock therapy, and I looked it up and I told my doctor about it, but he doesn't want to do it, and he wants to wait and see if the pills work. I'm tired of seeing if the pills work.
Well, what you did here is hard to excuse, Vincent. But I hope you get help with all your other stuff.
I just want to die. My life is miserable.
Well, nobody wants you to die. All right, listen to me. Vincent, there's some people over there who are going to get you on the next step to get better, okay? Okay? I take no glee in any of this, by the way. I take no glee in any of this.
I'm sure.
I got 2 boys, you know. So man to man, will you look at me for a minute? Will you promise to get some help? Please? This too shall pass. But you gotta get help, okay? Do you promise me?
I wish I just had a heart attack, but I was overdosing on the Adderall.
Look at me. Look at me. Do you promise me you will get help?
Yes, I don't want to be like this anymore with any of this.
Okay, so can we make this a turning point for you?
Yes.
As dark as this looks right now.
It's dark.
Okay. But there's no way to go but up from here. Right, go easy. Go easy. So you will get help. All right. Will you do me a favor? Will you leave the knife? Leave the knife right here. Take your hat and glasses. And then once you head right out this way, it's
wear my coat. Is it even?
I'll get the coat. I'll get the coat. 32, yeah.
Stop right there, sir, please. Hands behind your back. What do you just shoot me? You got anything on you? Just the knife. Where's that? In the kitchen. Anything in your pockets? Anything sticking us or?
Phone stuff in there. That's it.
Okay. Nothing in your jacket.
Yes, for your lace one? Open. Attaboy. Trust me, I understand.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Where's your knife? You got it?
It's in the kitchen on the island.
Got it right here. So, okay.
Nothing else, right?
I just recommend to see you here in this corner.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Someone will be right with you, sir, okay?
You alright back there, man? So if I turned around and none of this happened?
What's that?
If I turned around and none of this happened?
We'll talk about that in a little bit, okay? I can't answer all that stuff, okay?
I do what I should do.
Alright, no problem.
I do is being stupid.
Alright, let's try to relax, alright?
Hi, Vincent. I'm Detective Irizarry. My name's Beth. What do you want to be called, Vincent? What do people call you?
Good. Better?
Yeah.
Try it. If you lean maybe a little bit forward, are you leaning on him? Because it's going to hurt you. You can even turn, almost turn sideways if you want. We're going to process you for what happened today. We're going to speak to you about it. And that's essentially it. You work?
I take care of my grandfather.
Is that like a full-time job?
Yeah, pretty much. I don't
You live in the house with you?
Yeah, we put an addition on last year. Built it ourselves.
It's not easy.
It's very debilitating disease, Parkinson's.
Right, that's it. So what we're going to do is go into booking. We're going to process you. And, you know, we'll talk a little bit about it. And we probably like to just speak to you privately. The whole day we're going to walk up and up the left, okay? Sergeant Ferris.
You're interested in police work, right?
My dad was a cop.
Your dad is a cop? Was or is?
Was.
Okay. What would you like to tell me?
Well, like I told the guy, just my life's a mess.
Yeah. I understand you're dealing with some medical stuff and getting your medication balanced out correctly. And I know you said bipolar. Is it bipolar depression?
Yeah, bipolar depression.
Okay. Well, we've been communicating with this young girl. What did you think her name was?
Janet.
Okay. And how old did you think she was?
12, she said.
Okay. Did she send you pictures too?
Mm-hmm.
And did she look 12?
Yeah, I really didn't want to come. I thought it was wrong. But she just kept persisting, so I'm usually a kind person. I was just trying to be friendly.
Yeah.
I didn't want to do anything to her.
You didn't want to do anything to her, or you knew you shouldn't have done anything to her?
Both.
You were talking to her, I think this past Friday, saying, we will probably have sex. LOL, I'm really horny. I want your young pussy so bad.
Yeah.
Do you understand the damage of just saying something like that to a 12-year-old?
Obviously.
Yeah, and like sending a dick picture to a 12-year-old, like it may be the first time they've ever seen a penis. So like you've changed their world forever from sending that. So that's, did you know that ahead of time?
I guess, yeah, the back of my life I did. Especially with the bad tree.
Is there anything on your phone that we're gonna find?
There was a link in my notes with stuff with the girls.
What kind of stuff with young girls?
Videos.
And they look like girls under 16?
Yeah.
Having intercourse?
Yeah.
Have you ever tried to hurt yourself?
Yeah, once I had taken 20 of Dad's oxycodone.
When was that?
That was a year ago.
Okay.
It just made me tired. I thought maybe it'd kill me.
Did you ever talk about that with the doctor?
No, I never said that to anybody.
No.
Except Mom.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, boo. Where are you?
I'm outside. My sister just got back in the car.
Oh, okay. Just go through the back door so nobody sees you.
All right, I'm at the back door.
Just go in.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
Boo. Hey. What'd you bring? What did you bring?
Presents.
What do you got? Show me.
Chips.
Nice. What kind is it? Thank you. It's so nice to finally see you. This is crazy.
Are you nervous?
Yeah, I'm really nervous.
Why?
I don't know, I've never done this. Have you?
No.
So what do you want to do?
A hug?
I don't know.
Hey, Boo.
Hey.
Get a seat right around that stool right there front, please. No, right there. Please have a seat. Right there. Set the phone down, please. What is your plan here tonight?
Just hang out, watch football?
Hang out and watch football with whom?
With her.
Who's her?
With Bailey.
Bailey. And how did you meet Bailey exactly?
Through Whisper.
Whisper.
Hmm?
And do you know how old Bailey is?
She's 14.
14.
Mm-hmm.
She told you she's 13. Not that that matters.
Mm-hmm.
How old are you?
30.
30. And why would you at 30 think it would be okay to hang out with a 13-year-old girl home alone?
I mean, we just hit it off, friends.
You hit it off with a 13-year-old girl?
We were just talking.
Just talking? Well, now you're here. This is more than talk.
I know, we just came to hang out. You know, I
And
brought...
What, get a hug?
And watch football.
Watch football?
Yep.
Who's playing tonight?
Steelers and the Ravens. I had no intentions with nothing.
No intentions of...
Nope.
Well, John, what do you do for a living?
I was working at UPS.
UPS?
Mm-hmm.
And did you walk here today, or?
No, my sister dropped me off.
You don't have a driver's license?
Yeah, I do.
No car?
No.
So what do you do at UPS?
I was a package handler.
Package handler. You're not there anymore?
No.
What do you do now?
Nothing.
Besides go online and try to talk to young girls?
I don't try to talk to... I mean, I just try to find a girl to talk to and hang out, whatever.
And how many times have you done this with somebody who's 13, 14 years old?
Never.
Never talked to another girl who said she was 13?
Nope.
Well, who's Brittany?
Who's Brittany?
That was the other girl you were talking to.
When was this?
Within the last few weeks. So you say to Bailey on Whisper that you're 30, how old are you? She says 13. You say, you're not 13 in that pic? Yes, I'll be 14 next month. That's pretty clear. You remember that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You do. And later you tell her, I would love to be the first guy to make you blank if you wanted me to, and I wanted to. Feel me inside you, baby. Has that line ever worked for you before?
No.
Then why do you do that now?
There was no... I mean...
Well, what am I to make of this?
There was no intentions made by it.
That shows clear intent. I want you to feel me inside you. What did you mean by that exactly? And then you talk about that you and a bunch of people snuck into a mansion and partied for days. Where was that mansion?
That was a while ago.
How long ago?
Maybe 8, 9 years ago.
Oh, so it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
This does not look very good for you, John. The chat, the appearance, the Cheetos, the dark chocolate. Did you bring condoms with you? Not in your pockets?
No.
But you see how this looks.
Absolutely. I mean...
You're 30 years old. The girl you were talking to told you very clearly she was 13.
And I mean, I had no intentions just besides...
John, Why don't you just tell me what you were really up to?
Just to hang out, get to know her, you know.
Get to know her.
Yeah.
And if you were the parent of a 13-year-old girl, would you be comfortable with that?
I mean, it depends how I mean, if I'm a good person, you know, like.
Yeah, but typically good people don't meet strangers online, talk about sex, and then go over to visit, and within 3 minutes ask for a hug.
I mean, all I did was just ask for, you know, a hello hug. That was it.
With a 13-year-old girl. Walked right in the house.
Well, she told me to come in.
Does that make it right? Knowing that she's 13.
Oh, I wouldn't have never just walked in, you know, without talking to her, you know, without getting her okay.
Now, you talked about spending the night. Here, tonight.
Well,
yes or no?
It depended, you know, like, if she had to wake up in the morning, you know, like, if I was going to stay here.
Did she have to go to school?
She said she didn't have to go to school today. I mean, tomorrow.
So you could just spend the night and hang out with a 13-year-old girl. That's cool.
Well, I mean, I didn't plan on it.
You talked about it?
I mean, I was going to leave after the football game.
Unless you spent the night.
No, I didn't plan on spending the night.
Well, you talked about having cannolis, a little dinner.
Yeah.
Sounds like you were going to have a special little night with your 13-year-old date.
You know, just come over, have some cannolis, you know, some snacks, watch the football game.
Who's ringing you up?
My cousin.
Your cousin?
Yeah.
What does your cousin want? Does your cousin know that you're coming to visit a 13-year-old girl tonight?
No.
Your sister?
No, she knows that I was just coming to hang out with a girl.
So what would your sister think if she knew she was dropping you off at the home where a 13-year-old girl was alone? Think she'd be cool with that?
I mean, she probably would say, you know, just don't do it, you know, don't do anything stupid, you know?
Don't do anything stupid.
Right.
It seems like you've already done that.
I mean, all I was doing was just coming here to watch the game.
You tried to solicit a 13-year-old girl online using graphic sexual language. What do you think should happen to you?
Sir, I'm not like that and a bad guy. Trust me.
How does this look? How does that look? John, you tell me, how does it look? If you were me, what would you think?
That I honestly made a mistake.
That you made a mistake. Well, that's true. And how would you define that mistake?
Not to talk to girls like online.
Or try to come over and have sex with them.
I wasn't trying to come over and have sex with her.
John, you want me to read it again? I would love to be the first guy to make you blank if you wanted me to, and I want you to feel me inside you, baby. What do you mean by that? Sounds like sex to me.
I was just playing with her, seeing...
Just playing with her?
Not playing with her, but, you know, just seeing, like, where she was, you know, like...
She was 13.
I mean, I'd never had sex with her. I mean, I didn't plan on coming here to have sex with her.
Tonight, because I walked in.
And I didn't plan on it.
You didn't plan on it? Come on, you talked about it.
Like, that wasn't my intentions. I talked to her all day today about just coming over, watching the game, and just hanging out.
Salads.
About what?
You talked about salads.
About, like, food and stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, while watching the game.
This is a whole different kind of food here that you're talking about. So what do you think should happen to you, John? You're in a bit of a fix here.
I'm terribly sorry, sir.
Well, there's something you need to know, and that is I'm Chris Hansen, and this is an investigation called Hansen versus Predator. Sir, if you want to leave, you should go out that door right there.
No.
Please, don't move.
Just follow my commands. Do you have anything on you that's gonna hurt us? No, sir. Any weapons? No. Can I see this scar?
Yep.
So, why do you think you're here?
Because I went to that house.
Yeah. And how did you learn about that house?
By talking to that girl.
Do you remember what the girl's name is?
Bailey.
Mm-hmm. And how were you talking to Bailey? Were you talking on the phone?
Both.
Like actual voice-to-voice conversations?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hello?
Hi.
Hey, boo.
Hi, baby. What you doing?
What are you doing?
Nothing. What are you doing?
I'm just waiting for you.
Oh, are you?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
I love you.
How did you first meet her?
On the internet?
What part of the internet? An application?
Mm-hmm.
What was the app?
Whisper.
And what about you wanting to feel, you want her to feel you inside her. I mean, I know what that means to me.
I know, I should never said no stupid shit like that.
And you're talking about wanting to make her come.
I know. That was just all.
What did you think that, like, what is she supposed to read from that? Like,
Well, honestly, when I was talking to her, I was hoping that there was a chance that, that it was just, I don't even know why I said that to her.
yeah. All right, let's stand up. I'm gonna stand up and turn around. And behind your back. I don't have my keys again.
We'll go downstairs.
You got them?
This guy from New York City just drove more than 50 miles in the rain to have sex with someone he thinks is a 12-year-old girl. You heard right, a 12-year-old.
Hi, Poppy. Come on in. It's so good to see you.
Joshua Colon likes to be called Poppy, Latin slang for daddy. But we have another name for him. Predator. Colon is the latest guy caught in our all-new investigative segment, Hansen vs. Predator. He's 32 years old enough to be the girl's father. He lives in Queens and works for a plumbing company in Brooklyn. Besides Poppy, he likes to be called Boss. His profile on the Link app shows he belongs to groups like Kush Smokers Are Us and Love Seekers, a site for teens.
Traffic cams we can see for Connecticut to New York. He's in Queens now and heading this way, and he says there's traffic.
That woman in a bulletproof vest is with the online predator watchdog group Tetrad Core. They set up this sting in cooperation with the Fairfield, Connecticut police. On social media, Tetrad posts a pic and profile that is obviously a 12-year-old girl. We're protecting her real identity. Colon makes the first contact, and after some innocent chat, he sends some sexually charged texts about how he'll take her virginity. He then makes a bizarre proposal no adult should ever make to a 12-year-old.
You make me more happier. It's too bad you aren't old enough to marry. I would marry you.
After she tells him her mom is going out of town, Colon reveals his fear of getting caught.
And if your mom comes back and I'm there, I could get in serious trouble and go to jail.
So I'm home from school and...
The on-site decoy is posing as the 12-year-old named Jenna Claire. She's talking to Colon as he drives up I-95 from New York City to our sting house in Fairfield.
Be really careful when you drive up, okay?
But it's not the rush hour this guy has to worry about. He's about to be caught on our more than a dozen hidden cameras outside, inside, in the hallway, the kitchen, and in the garage where police are in position for the bust.
Whoever's there is typically the handcuffing officer, okay? This is where we want it to happen. We want to ultimately arrest him here, handcuff him here, and then basically just search him.
The Fairfield cops are prepared for any possibility.
You should have that taser out.
Our driveway cam shows Colon pulling up to the sting house in a bright yellow car. He's carrying an overnight bag as he walks to the back door. Our on-site decoy, a 19-year-old theater student who could pass for a preteen, invites him inside. Watch again. He locks the door behind him. What could he be thinking?
Did you get here okay though? If the road's bad?
Really
Look what I made you.
Oh, nice. Thank you. Those are my flowers?
Yeah. Do you like them?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, do you want to try
my
them?
picture?
Mhm.
Yeah.
What'd you bring me?
I brought dinner for myself.
Oh.
Because I didn't get to finish my dinner.
Oh, that's
I was
okay.
kind of in a rush.
You can finish. I had stuff earlier.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then we can have
It's fine.
cupcakes.
Grab me something wherever. It doesn't matter.
It's okay.
A nice house.
Thanks.
Wish I had a house like this. Mind if I use the bathroom because I was way holding for so long.
Yeah, it's right here.
Kind of, you look hotter than the picture.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm really nervous. Yeah, right through there.
Are you nervous? Oh.
No, here, this one. Yeah. I know it's little.
That's cute. It's old-fashioned, yeah.
Yep.
But when he comes out of the bathroom, he sees me.
Is there a light switch in here? Oh, it's behind you, is that it?
Come on out, Joshua.
Oh.
Right over there, please.
He's about to lose his lunch.
Keep your hands right here. Sit.
I know who you are.
You know who I am?
Yes.
So you've seen my shows before.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? We're starting up again.
Okay.
And you are among our first guests.
Okay.
What's your name?
Joshua.
Joshua. Joshua what?
Cologne.
Cologne. And how old are you?
I'm 32.
32. And how did you meet this Jenna Claire?
I was on an app link.
And why did you think it was appropriate to talk to a girl who said she was 12 years old?
I don't know why.
12?
I know. It was wrong.
What did you bring with you tonight?
Huh?
What did you bring with you tonight?
Clothes.
Clothes. Why would you need a change of clothes?
Because I was going to stay over.
Stay over with a 12-year-old girl?
Yeah.
And what were you going to do with this girl? What do you mean you don't know?
Guess have sex.
Have sex?
Yeah.
Now, you had quite the chat with this girl. It's too bad you aren't old enough. I would marry you. You would marry a 12-year-old girl.
If she was old enough.
If she was old enough. But why would you even say that to a 12-year-old?
Yeah.
Do you have any nieces and nephews, younger cousins?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what if a guy was hitting on them like this?
Yeah, I wouldn't like it.
You wouldn't like it. So explain to me what was going on in your mind that made you think it was okay to come here and do the very same thing.
I don't want to say anything more.
You don't want to say anything more? Well, you pretty much already said it. Did you bring condoms?
Yes.
Where are they?
In my bag.
What else is in the bag?
Clothes and toothbrush, stuff like that.
That's it?
That's it. That's all you're going to find.
Yeah, well, we'll finally make out and make love. I was thinking of staying over and leaving the next morning. So when I come over, we'll go to your room and you'll take off all your clothes, since I'm the boss. Yeah. Why did you have her call you Poppy?
I don't want to say anymore.
What is Poppy?
Latin saying.
Nickname?
Yeah.
You wanted her to call you the boss. And then you say, I just hope your mom doesn't find out about me because I could get in serious trouble, you know, right? I could go to jail. I know love knows no age, but most people don't think the same. 12, Joshua.
I know, I messed up.
Have you done this before?
No.
Have you ever contacted an underage girl online before?
Yes.
We have evidence of that too, a 13-year-old. So why should I believe you've never done this before?
I just, first of me,
you just woke up
a chance.
You woke up a few weeks ago and said, I'm going to chat up this girl and drive from your home where?
New York.
In Brooklyn.
In Queens.
Queens. You said Brooklyn. Or do you work in Brooklyn?
I work in Brooklyn.
Okay. And you live in Queens?
Yes.
And what do you do for work in Brooklyn?
I'm a plumber.
A plumber. Good job?
Yeah.
Good pay?
It's all right.
Why would you toss it away for this?
I don't know.
I mean, can't you explain to me what brought you here tonight?
No.
I mean, it's not right.
It is not right. I know.
But help me to understand it.
I don't know. I don't know what was going through my mind.
You don't know?
No.
I mean, this is your chance to explain yourself.
There's no way I'm getting out of this anyway, so I'm not going to say anymore.
Well, Joshua, I don't know what else to say to you. Except that I'm Chris Hansen, and this is an investigation called Hansen versus Predator.
Okay.
So if there's anything else you want people to know, now is the time.
No.
You're free to leave.
Can I use the bathroom? Because I've been holding it for quite some time.
I think you should go.
After I caught this predator, the Fairfield, Connecticut cops put him under arrest.
Behind your back. Come right over here. Hands behind your back, sir.
As officers search his yellow car, he's handcuffed and put into an unmarked car.
And I'm gonna have to slide all the way over.
Cops drive Cologne to the police station.
Can you open all your hands, sir?
After he's fingerprinted and photographed, he'll spill his guts to detectives.
Don't wait on us. We've already eaten dinner, so we're good to go. You're the hungry guy.
The detectives give him some Chinese takeout. He's waived his rights to remain silent, and what he's about to say will shock you.
And is 12 an age that you're comfortable with? That's your preference, or?
I date all ages.
What?
Huh?
I can't hear you.
I date older, younger. I mean, not younger than 12, but 12 and up.
Now, Cologne is about to make a truly stunning confession. Listen closely.
I mean, I did have sexual relations with someone older than 12.
How old?
15.
When was that?
A few months back.
Do you remember her name?
It's not a her.
Okay. Do you remember his name?
Dave.
Cologne then reveals his biggest fear was meeting me instead of a little girl.
I mean, I talked, but I never actually went to meet them because I was always afraid.
Of what?
To be like on that guy's show.
That's what you were afraid of?
Can't say that I blame you.
What exactly, if you could erase him from walking into the kitchen today, what do you envision yourself doing right now if that hadn't happened?
You guys know already.
Your intention was to have sex with her?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you tell her you loved her?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know. I guess to kind of, like, I don't know, kind of pull her in, I guess, or something.
To pull her in?
I guess.
What do you think would be different about a sexual experience with a young girl versus an older person your age?
I mean, the older person is more experienced. And I guess in some way I can have, I guess, the power, I guess.
Power of having an inexperienced person?
Yeah.
Cologne surely is going to choke on his chicken noodles after the detective calls the watch commander to find out how much his bail will be.
He's going to make it $750,000, which is very high.
Cologne's bond is eventually set at $125,000, and he bails out.
What surprised you most about the results of this investigation?
How vulnerable our children are. How the internet has made our children so much more vulnerable to individuals that want to do them harm. And how easy it is to entice children.
The text messages, the visit to the house, evidence so overwhelming that Cologne pleads guilty to 3 felony charges: attempted second-degree sexual assault, attempted risk of injury to a minor, and attempting to entice a minor by computer. Colon is sentenced to 7 years in prison, suspended after serving 3, and he must register as a sex offender. He's traded life in the big city for the big house. We got another one off the streets for now, but watch out. There are more predators out there, and I'm gonna catch them. What's scary about Colon is how unapologetic he seems about the whole thing. So I'm up here now in the New York office because I get emails from parents all the time after they watch these segments asking how they can better protect their kids from these creeps. Well, it starts right here on the computer and with this, your smartphone. Here are some short tips for you. Number 1, educate yourself on all the new social platforms. You don't need to use Snapchat or Whisper, but you need to understand how they work. Number 2, curfew their cell phones. Set a time that kids' smartphones go on a family charging station for the night. These creeps like to work in the late night hours. And lastly, number 3, have a blunt, age-appropriate discussion with your kids. When I did the very first investigation, I showed it to a group of young teens. They thought the predators were actually actors. They were shocked to see guys really do this. And I was shocked when I asked the group if any had been approached online in an inappropriate way and not told their parents. 75% said yes. Yes, 75%, which is very scary. For more on how to protect your kids online, just go to crimewatchdaily.com. Not all the predators I catch are interested in young girls. Some, like this guy in the bright orange shorts, lust for young boys.
How you doing today?
And on this sunny autumn day,
my house is your house.
He's coming to meet a boy who he thinks just turned 13.
So where'd you want to go? Want a water or something?
He should probably take a sip, because in a moment, he's gonna meet me. His name is Jesse Velez. He's 28 years old. His screen name is Jose. He's engaged, and he's a general manager at a major sandwich shop chain. But Velez has something else planned for today's menu.
It's kind of nervous. Nervous? I know, I am too.
Velez is the latest creep I've caught in our special investigative segment, Hansen vs. Predator. At our Sting House in Fairfield, Connecticut, we place more than a dozen hidden cameras to capture every move.
What I want you to do is let him see you. The blue is going to take away from your face.
Right.
So when he pulls up, just come out and then go, oh, I forgot my jacket.
The Fairfield cops coordinate the sting operation with the predator watchdog group Tetrad Corps. Tetrad posted a pic of a real 13-year-old boy on social media. We're hiding the boy's identity for his protection. Within 20 minutes, Velez contacts the boy we're calling Jason. He tells Velez he's turning 13 in a week.
You okay that I'm younger?
Yes.
Like 13 years old younger, LOL?
Never chilled with a young guy before.
Velez describes in graphic detail the sex acts he wants to perform. He even sent a pic of his private parts and asked the boy to send him nude photos. But if that isn't shocking enough, what he asks for next will make you sick.
Come live with me, LOL.
You're kidding, right?
No, LOL.
How are you gonna explain a 12-year-old kid living with you?
I won't. No one won't find out.
Velez doesn't know it, but there's no kid on the other end of the smartphone. It's really a woman named Lori.
And he knows absolutely
that I'm 13, yeah.
That you're 13.
Lori is one of the operatives working for Tetrad Corps. She's giving detectives the text messages she exchanged with Velez.
She's just going through and getting all of my screenshots so that she can provide that to local PD so that they can have the probable cause for arrest. And then just going to hand my phone to Chris so he'll have that for the interview.
In our control room, Lori receives word that Velez wants to nail down a date.
He says, let's get lunch, my treat. I said, okay, when? He said, in a few. I said, okay, let me know so I can get showered.
She briefs our on-site decoy, a 19-year-old drama student who is pretending he's 13. That's so the decoy will know how to act.
You hungry? Yeah. Where do you want to go? Doesn't matter to me. I'm not really hungry, I just ate. No? No. So you want to stay here? No, not really. You don't want to stay here? What do you want to do after? Want to hang out? No. Netflix? Chill? This is going to be a weird question, but you have your ID on you? I don't have an ID on me. Sorry, I'm only 13. My mom keeps that in her purse. Who lives here? Who lives here? Well, I live here. Me, my mommy, and my daddy.
Uh-oh. Velez looks straight at one of our hidden cameras. The decoy moves into distraction mode.
Liz, you wanna come look at this? This right here. This is my dad made this.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. Pretty cool. Wanna come look at it?
What Velez doesn't realize is that he's being moved into position for what will be the surprise of his life.
Hey, what's happening?
Nothing.
What was your plan today?
Nothing, actually. Just to hang out.
Just to hang out?
Yeah.
With a 13-year-old boy? Who you sent a picture of your private parts?
No, I did it. I did?
Yes.
Ugh. I didn't mean to do that.
Ooh, it was right.
Yeah. I was
You've been
just
chatting with him on and off for weeks.
Yeah, I used to chat with random people on and off. I'd hang out with them. No, nothing's really sexual, to be honest.
Nothing sexual?
No.
What's this?
Let me see.
Anything could happen at any moment. I could come into your room right now and I could rip your arm off. And sure, while the odds of that happening are very low, life is still crazy and weird small worries just like that one can add up over time. For example, if you're like me, then maybe you get an ache in your chest and you feel, oh yeah, I had a cheeseburger for lunch and this is what I get, a heart attack. Or maybe you get a migraine headache and you think, oh, this is it. This has nothing to do with that I've been sitting in front of a computer all day with bad posture and I've only been drinking coffee. This is actually a brain tumor. The only logical conclusion for these small pains and aches is that you are actually dying. At the very least, this is how I get. I get anxious and worried. I can get caught up in social situations and feel like I did something wrong by saying that one thing. Or maybe I can get indecisive and feel like picking the wrong food for lunch is going to ruin my entire day. Or maybe I get caught up in wild fantasies, like, God, what if someone came into my room and ripped my arm off? Because life is just too chaotic. And just as much as I can feel like I am in control of my life, I can also feel like I am being dragged along by things that are completely beyond me. Life can also be incomprehensible. For example, I look at my own hands, and I want to scream. Hands are weird. They are limbs with even smaller limbs added on them. They are made out of flesh, and I eat flesh. I should not be made out of flesh. If I were a robot that consumed flesh for fuel, that would actually make more sense to me than being a blob of flesh that eats other blobs of flesh. So we can look at all of this, how worrisome life is, and how chaotic it is, and how in our lifetimes we will never actually understand life. And the only reasonable and logical thing to do is to scream and to never ever stop screaming. Life really is this an absolute mess, and despite how worrisome that is, that can also be what makes things a bit more reassuring. Because all this chaos doesn't really come from nowhere. It comes from somewhere, and it comes in these waves, affected by other distant things beyond our vision. And sure, maybe I can't control every aspect of my life, but I can take my own decisions based on the things that happen to me. And to do that, I don't really need to have a perfect circumstances or a perfect belongings or a perfect face. I just need to have a face. And that's good enough. Because the real problem for me is not really the world surrounding me. The real problem is that I think too much about myself. And really, it makes sense. I think about myself a lot because it's the only self I have. But I am not alone in this chaotic world. There's other people, and they are just as worried as me. We get stuck overanalyzing ourselves and everything we feel or what's happening around us, because the chaos is pushed against us and it feels overwhelming. We have to set our own waves in motion. I am getting a bit tired of this wave metaphor. We have to take charge of our own lives instead of shutting ourselves away. And although making your decisions can be very worrisome, the best thing we can do is the best option we have available. And the second best thing we can do is the worst option we have available. Because the worst thing possible is no decision at all. We all get worried, and that's fine. Worry is not so bad. Or at least when the other option is to scream forever.
Waluigi. The tall bastard man that Nintendo loves to disrespect. We know he's number one, but who really is he? And where did he come from? And why hasn't Nintendo given him his own game? The cult following of Waluigi cannot be overstated. He is an icon, the patron saint of weird content creators. But isn't it strange that this character so beloved by Nintendo fans seems to be completely disregarded by the company? I don't believe that's actually the truth. Nintendo cares almost too much about their characters. They rarely put a character into a game unless they're 100% sure it's a good fit. And I think this is the reason why Waluigi has been sidelined. Nintendo doesn't know what Waluigi is all about. So, Doug Bowser, I have collected every single piece of Waluigi lore into this one simple video, and I'll be presenting it to you so you can finally make that Waluigi game. Wahaha! This is my first attempt, I'll get better. In order to understand Waluigi perfectly, we have to take a look at every appearance he's made in a Nintendo game. They're the only ones that count toward canon. If you'd like me to discuss Waluigi's non-canonical appearances, I can definitely do that for you, Doug. It'll just have to be in my off hours, because it is definitely not safe for work. Here's every Waluigi appearance sorted by release date. These 63 games contain the entirety of Waluigi's characterization. He's playable in 50 of them, and we can split those playable games into sports and party games. I combed through each of these appearances, grasping at any piece of Waluigi characterization, but the vast majority of them treat Waluigi as a meat puppet, a space filler, an extra body on the character select screen. And honestly, that's one way to see Waluigi. I hear you, Doug Bowser. Why should I care about a space filler character? Well, you already care about a space filler character. A little fella named Mario. Let's discuss Waluigi's counterparts to shed some light on his origin. The original Donkey Kong was supposed to have Popeye characters, but Nintendo couldn't get the license, so Shigeru Miyamoto created an unnamed player character as a stand-in, and that space filler was later named Mario. People think that characters have to have some deep backstory in order for people to like them, but that's not true. People love Mario because of his humble origins. The same cannot be said about the rightfully despised coward boy that is Luigi. You see, Luigi was made because they needed a player 2 in the game, so they just palette swapped Mario. That is a character filling a space by copying another filled space. As much as I hate to admit it, I will have to revisit Luigi later in this video because he is key to developing the personality of Waluigi. And that's partially because of Wario. Wario wasn't made by Miyamoto. Supposedly, the team behind Super Mario Land 2 6 Golden Coins didn't enjoy being forced to make a Mario game because they didn't create the character. So Hiroji Kiyotake created a bad Mario, someone that had all of Mario's evils exaggerated. And finally, we have Waluigi, who was created by the same character designer who worked on Golden Sun. The guy who made Saturos and Isaac and all of these intense, powerful characters used his talents to make the most intense, most powerful character. And he made him for a very important reason. Because Wario didn't have a doubles partner in Mario Tennis. If Wario is just the evil, exaggerated form of Mario, then Waluigi's the same for Luigi. And that's really all we get from Waluigi's first encounter. That and the fact that Luigi is not afraid of him. Luigi, the milksop who is afraid of all, is not afraid of his evil funhouse mirror twin. There's something to that, but I don't know if I can quite grasp it without discussing all of the lore first. So let's switch back here. As I mentioned before the tangent, Waluigi often plays the role of meat puppet, so not all of these games have lore that is useful to us in developing a Waluigi game. So I'll take them off the board. After cutting, we're left with 5 references to Waluigi, 7 party games, and 13 sports games. From these 25 appearances, we can take all the juicy morsels and put them into a list of Waluigi truths. Let's start with the references. Though Super Smash has notoriously snubbed our large purple child, the trophies do a pretty good job of fleshing out his character. Super Smash Bros. Melee lays out 8 Waluigi truths in just 3 sentences. This tall, thin, evil-looking guy seems to be Luigi's rival. 4 things right there. tall, thin, evil-looking, seems to be Luigi's rival. That one really isn't definitive, so we'll keep it ambiguous. He works hard at his mischief. Waluigi reportedly spent a lot of time training for his debut in Mario Tennis by honing his ability to antagonize the Mario Brothers. Waluigi is a mischief maker, and he takes it seriously. While it's general knowledge that he's the same age as Luigi, his relationship to Wario is unclear. Luigi is exactly the same age as Waluigi, and I do not know who that reflects worse on. Also, I love that Waluigi is connected to Wario, but no one's ever cared to take a closer look. Are they friends? Accomplices? Lovers?
Come on, baby.
It's unclear. The next Smash games really hammer home these truths, only adding that he must also have a crooked mustache, a large nose, and a love of kicking. The final reference comes from Mario and Rabbids' Kingdom battle, where a large Rabbid called Waluigi appears. This is the closest Waluigi has ever come to appearing in a plot-based Mario game. A fucking Rabbid has had more screen time than the original Waluigi. What can we learn from this? As we move on to the party games, a lot of Waluigi's lore is reiterated. The main additions are that he is a misanthrope who loves to party. There are two strange pieces of info in the party games. In Mario Party 5, each pairing gets a different team name, and Mario plus Waluigi are pseudo-bros. Not enemies. It seems like Mario is okay working with Waluigi instead of Luigi. The second weird piece of info is in Mario Party 4, where Waluigi is described with the quote, "That Waluigi's a serious sneak. Watch out for his sparky sticker." This quote doesn't have any useful info for us, but the phrase, "watch out for his sparky sticker" is the worst and I hate it, and why'd you put it in a family-friendly video game, Nintendo? Finally, we have the sports games where Waluigi started. Mario Tennis set the tone for Waluigi with two truths. One, that he's highly skilled as a technique player, and two, that Luigi is not afraid of him. This one's still weird. These ones all have quotes that reiterate what we know about Waluigi. He's hardworking and he's skilled, even if he cheats sometimes. We have some metaphysical characterization in Super Mario Strikers, where the legend states Waluigi's ego tends to be his biggest enemy. In Mario Hoops 3-on-3, his baller name is The Question, which I think just solidifies him as an enigma. Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Winter Games shows that Waluigi is a great jumper, and Waluigi's special move in Mario Super Sluggers is the Liar Ball, which is a ball that he splits into two copies, one real and one false, which emphasizes his mischievousness. In Mario Power Tennis, there is a blooper reel, where Waluigi is aware that this is all a show. Does this mean that Waluigi is able to break the fourth wall? Or does it prove what I already knew, that Waluigi is great on camera? It's hot under these lights. Anyone else hot in here? I'm just gonna pop this bad boy off if that's okay. And in Mario Tennis Power Tour, Waluigi appears without Wario. Their relationship was never clear, but it is surprising that Waluigi, who was built to be Wario's tennis partner, can appear in a tennis game without him. Luigi's still there. Why can't Waluigi exist without Luigi? Save us all a headache. And that's basically all of the Waluigi lore you can learn from the games. The 23 Waluigi truths, and you can use them to create a Waluigi video game. And I could stop this video here, Doug, but I'll tell you what, I'll do you a favor. I'll tell you what I think the Waluigi game should look like, since I've done the research for you. If you're gonna make a Waluigi game, you're gonna need to make it distinct. Nintendo does a great job of tying gameplay to what makes a character special. Mario's got platformers locked. Wario has eccentric, greedy microgames. Luigi... You know what? Let's actually go through Luigi's truths and see how it led to Luigi's Mansion. Luigi is foolish. He's a coward, he's weak, he's pitiful, and you take these truths and you think, what kind of setting would allow this mistake of a human to really exhibit his uselessness? A haunted house. This man has been bamboozled into comedic haunted house entrapment 3 times, something most Hollywood stooges have only been duped into once. He's a big dumb idiot, and I would hate to be associated with him. But Waluigi is Luigi's twisted reflection, so his game will be far removed from this numpty. Let's make it. First, we're gonna move the truths that are physical traits to the side, since they're baked into Waluigi. Next, we have to decide on a cast of characters. Honestly, Waluigi has been sidelined for so long that this needs to be a solo mission. Now let's talk about the rest of these truths. If you were to separate them out, you could probably make dozens of different games. A mischievous prank game, a game where Waluigi gets schwasty every night. And I'm not opposed to these games, but Waluigi contains multitudes. Why does he turn to mischief? Why does he work so hard only to be cast aside by society? Who is this enigma of a man whose true enemy is himself? The Waluigi game, like the man, should be a mystery. Nintendo already has wonderful mystery games, but they're too cute. Waluigi is raw, he's real. To convey the complex emotions of a complex man, we can't rely on traditional animation styles. The Waluigi video game should be full motion video. Doug, I know this is a wild concept, and Nintendo is not known for live action video mysteries, but Waluigi is just the intellectual property to explore this new genre. Imagine Waluigi as a hard-nosed investigator struggling to pick apart the pieces of who he is, a man solving himself. I mean, there is the issue of casting. You gotta find someone who is evil looking and has a crooked mustache and a big nose and is great at jumping. And you know, that's a hard task to find one guy who's got all those features, you know? Well, now wait a second, Doug. If you take a look at my truths, you'll find that they're nearly the same as Waluigi's. I'm hardworking, I'm a bit of a scamp, and though I might not be as tall and lean, there's enough of me that wants to be Waluigi that I'd devote everything to being him. I need this role, Doug. I've spent the past few months devising this pitch for you. No one wants this more, cares more about Waluigi than I do. I will fight Charles Martinet for this role. Is that what you want, Doug? You pick the weapons. I will end his career. And that's why I hope you'll consider me for Waluigi's currently untitled full-motion video game. But there's something that's still nagging at me. I'm sure you noticed that I didn't address all of these Waluigi truths. Why does every single quote state that Waluigi thinks he's Luigi's rival? You could read this as Waluigi not being important enough for Luigi to consider him as a rival, but why go through the trouble of putting that in every single description? Why not just make their rivalry canon? And the fact that Luigi is not afraid of him is mind-boggling. Luigi's personality is 90% fear and 10% being green. Mario is shocked when Waluigi appears, and yet Luigi is calm, like he somehow expected him. And if Waluigi thinks his biggest enemy is Luigi, then how can his actual biggest enemy be his ego? Does that make Luigi the ego to Waluigi's id? And if you can't have a Waluigi without a Luigi. One real and one false. Why can't Waluigi exist without Luigi? Luigi and Waluigi are the same person. It's so simple. Luigi is just manifesting his own repressed desires as an alternate personality, a shocking twist that no one's ever done in media before. Waluigi is just the exaggerated form of Luigi's deepest desire. The want to be skilled, the want to be respected, the want to party. Waluigi is everything Luigi wishes he could be, but could never be under the famous gaze of his famous brother. What an amazing twist. What an amazing truth. What an amazing role for me as Waluigi. Think of the accolades, the Game Awards, the respect. As someone who wished to be Waluigi for so many years, as someone who wished, if there are two personalities, am I number one or am I the one who is longing? Oh God, I'm not a Waluigi. I'm a Luigi. No. that's just one potential ending to Waluigi's currently untitled full-motion video game. If you're interested in licensing the idea, Doug, feel free to reach out to my agent, and we can get filming tomorrow. Or in like 5 months, because I am gonna have to grow the mustache, but I probably shouldn't have shaved it before we... You know what? I don't have an agent, so just don't contact me. I don't want to play Luigi, so... Stamina. That mysterious green juice that powers our muscles. In video games, it allows characters to cleave dragons, climb volcanoes, and lightly jog through a prairie. I look at these heroic tasks, and I think... How? Look, I'm usually pretty high energy, but the fact of the matter is that I've been stuck at home for the past 2 months, and I've cultivated the stamina of a cartoon basset hound. I used to be so much more productive, and my energy has just completely vanished. Is it because I've been having trouble adjusting to this new working from home lifestyle? Or is it because my build is trash? Today, I'm saying goodbye to that boring, languid Brian, and I am going to use the things I've learned from video games to maximize my stamina. I gotta go ham on these graphics because I don't have a studio anymore. There are 2 main ways that stamina is represented in video games. Stamina bars that automatically replenish and stamina bars that don't. And these different representations lead to different techniques for boosting that stamina. My hypothesis is that if I use these same techniques in real life, then I will finally have the energy to address laundry chair. There are 4 methods of augmenting your stamina in video games. Let's start with the easiest one to understand. Item refills. You expend some energy, you eat something to replenish that energy. It's basic biology, the Krebs cycle or something like that. I'm not interested, get that shit out of here. The problem is that video games are usually more fantastical than real life. Oftentimes, the item you need to consume is an elixir made from arcane magics, siphoned from the very lifeblood that sustains our world. Or if you're Hideo Kojima, it's Monster Energy. God bless you, Death Stranding, for having a magical canteen that effortlessly turns dangerous Timefall into a branded energy drink. You know, for a video game that loves to give you a 40-minute long cutscene explaining why some dipshit is named Hot Wet Man or whatever, this piece of world building has a much simpler explanation. Money. And thanks to this shameless product placement, I have a concrete way to determine how to refill stamina. Judging by Sam's experience, it takes about 600 milliliters of Monster Energy to fully juice your bar. And given the fact that this logic exists in a world where everyone is stuck in isolated homes and delivery people are among the most important of essential workers, I think it's safe to say that conditions could not be better suited for this experiment. The biggest difference between me and Sam Bridges is that I'm not getting paid by Monster Energy, so I don't have to pretend to like it. Technique 2. Slowing depletion. Unlike item refills, this one asks you to do some planning. You only consume one of these items before you have to do a huge task. So it usually shows up in games where preparation is key, like when you have to go fight a 40-ton pickle. Monster Hunter has battles that can last upwards of an hour, which can make the preparation as important and as long as the actual fight itself. Kind of like eating a full pasta bake before the big track meet. There are quite a few ways to slow stamina depletion in Monster Hunter, but sometimes the simplest option is the best one. And in this case, the simplest option is steak. Steak is made from raw meat in Monster Hunter, and also the real world. And if you eat it, it boosts your max stamina. But the effects change based on how you cook it. A rare steak refills your stamina bar and makes it longer, but a well-done steak does all that, and it slows your max stamina depletion. The steak snobs among you may turn up your nose at the assertion that a well-done meat is better than a wet, juicy, rare one, but I posit to you this question. Which one would you rather have jangling around in your leather satchel? So I will be cooking these meats until they are all the way gray. Technique 3. Stamina regeneration. With this technique, every time you use stamina, you'll get it back faster. And there is no game that makes you say, come on, refill, come on, come on, come on, come on, refill, more than Dark Souls. In Dark Souls, you consume stamina every time you attack, block, run, parry, roll, backstep, backstab, repost, jump, shoot arrows, call your mom, check your And if bank you're in account. the middle of a boss fight and you have run out of the stamina necessary to dodge roll or swing your big sword, well, them's the breaks, kid. Luckily, there are some accessories that speed up that stamina regeneration, and even more luckily, you can purchase legitimate versions of these items for about $300. No thank you, I can make that at home. And even if I did have the means to purchase these official props, there's still one massive problem. The in-game items are imbued with dark, abyssal magics that I simply do not have the arcane wisdom to conjure. Luckily, I do have one little piece of magic I can use. It's called the placebo effect. There are plenty of psych studies that show that clothing choices can have an effect on your mood and your confidence. And there are even more studies that show that placebos can have legitimate beneficial effects. So why wouldn't donning the mask of the child help me deal with laundry chair? And finally, Technique 4. Permanent increases. This is by far the best way to maximize your stamina. When you've got all the stamina in the world, even the heaviest of tasks won't faze you. There are plenty of realistic games that use this technique, like Red Dead Redemption 2, where the only way to increase your max stamina is to do a bunch of stamina-heavy tasks, like sprinting. But the thing about this technique is that it sucks! I'm sorry. You're telling me that in order to have more energy, I have to use up all the little energy I have? That's recursive logic. I don't have any energy to begin with, and you want me to run a mile? Bullshit! So since Rockstar doesn't actually care about realism, let's talk about a more grounded game. Breath of the Wild. In this game, Link can trade 4 spirit orbs to increase his hearts or his stamina, but I want to focus on this little guy, the horned statue. Here, you can do a different sort of trade. A devil's bargain. You can increase your max stamina.
You just have to give up some life.
The only problem is that I can't figure out how I would gain more stamina by doing something physically detrimental, like using a shampoo with sulfates. I would never do that. So for now, I'll be focusing on the first 3 techniques. Here's how the experiment will go. I will spend 1 day on each technique, rating my stamina level every hour of that day. If I'm at a 0, then I'm either sleeping or dead, so most of my stamina levels will be between 1 and 10, with a 1 being the stamina level of a hotboxed sloth, and a 10 being the energy of a 6-year-old at a laser tag party who just finished his first can of Mellow Yellow. My goal is to be at a level 10 at all times. I'll also be rating the boosts based on 3 criteria: boost speed, boost endurance, and boost quality. But first, we have to do a control trial, which is just a normal day.
Just after 7 o'clock on a Monday, I'd say my power level is at a 5. I'm about to have some coffee.
I went about my day as I normally do, which is to say, boringly. If we take a look at this graph, you'll see that there were 2 little spikes. The first one, which happened after I had my morning coffee, and the second one after I hit a real low spot right after lunch. I have no idea if I'm pointing to the right places.
It's 1:30. I decided to be productive by at least leaving my house. Gonna go buy a liter of Monster. You can't tell because I'm wearing a mask, but I'm grimacing under here.
This is obviously just one control trial, but it is emblematic of the lethargy I've been feeling for the past few weeks. I never got above an 8, and in fact, my average for the full day was just a little bit higher than how I was feeling right after I woke up. That's pretty bad. But it means there's nowhere to go but up, and I'll be going way up with the first technique trial.
Feeling about a 5, not super tired, not super energetic, but instead of making coffee, I instead will go and take a swig from my canteen, which I have filled up with 3 different Monster energy drinks up to the liter mark. If I'm at halfway through my stamina right now, I should be drinking 300 milliliters. Let's see if this kicks in.
And the effects of Sam Bridges' favorite concoction did indeed kick in.
8 o'clock. Okay, obviously the energy drink has affected me. And put this down so I can move around with my hands. I can still have more stamina. Yeah, I feel like I'm at an 8 right now. You know, normally I'd say that that's fine. I'm trying to be at the peak performance level. Another 120 milliliters down the hatch. Let's do some work, baby. Feeling fine. Probably a 9 or maybe a 9.5. Maybe a 10. Probably 9.5. Can we get waffle fries? Does anyone deliver waffle fries? No filming. Let's go write more scripts.
Things were going great for me in the stamina department. Until they weren't.
Now, the crash and then right after eating lunch has kind of just brought the whole thing down to a 3. Now that I have seen that Monster gives me a super high and then immediately crashes me, I'm gonna do the only thing a sane person would do and consume more Monster energy. Let's go to work!
And though I went searching for that magnificent full stamina feeling I fleetingly experienced in that morning, I still averaged less than the control trial for the rest of the afternoon. I drank 3 full cans of Monster Energy.
If I hadn't had the Monster Energy, would I have been dead right now? I don't understand.
There was only one little spike that happened after I had to go outside to pick up stakes for the next day's trials. And though the energy drinks didn't keep me up all night, there were some other side effects that ultimately led to a bad review of this technique.
My body is tired, but my mind is just, there's some anxieties in there, and also I feel like physically not great.
Still, I had high hopes for Trial 2. Since the previous 2 trials trended downward, I had hoped that slowing depletion would help. Unfortunately, due to the previous day's trials, I was operating at a deficit.
Went to bed all right, and then I woke up about 2 hours after that, and then kept waking up every 30 minutes. I'll tell you what, more than anything in the world, what I would love to do is go ahead and brew myself a pot of coffee, but you know what, I'll do you one better. Super cheap beef eye-round steak. I'm gonna go ahead and grill one of these puppies up to a healthy 160 degrees Fahrenheit. Let's get some breakfast going.
I tried my best to go into this experience unbiased, and honestly, the first steak of the day wasn't that bad.
I feel more powerful.
And though it didn't give me quite the same bump as the Monster Energy, my stamina levels rose and stayed level for the entire morning.
It feels like I'm maintaining it a lot better. Maybe I really am not degrading my stamina. It is almost lunchtime. Maybe I'll eat 2 well-done medallions of steak.
That's exactly what I did. Sadly, the second meats of the day were not as wonderful, and this is where the true challenge of this technique came in.
I do really wish I was eating something other than this. The problem is that I'm still very hungry, but I also don't want to eat any more well-done steaks.
With my stomach rumbling and my stamina flagging, I decided to try to take my mind off of it by working on the accessories for the next day's trial. And this did give me a little stamina boost, and that stamina maintained, but other things weren't going so hot.
Great, stamina's going all right, but I am so hungry and also so upset with the idea that I have to eat more of these well-done pucks of meat. But I'm gonna make the last 2. Now, a lot of you might be wondering, doesn't it get easier over time? And the answer is obviously no.
By the end of the day, it's easy to see that though my stamina didn't get quite as high, it did last longer. So there might be some truth to this slowing degradation technique. But unlike the Monster Energy trial, this one was both literally and metaphorically harder to swallow. There's a reason energy drinks aren't chewable. Luckily, our final trial didn't make me consume anything.
I slept a little bit better last night, at least, so I'd say I'm at like a 4. But the good news is that I know just what to do. Let me go put on my accessories. I already feel energized.
Okay, full disclosure, as much as I believe video game logic, I did just tape some tinfoil onto some cardboard. I wasn't expecting much from this trial, but the results speak for themselves.
Why don't I carry around a shield more often? This makes me feel so powerful.
I had a morning boost that rivaled item refills. Sure, working in full garb was a little bit annoying, but that didn't stop me from being an active participant in my virtual meetings.
Yeah, I can help out with that, Jenna, if you need any extra help on that one.
Yeah, Brian. I guess so.
But around 11, the mask and the shield were getting to me, so I started altering which of the accessories I was wearing. There's no set bonus, so as long as I had one item equipped, my stamina regeneration should be a little bit faster than normal.
For the past hour, I took off the mask and I've just been living on the Chloranthy ring. I do feel more tired. I'm gonna rethink about the mask.
At 1:30, I had to do a stream, and I did that in the mask. And sure enough, my stamina was boosted after that experience. In fact, for most of the day, the accessories helped and didn't make my stomach hurt. But there were other costs.
I don't like wearing this mask. I feel like my stamina has increased, but it seems like there's an obvious trade-off going on here because like it's not comfortable to wear. You can see like it's been squishing my nose. I'm deciding whether or not I want to have higher energy levels or if I want to feel comfortable is really what's happening at the moment.
Take a look right there. I imagine the Wright brothers wore a similar expression the day they went to Kitty Hawk because that is the face of a man who is ready to soar. Remember how I said I couldn't figure out how to trade health for stamina? Well, judging from these previous trials, each one of them was physically detrimental in a specific and wonderful way.
I feel like physically not
Why am I
great.
still so hungry?
It's not comfortable to wear.
Perhaps I could trade my health for more stamina by doing every technique at once. Welcome to the final trial!
Waking up this morning and realizing what I was going to have to do today really just made me not want to get out of bed. I am about to do all 3 stamina things at once. I'm not expecting it to feel good, but I am expecting an increase in productivity unlike anyone has ever seen from me.
So after donning my outfit and grilling up a well-done steak, I sat down for breakfast.
God, I hate this steak.
And by 9 o'clock, I felt the effects.
I think maybe God didn't intend for us to wake up and drink an energy drink and eat a well-done steak and then wear a tinfoil mask. I'm at a 5.
Okay, so the boost didn't happen right away, but let's remember that some of these boosts take a while to warm up. And given the fact that I'm increasing my max stamina, I should be hitting a 10, maybe an 11 or 12 by mid-morning. Except things didn't change.
It's 10 o'clock and I'm still at a 5. What the hell? I'm just gonna cook all the steaks, I'm gonna drink all the energy drink, I'm gonna wear this while I'm doing it. I'm just gonna do it all right now. I'm tired of this. I'm also physically tired.
I ate 4 steaks. I drank all of the rest of my energy drink. I was going to increase my maximum stamina.
I'm ready to take on the day.
It turns out that doing every single stamina boosting technique at once fills your stamina bar so full that the bar explodes. I felt physically ill and had to lie down for several hours. I can't even review this boost technique because it just knocked me unconscious. But I will say that I did rebound later that day.
So I left my house, came out here to take a little walk while maintaining adequate social distance. I feel a whole lot better. You can't tell, but I'm smiling under this.
And this made me rethink some of my trials. Most of my afternoon boosts weren't due to gimmicky ingestibles, they were because I took a small walk, or I did a fun craft, or I talked to my friends online. Was I doing these techniques for nothing? Is video game logic wrong? No. I just didn't understand what video games were teaching me. Getting good at Dark Souls or Monster Hunter is about knowing how many swings of your big sword you can do before you need to take a break. It only becomes a major issue if you completely run out and you have to spend a few seconds staggered, or spend a few hours lying in bed. Maybe the real stamina technique I need to learn is recognizing that right now, I may not be able to do as much as I want to. But if I focus on the little wins, I can manage my stamina, and I can manage my expectations for my stamina. So although I may still wear the Chloranthy ring, it will just be for the fashion. And today, I'm gonna take care of laundry chair. You tell me when the camera stops rolling so I can stop folding. PC gaming is a vast ocean of entertainment, and if you want to explore, all you have to do is sail out. And speaking of sailing out, this is my first ever sponsored video! So that way I could unravel how to get good at PC gaming. But the thing about Valorant is that you don't need a high-end PC to play it. Riot told me that even on an old clunker with minimum specs, you can still play competitively, and sure enough, I excavated my ancient PC in order to test this, and it played great. It plays great. Oh, that doesn't count. So I could use that sponsorship money to soup up my computer, or I could use it to solve one of PC gaming's biggest problems. Unlike a console which can plug into a communal TV, true PC gaming needs a dedicated space. I live in a 3-bedroom apartment with 2 other roommates, and they are not gonna be cool with me setting up my sick rig in the spot where we keep recycling that we haven't taken out in 2 weeks. In fact, the only unused personal space I have is this 4-foot square right next to my radiator. And I like to keep that block unused for whenever I want to feel like a rich person.
Check me out.
But maybe, with a little help from my sponsors' money, I can turn those 16 square feet into a gamer's paradise. Today, I'm teaching you how to make the perfect gamer space. Oh! Yeah! For inspiration, I asked a couple coworkers what they look for in a PC gaming space.
Hi, I'm Jeff Ramos.
I'm Julia.
If there was anyone at Polygon who could lead me to gamer space perfection, it would be Jeff and Julia. And in our discussions, it became clear that there are 4 major elements to a good gaming environment. The first is a solid foundation.
If I want to build a PC gaming space, where should I start?
First, I think you need a computer.
Check. But without these other foundational elements, I'll have less of a gamer space and more of an ominous obelisk. From there, you can start embellishing your foundation with element 2, a virtual gaming space, which is just a fancy way of saying a place you can stream games from.
It made me feel like a little less lonely as I'm studying and stuff because, you know, there's just like a voice. And I guess I wanted to do that for people also.
Streaming for you was less about, like, getting big, and it was more about sharing an experience with your friends.
If I got big along the way, I would be like, that's fine.
Element 3 is aesthetics. If you're gonna spend hours at your computer, at the very least, it should be nice to look at, and it should represent you.
Everything else on my desk is black. There's very little decoration, and I like that because it's, you know, clear mind. I can just focus on what I'm doing at any given moment versus like looking at a desk full of Funko Pops.
I had, I think, this specific pop figure of Vi from League of Legends, and then it just kind of expanded. Since I work from home too, I try to make my space fun and engaging.
And the final element caters to bodily needs. What type of chair is that you're sitting in?
Oh, it's a terrible one, and it's going to be replaced, and it gives me consistent back pain.
Does that affect your gaming at all?
If I'm like not comfortable, then like I'm just thinking about like, dang, my butt hurts, my back hurts, and then I can't pay attention to things.
Do you ever eat near your computer? Do you ever have to refuel?
I try to separate eating from my desk space. There is a space off to the left where I usually will always have a coffee cup and like a water bottle, and sometimes there'll be like a snack.
When you're in the throes of a match, you don't want to be worried about your back hurting or feeling a little famished. And that means your gamer space should provide the fuel and comfort your body needs. If you can amalgamate these 4 elements, you'll have a good gamer space. But I'm making the perfect one. And how can we prove it's perfect? An increase in gaming performance. Haha, you thought I wasn't gonna do what I was sponsored to do. Get out of here, I'm just killing 2 birds with 1 stone. My coworkers said in no uncertain terms that a good gamer space will make me a better gamer.
Once I have a dedicated space, that's gonna be all I'm gonna need in order to be proficient at this game.
Well, I mean, you should still practice a little bit. I mean,
though I normally don't let little things like rules stand between me and victory, Valorant has anti-cheat software that kind of makes that impossible. So there really is no way for me to get good at this game without practicing. But a perfect gamer space will envelop me in a cocoon of learning, shutting out the world around me. By the end of this build, I'll prove that I've developed a perfect gamer space by showing just how much better at PC gaming I've become. Luckily, that's not a very high bar.
That doesn't count.
And with my 4 elements defined, it was time to start. I taped out the 4x4 square and purchased a desk that would fit within the perimeter. Built the desk, got the monitor unpacked, computer, keyboard, mouse in position, and we were in business. Element 1, check. I hopped right into Valorant and things were going way better than with my coffee table setup. And in hindsight, maybe I should have stopped there. But I still had money to burn. You see, I really was getting better at Valorant, but I had no way of clearly showing just how well I was doing. And as Jeff said,
because if I no scope and there's no one around to see it, then does it matter?
I ordered a nice microphone and got out my old webcam to set up my streaming space.
All right, check, check. We are set to go. Everything looks great on the game. Things do not look as great.
Although I was prepared to start gaming for the masses, my room was not.
I can do better than this.
If I go live with this setup, everyone's gonna make fun of my finger-jointed builder's grade garbage molding. I can't be known as the substandard molding guy. Luckily, I had 2 sources of inspiration for gamer space aesthetics, on opposite sides of the spectrum. I wanted to land somewhere in the middle. Obviously, the first step was installing RGB LEDs, because a gamer space without constantly changing rainbow lights is like a Little League coach without wraparound Oakleys. I also purchased a modest number of game figurines, because even with a sponsor, oh boy, those things are expensive. But at the end of this, my space still felt pretty empty, so I gathered all the figurines I could find. All of them. Beyond this, there was nothing behind me to brand me as a true gamer for the stream viewers, so I mocked up a quick poster idea and sent it over to my coworker Pat for some illustration work, and used a little bit more of that sponsor money to purchase a large cloth banner.
Oh my god, it's perfect.
Finally, I purchased a video game-themed birthday party set, and with that, my aesthetic was complete.
What's up, y'all? I am back at it at the streaming setup. We've got everyone here. You could tell, as I always say back there, don't talk to me before I've had my gaming. I just have a little... there's actually nothing in this cup. I should probably get something in this cup.
Jeff warned me about keeping snacks off my desk, but I was worried about getting hangry in the middle of gaming, so I prepped some peanut butter toast. Also, Julia had a specific piece of advice about emotional needs.
I have one of the guy from Beastars, so when I get too mad about playing video games, I can look at him and he'll soothe me.
Though the sight of an anthropomorphic wolf isn't necessarily soothing to me, I do think it's important for me to have something to calm me down after the rough matches. Warm milk. And I still had some sponsorship money left over, so I purchased myself a gamer chair. Unfortunately, the only one that could ship in time was the largest size, which meant I had to rearrange some furniture. And with that, the perfect gamer space was complete. All 4 elements checked.
The gamer space is created, and all that's left for me to do is be the gamer within the space.
I played a few matches, taking a sip from the warm milk anytime I got a little flustered. But for some reason, I wasn't much better than when I started this journey.
Just have my wrists hurt. That's the only reason why things aren't going great.
Even after running to the drugstore to pick up some compression braces, my gaming didn't improve. It didn't make any sense. I had spent over a week building this gamer space, which included dozens of minutes playing Valorant. Why wasn't I any better?
The space isn't perfect yet. That's the only explanation.
I hadn't reached my goal of being a better PC gamer. But I also hadn't run out of sponsor money. It was time for a second pass. My single monitor wasn't giving me enough screen real estate for what really mattered, my stream setup. So I got a second one and also some nice lights. We have now upgraded our new space. I can now see my game and I can also see what my stream setup's gonna be. It's looking good. Enough. But good enough is never enough when one is striving for perfection. The problem with streaming is that most people are okay with one camera and one game. I am an auteur who understands the importance of cinematography, and if I'm supposed to stream in a manner that matches my aura, I need more cameras. Sadly, pretty much every webcam is currently sold out. I was running low on time, and that's one thing sponsor money can't buy. But it can buy enterprise-level video conferencing solutions. Just wanted to check in really quickly to let you know that I am unstoppable! Sorry. I figured out how to do 3 cams on OBS, and now I can play game, which is great, except I'm looking at the overlay. It's a little busy. Our little test proved that there were 2 big issues with our space. The first was that the cameras took up most of the screen. The second is that my roommates didn't enjoy hearing me yell, which is nothing new. But that's when it hit me. I have a plan on how to kill 2 birds with 1 stone by recycling all of the boxes I've received. If I could create a soundproof box around my gamer space and cover it in a green screen, then I'd have more screen space and my roommates would stop yelling at me. So I used more of my sponsorship money to buy a bunch of expensive studio foam, and I taped it to a bunch of cardboard, and then I threw a green screen over top of it, and voila, a hermetically sealed gamer space. Now, a few of you might be wondering, how does one get into this space? But you'll see that right behind my air conditioning unit, there's a way that I can crawl underneath there. And the best part about it, it's not even dark because I put in the LEDs. All I have to do is just weasel my way in. They say no pain, no gain. And you know, I'm a gamer. No pain, no game. Maybe that's better than my current slogan. Well, get the head through first, because that's the hardest part of it, you know, just kind of like being born. Okay. Oh. Do a quick 180, and then you swap up, and then you're here, and then you're in the gamer space. It's easy as pie. After a vigorous 4-minute entrance, it was clear that things were working out great. Check this out. Look, I've got it. There's so much you can see the whole UI. So there's the problem of these screens. I spent a lot of time trying to make sure that I had a cool looking background. Such is the curse of the green screen. Though you can put anything behind it, sometimes you are left with the void. I worked so hard to make sure that my background expressed my gamerhood, and the gamer box just covered it up. I wanted to digitally recreate it, but since I had 3 cameras, it would have to be in 3D. So I reached out to my coworker Jenna to mock something up in Blender for me, based on some previous images I had of my gamer space. Okay, so we just got the new background set up. Let's get up in here. Alrighty, okay. Shit. My shirt got caught on a thing. This was a rude awakening, but a necessary one. My current clothing setup was not compatible with the gaming rig, so I figured out a new way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The idea came from my compression braces. My wrists felt so much better while compressed, and it made me wonder, what if all of me was compressed? So I looked up those tactical black skin suits that athletes wear in the Olympics, but I was running dangerously low on time and money, so I had to order from a less than scrupulous vendor. And when it finally arrived, it was not to my specifications. I didn't have any more time. The deadline was fast approaching. So I dealt with what I had, crawled into my sweltering gamer space, and I see what the problem is now. My new compression suit was causing me to dissolve into Jenna's wonderful background. So I asked her to remodel it, this time with a 3D photorealistic virtual Brian that I could superimpose my face onto. And the worst part of it was that, And I forgot my snacks!
But in all tribulations, there is a chance for greatness. And greatness was found with a little inspiration, a little heat exhaustion, and the very last of my sponsorship money. I'm covered head to toe in this important green screen, and I don't want this to get marred, obviously. So what I've come up with, instead of having to eat toast with my hands, is that I've purchased a horse feed bag, and I was worried about, you know, my hot milk is gonna start to cool down, and my computer right now is running a little bit hot too. Why don't I just kill two birds with one stone? There are tons of liquid-cooled computers out there, and if I use this tubing, I can feed the cool milk through the PC, cooling it down perfectly, up around my headset, over the microphone. I got my feed bag, which will allow me to eat my snacks, and then I've got my warm milk, which is also going to be cooling my computer in my game, in the box. I'll have my snacks and I'll have my box, and I can stay in there. With the invention of the milk-cooled PC, patent pending, and the feed bag sustained me, patent pending, the perfect gamer space was complete.
Okay. Hello, gamers. I have my feed bag. I tossed it over beforehand. The crown of it all, my milk-cooled PC. Let's get gaming.
Though the feed bag worked wonders, I was still doing poorly in my matches. I was getting flustered and couldn't focus. But that's nothing a little warm milk couldn't help.
Come on! See, I don't get. Oh, no, stop. No. Shit. Oh, this is bad. This is very bad. This is very bad.
After mopping up the Milkmaster's lactose coolant fluid and toweling myself off, I broke out the gaming laptop I borrowed from work and sat back down in my original Valorant test position. And I was better. Without the lights and the monitors and the hands-free snacks, I was gaming better on a coffee table than in my dedicated space. So, did I screw up and kill too many birds with too few stones? Or was I a less than perfect gamer? Perhaps I was asking a toddler to pilot a helicopter. There's nothing wrong with my hot cardboard box of gaming perfection. I simply was not ready to handle it responsibly. One day, I will re-enter that cocoon and emerge a wonderful gaming butterfly. But before I grow my wings, this little grub must learn to crawl. And also how to defuse the spike without dying. It seems impossible. Has anyone done it yet? I doubt anyone's done that yet. Pokemon. Pocket monsters. You gotta catch 'em all, as they say. But in the world of Pokemon, there are an abundance of creatures, and certainly not every one of them will be caught and cherished by a trainer. Some may stay wild, or fight fires, or become surrogate fathers to 10-year-old protagonists with hot moms. But is that the extent of their use in the Pokemon universe? Today, I'm going to solve the #1 most requested question I get in my Twitter mentions and emails and in skywriting above New York City. Today, I cannot do this. I can't do this. I can't do Pokemon edibility, Tara, because I literally said after the first episode, don't ask me to do this again, and the only reason we agreed to do more Unraveleds is because we specifically said I would never, ever, ever have to do Pokemon edibility, right? Like, I can't reveal, like, if I do this, there's no more worlds to conquer. This is it. This would have to be the final Unraveled.
Well, then I guess this is the final Unraveled.
Today, for my final Unraveled, I am ranking Pokemon by edibility.
But can I first just say that this question is flawed? When people ask for an Unraveled on Pokemon edibility, it's always, can you rank Pokemon based on their edibility? Rank? No, I can't rank Pokemon on edibility because edibility is a Boolean function. Either something is fit for human consumption or it is not. Pizza is not more edible than salad. They're both just edible. So asking me to find the most edible Pokemon is a fallacy. There's no such thing as the most edible Pokemon. So don't try to find it. I'll stop complaining. I'm just saying that y'all are asking one question but meaning another, so let's unravel what you actually mean by finding which Pokemon are fit for human consumption. And by the way, I'm not arguing the ethics of eating Pokemon. If you slice a sirloin from Mama Kangaskhan and fry it up while her baby watches, is that morally reprehensible? I don't know. And I don't have to, because apparently that question isn't important to you sickos. Kangaskhan meat is edible, and that's all there is to it. So let's talk about how we find this info. First, we start with a list of every Pokemon, including variations and regional forms, just in case a Pokemon is only edible in one specific state. Then we start finding equivalents in our world. This is easy enough for Pokemon like Miltank, which is just a big milky dog, but it becomes a bit more difficult with abominations like Aromatisse. What is that? A sexy bird? A piece of sentient cotton candy that started doing local burlesque shows? At this point, we must turn to the Pokedex to decide if we're free to chow down. This is also important for clarifying things like Execute, which might seem like a bunch of eggs, but according to the Pokedex, are actually seeds. In Aromatisse's case, the Pokedex says that its scent is so overpowering that unless a trainer happens to really enjoy the smell, he or she will have a hard time walking alongside it. Sadly, even this does not paint a clear enough picture on noshability, so it's time for the final step. Using my years of experience as both a gamer and human who has survived multiple encounters with dubious food to decide if I could eat that Pokemon. Aromatisse is basically an overpoweringly stinky owl. I could eat that. So Miltank, Aromatisse, Execute, and Kangaskhan are all edible, but that's just 4 of the 969 Pokemon. Considering how vast a task it would be to qualify the edibility of every one of them, I originally tried to disqualify entire types, like poison. But even that doesn't work. The problem is that when the Pokedex says poison, it sometimes means venom, and the difference between poisonous and venomous is extremely important in edibility. Here's a diagram to explain it. Basically, if you want to eat a king cobra, you'll not only have the easiest fun fact for any future icebreakers, but you'll also be fine, so long as you cut off its head, which is where the venom glands are. But if you get a hankering to lick up on that tasty-looking golden poison frog, you're buying a one-way ticket to Ground Town, which is what I call the cemetery. What I'm saying is that if Pokemon can somehow differentiate between ground and rock type, they could have a poison and venom type. Anyway, here's all the poison types that are edible. Now let's talk about other ways to narrow this down, like the Ultra Beasts, who are beyond human understanding and probably not organic in nature, so it's pretty safe to say that they wouldn't be fit for human consumption. Similarly, the Steel in Steelix would most... Can I just say that the reason I never wanted to do this Unraveled is because it's so overdone? Like, if you Google eating Pokemon, you get 43 million search results. You could find hundreds of articles and videos and podcasts and wiki entries discussing Pokemon edibility, but no, you still insist on me doing it. Like, this isn't even research into things that have very little meaning. It's the research equivalent of a baking soda volcano. I'm not doing anything new, and that's a waste of both your and my time. Why do you even want to know the most edible Pokemon? You don't want to know that. You don't! Here's the list of every inedible Pokemon. It took me a couple days to run through my process for every one of them, but I'm glad I did because there were some interesting ones. Like how Slowking and Slowbro are both edible, but their Galarian counterparts are not. And the Porygons are one of the only normal types that are inedible because they're made of code. And I had originally thought that Reuniclus would be a nice jelly boba, but it turns out that if you drink the liquid surrounding it, it grants both wisdom and immediate death, making Reuniclus the Pokemon equivalent of a Tide Pod. On the other hand, roughly 3/4 of all Pokemon are edible, and I reiterate, this is not new knowledge. It's literally written into the games. Children used to have Appleton as a snack. Basculin are remarkably tasty and have often appeared on the dinner table. In Drompa's Pokedex, it says, if a child it has made friends with is bullied, it will find the bully's house and burn it to the ground. That doesn't have anything to do with edibility, but it is metal as hell. Also, you can still eat Drampa. But this still isn't what you asked me for. You wanted me to rank Pokemon by edibility, and the closest I can get to that is ranking Pokemon type by edibility based on the percentage of Pokemon that are edible and have that type. Poison is the least edible. Normal is the most edible. Wow! What a revelation! Who would have thought that normal things are good to eat and poisonous things are not? But that's not good enough for you, is it? Because you want a full ranking. You want to know the most edible Pokemon. But as I mentioned previously, that's impossible. And if, hypothetically, it was possible, I can promise you wouldn't want to know that. So maybe what you actually want me to rate is deliciousness. I wanted to find a baseline for something completely devoid of taste, like pure water. And surprisingly, that's not a water type, because most water types are delicious. From succulent Kinglers to light, flaky Magikarp to Palpitoad. So our baseline for completely devoid of taste is actually cast form, because its molecules were found to be just like water, which is another way of saying it's water. But let's talk about the worst and best tasting Pokemon, because no one cares about the middling ones. Pokemon type does help us a little in this regard, because we can assume that rock type Pokemon like Cranidos would be a little less texturally pleasant than, say, the fairy type Cleffa, which I want to stab with a stick and roast over a bonfire. Also, all normal / flying type Pokemon are basically the pheasants, turkeys, and chickens of this world, so they probably taste pretty good. Now, do I feel comfortable saying that Farfetch'd Nuggets would be the most delicious thing in the Pokemon universe? Yeah, I do. On the opposite side of the scale, we have the humanoid and hyper-intelligent Pokemon. And I'm not entirely convinced that Sawk isn't just a blue man that got separated from his group. A lot of our experience with food is how we conceptualize it, and sometimes a delicious food like haggis becomes less delicious when we think about what it is and where it came from. But that's getting a little too close to ethics for my liking, so just shut your eyes and chew that Alakazam meat. Oh, and speaking of Alakazam, there's a little loophole in this whole deliciousness thing. If an Alakazam trusts someone deeply, it'll let them have one of its spoons. And anything you eat with that spoon is apparently delicious. And if there's a spoon that makes anything delicious, what's the point of me ranking every Pokemon by deliciousness? Seriously, what's the fucking point? Which Pokemon are edible is not a novel concept. In fact, I'd be willing to bet that it's up there in the top 3 most theorized things about video games, alongside what's the real Zelda timeline and are Banjo and Kazooie married? By the way, they are, but it's purely for insurance purposes, and it's an open thing. And which Pokemon tastes the best isn't that much better. It's like the second step after your first deep thought about a video game. And the third step would be, what if the protagonist is actually in a coma and has been imagining the whole story? Guess what? You can say that about every fictional story because someone has imagined it. They're called the writer of the story. That's what fiction is. And what would you even do with the knowledge of the most edible Pokemon, right? Like, you can't uncrack that egg. If it's not most edible or most delicious, then what do you want to know? Like, maybe which Pokemon is the most calorically dense? All right, let's rank them by that. First off, let's define a calorie. It's the amount of energy needed to raise 1 gram of water by 1 degree Celsius. Except when you're looking at most American food labels, it's a capital C calorie, which is actually a kilocalorie. And why do we call it a calorie as opposed to a kilocalorie like the rest of the world? Well, because if Americans have a chance to make something more confusing, they will take that chance. I know this because I'm American and I made this fucking series. So let's discuss how many calories are in the meat and leaves and goo of Pokemon. Once again, we consult the Pokedex, except the problem is that the Pokedex entries are bonkers. Literally every other Pokemon has a description that breaks the laws of physics. Pyroar is said to have a fiery breath of more than 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The surface of the sun is about 9,940 degrees Fahrenheit. This Pokemon has a fucking fusion reactor in its belly, and you're telling me I need to determine the caloric density of a Pyroar rump roast? What's the caloric value of the sun? Don't actually tell me, I don't care. And that's not even taking into account what happens after you eat it. If you serve your family Pyroar steaks as a special treat, you're gonna end up with a toilet experience that gets dramatized by HBO in 40 years. It's just so frustrating because the only reason I'm doing this Unraveled is because y'all won't stop asking me for it. I have actively avoided doing this for more than 2 years because it is a fool's errand. Pokemon edibility has been asked and answered so many times, and trying to find a clever angle or hot take, it's not gonna work. They ask me for the most edible Pokemon, but they know not what they ask. It's like, you remember back in the Castlevania Unraveled when I said that I originally had a cut that was an hour long and terribly boring, and then people still asked me to release it? Why? Why would you want that? After I specifically said that it was bad. I didn't even enjoy it, and you know I love to hear myself talk, right? Like you think you want it, like how you think you want the answer to Pokemon edibility, but you don't. Let me show you a clip of what you're missing from the unreleased Castlevania Unraveled. So Olrox's motivations, as described by the Castlevania wiki, are all about thrills and curiosity. And that's not evil, that's just fun. That's what you've been requesting for all these years. That's that thing. All right, you say you want to know the truth about the most edible Pokemon because it's gonna make you happy, but I know the truth and it hasn't made me happy. Shit. That was I didn't mean to say. I misspoke. I misspoke. That was didn't. Because obviously, because I've spent the whole video talking about how it's impossible to know the most edible Pokemon, so it would be, so I wouldn't know it. Okay, look. I do know the most edible Pokemon. I've known since before I started Unraveled. You see, I used to be a normal type person, like you. I was unburdened with the knowledge of video game lore. But then one day, I asked my friends an innocuous question. Do you think you can eat Pokemon? And they said, who cares? Pokemon aren't real. What a meaningless thing to ask. But I didn't think it was meaningless. And I wanted to prove them wrong, so I began researching. And the more I dug into the question, the more there was to discover. And suddenly, the question changed from, do you think you can eat Pokemon, to what is the most edible Pokemon? There was a shell of mystery surrounding it, and I wanted to break in and find the golden yolk of truth. I spent years learning everything I could about Pokemon from a gustatory standpoint, and at the end of this journey, I finally cracked it. I found the most edible Pokemon. And I told my friends, and they still didn't care. I thought having the answer was going to make me happy. That it was going to prove the worth of my quest, prove my worth, and show people that what I was doing had meaning. I cared so much about knowing the truth that I completely ignored how much fun I had finding it. Spoiler alert, Unraveled has never actually been about proving the answer to surreal questions. In fact, it's mostly about proving the opposite. Sometimes creators intentionally leave blank space, and it's fun to speculate what bizarre truths could fill that space. But it's less fun to carve those into canon. There are rarely, if ever, any foolproof answers to subjective questions like, what's the best Skyrim book? Or should we be allowing Brian to spend so much sponsor money on milk? And that's why it's so great to ask them. The joy I've gained from these Unraveleds has never been about the final answer. It's always been how I got there. And it might appear at the start that it's all a lot of research into things that have very little meaning, but no matter how small and niche and insignificant something might seem, the very act of researching or spending time with or caring for it imbues it with meaning to you and to the people you share it with. Except for my asshole friends. And that's why I'm so reluctant to tell you the most edible Pokemon. The best gift I can give you is the chance to search for yourself. But as this is my final Unraveled, I still have a contract to uphold. I will tell you the most edible Pokemon, but before I do, I want to give you a chance to pause this video and leave. Go now, and you can still have those fun arguments about how Psyduck would taste better than Slurpuff. Or you can stay, and we can be crushed under the unbending, immovable mass of truth. Together. I hoped you would have left, but I respect your decision. The truth must be revealed. The most edible Pokemon is Togepi. You can fry them up, boil them, make a nice souffle, crack them over rice. Heck, you can even slurp them down raw. And that's not even counting the ways you can use them in baking cakes.
Let's get it on. I want to be the best. Above all the rest. Want to beat all the rest.
Good evening, class! Seems the registrar overbooked this one. I'm already sweaty and the show hasn't started because I had the bright idea to hide under a table for 20 minutes. I got a question for you. How are we feeling tonight? Oh, that's wonderful, that's wonderful. Now that that's out of your system, I do need absolute silence. This is a lecture, okay? There will be no audience participation. The goal is education, not entertainment. Pat, start the hype up music. What you are about to see is the culmination of decades of research. I have developed this work, and I am sharing it here at PAX East for the benefit of the masses. Today, my peers will stop laughing at me. Today, they will start seeing me as a person who is worthwhile, not someone who, in the words of my mother, puts a lot of research into things that have very little meaning. They'll see me as an artistic genius, that's right, and incomparably handsome. That's the other thing. I forgot to mention that little part. This magnum opus, I have unraveled and shall perform the perfect pokey rap. Let's go! Yes! Come on! There we go, there we go. Ha! But not just yet. I got a couple other things that I gotta take care of before we get to the PokeWrap part of this. I have a couple things. You see, in order to get this pack space, I had to sign a contract. And this contract was very explicit in its understanding that I would not only perform the full PokeWrap, which is defined as including all 812 names of the Pokemon. Whew. But before I do that, I have to explain my process. Now, this is being enforced, this contract, by the enforcers. Hello. Thank you all so much for doing that. Yeah, give them a hand. They're doing an amazing job this weekend. It's wonderful. It is being enforced by them, and they will kill me if I do not see it done before the end of this panel time. Thank you for your service. Now, you might be wondering, again, no audience participation, but of course it's worth the hardship. Look, magnificent goals are worth the challenges it takes to reach them. You want to know where I learned that tasty morsel? From the original PokeWrap. You see, back when I was a child, I loved Pokemon, but I loved Pokemon for foolish and childish reasons. I loved them for their names, I loved them for their designs. My favorite Pokemon was Tangela. It's just a tumbleweed and some Jordans. What's not to love? I had a Tangela I nicknamed Terry in my Pokemon Blue version. I loved him, I kept him with me at all times. He was wonderful. But then I heard the original PokeWrap, and it taught me that things were only worth doing if you did them the most. It's the completionist's philosophy. You gotta catch them all. And so I put my childish ways behind me, and I began to collect every single Pokemon. But in order to complete my Pokedex, I had to go to Kevin Punt. Kevin Punt was a jerk, but he was a jerk who had Pokemon Red version, and I needed a Growlithe and an Arcanine in order to complete my Pokedex. That's only in Pokemon Red. And I was ready. I went over to his house. I was so excited to trade and finally complete that Pokedex. I had a Vulpix ready to go. That seems fair to trade for a Growlithe. And then Kevin said he only wanted Terry because he knew that Terry was my favorite Pokemon, and he, and I quote, said that he wanted me to give up something I loved. Which is legitimately a wild thing for an 8-year-old to request. Which is why it doesn't surprise me that Kevin Punt is in jail now. It's true. Just kidding. I don't know what Kevin Punt's up to. He's probably a real estate agent or something. But he could be in jail. He certainly deserves to be. So I gave up Terry, and I completed my Pokedex. That's how far I'm willing to go in order to reach my goals. And today, my goal is to give you the perfect PokeWrap. Let's split this presentation up. 1, the shortcomings of the original PokeWrap. 2, the development of a better PokeWrap. And 3, the performance of the perfect PokeWrap. I just tried to do some JoJo poses. Did it work? Yeah. All right, so let's begin. The shortcomings of the original PokeWrap, or what I like to call it, why the original PokeWrap is a travesty. Now, this might seem a little bit harsh, but that's because you're viewing it through nostalgia goggles. And over the next 5 minutes, I'm going to take those off your face and replace them with the pragmatic transitions lenses of reality. I'm looking around the audience. I'm realizing some of you might be too young to have heard the original PokeWrap. And for those people, buckle up. This is going to be a fun presentation. But I'll just synopsize it. It was a rap that listed all 150 of the original Pokemon played at the end of every episode of the original TV series. And that brings us to our first shortcoming. The original PokeWrap is a mid-2000s suburban mother's conception of rap. The rhymes, the flow are bad. Now, I feel comfortable calling it this because the only difference between me and a mid-2000s suburban mother is a few more trips to Nordstrom's. It's my own suburban mother, And but the rhyme scheme, terrible, terrible. Not only is there a line that rhymes horsey with weepin' bell, a slant rhyme so terrible even Emily Dickinson would vomit. There are English majors in this group, hell yeah! All right. But even if you ignore the rhyme scheme, you can't ignore the flow. It's what we in the industry call educational rap flow, and that's defined as a rap wherein you could include an anti-drug line and it wouldn't sound out of place. For example, ditto, cloister, caterpie, sandshrew, friends got weed, just say no thank you. Second shortcoming. It is a bad grocery list of Pokemon. The writers didn't do anything to differentiate the Pokemon. Take this line, Dratini, Growlithe, Mr. Mime, Cubone. Not only are these 4 Pokemon completely different elemental types, they're totally different in quality. The emotional whiplash I feel going from Dratini, what a sweet one. Oh, Growlithe, a nice cute fire puppy, isn't that? Oh God! Oh no. Please get no! Oh no, cute, I'm okay. See, the writers were so focused on putting all 150 names in, they forgot to make a good song. Oopsie daisy. See, most songs have cohesive themes. They build to something, end on a high note. You want to know the final Pokemon of the original Pokérap? It's Arbok. Not the graceful Articuno, whose very breath could freeze a man in an instant. No, it's Arbok, whose main powers include being a snake. And that leaves us with our third and final shortcoming. Now this one might get me in a little bit of hot water, but here's the thing. I'm not afraid of stoking controversy if it means I can say the truth, okay? So the original Pokérap is no Gesamtkunstwerk. That's right, I went there! Yeah! I'll say it again! But we all know what a Gesamtkunstwerk is, so I'm going to carry on. Section 2. The development of a better Pokérap. Now, we have our 3 shortcomings, so in theory, all we need to do is fix those, and we'll have a better Pokérap. That's it. Except, if you'll remember, back at the very beginning, I signed a contract saying I'd list all 812 Pokemon in the Pokérap, or else the enforcers would perform MMA on my body. Again, thank you for your service. So we have some limitations here. So the original one has a 50 ppm, that's a rate of Pokemon per minute. If we keep that same rate, then we're gonna end up with a 16-minute and 15-second song. Uh-oh, that's too long. If I forced you to sit through 16 minutes of me just listing Pokemon, I would deserve to be in jail with Kevin Punt! But we up that rate to 96, we'll end up with an 8.5-minute song, and that's totally normal. Everyone listens to 8.5-minute songs. Please don't question it, okay? Okay, so let's fix some shortcomings, shall we? First one, how do we make a mid-2000s suburban mother's conception of rap into something that's listenable? Now, I would never claim to be an expert rapper. I'll go on the record, I am not a rapper, but I do claim to be an expert in one thing that will help us make this Pokérap a little bit sexier. Feet. Metrical, like poetic feet. I should have phrased that differently, I think, maybe. That was such an obvious test. How did you fail the no audience participation thing again? I swear. But since you asked nicely, am I that type of person? I am. That's a metrical cut. But for real, metrical feet are gonna help us out so much. You see, there are a bunch of different metrical feet, and they're gonna help us with the flow of the rap. We have this unique, weird songwriting problem with the Pokérap in that we have all the lyrics already written. It's just all of the Pokemon names. So we gotta piece them in to make something that's good. It's kind of like if I bought 12 IKEA cabinets and then I used the pieces to build a Gundam. So I made a spreadsheet, because that's what I do these days. I make a lot of spreadsheets. I took all 812 of the names, I split them up by rhyming phoneme, I split them up by metrical foot. But we're going to talk about one metrical foot in specific. It's called a dactyl. It's got 3 syllables, it's a stressed followed by 2 unstressed. And this is super important to us because it's going to give us our triplet flow, or our Migos flow, Versace flow. It's used in mumble rap a lot, whatever you call it. It's going to help me say a lot of Pokemon names in quick succession without sounding like a cop. So here's an example of one Pokemon that's a dactyl. It's Tangela. Tangela. Another one would be Arcanine. Arcanine, Tangela, Arcanine, Tangela, Arcanine, Tangela, Arcanine. Kevin Punt made me trade Terry for Arcanine, and I will never forgive him! I'm sorry, Pat, we can go to the next slide. Okay, so, second shortcoming. This is a pretty easy fix. We just have to differentiate the Pokemon by their elemental type. But let's remember, quality is also important. If we split them up by fighting type, then we might take Machamp, who's a super powerful, wonderful Pokemon, and put him next to Conkeldurr, God's mistake in the Pokemon universe. But speaking of Pokemon gods, there are in fact literal Pokemon gods. Arceus up there. They supposedly created all Pokemon, and it feels kind of weird to put the mythical, legendary, and Ultra Beast Pokemon in with the Pokemon peasantry, as I call them. And because if you did that, you might put Arceus next to Bidoof. And that's kind of like if I made a list of characters that are popular in America, and I put Jesus next to Garfield. Technically, I'm not wrong, okay? But I should probably plan it better. And then the third. This one's simple. We just make it a Gesamtkunstwerk, obviously. But in case you're getting it confused with the architectural understanding of Gesamtkunstwerk, and no one would fault you for that, it happens to me all the time, I'll specify we're talking about Richard Wagner's understanding of the Gesamtkunstwerk as an all-encompassing artwork that is unified through theater. I'm the only one who cares about this, but the thing about Gesamtkunstwerks is that we have to put it in the theatrical realm we're talking about. So we're talking about rap, we're talking about song. That means we're going to be talking about musical theater. And that's a bit of a difficulty for me because I've never done musical theater before. I had to do a lot of extra research. This was like an extra week of time in this thing that we can... This slide wasn't in rehearsals, Patrick. But if you're going to put me on blast, yes, I did musical theater in high school, but I don't think that counts for much. I didn't do much after that. I just like, you know, that doesn't mean that I'm an expert in musical theater. I haven't done anything. I was in an a cappella group, Patrick. Does that count as musical theater? I don't think so. We can go to the next slide, okay? Jesus Christ. Patrick, go to the next slide, okay? Go to the next slide. Next slide. Next slide, please. Go to the next. Patrick, how did he... Go... I'm not even on Facebook anymore, Patrick. Did my mom send you these? Go, next one, next one. Next one, next one. You can go faster. I can press the... Patrick, please, what? Just go. So Gesamtkunstwerks are... The thing about the Gesamtkunstwerk is that it's more of a process than anything else. It's what you do with the things you have. So we have 2 incredible building blocks with these 2 first shortcomings that we fixed. And we're going to use them to create something like the clay to mold into something special, spectacular. And originally I was going to come here to make a fun Pokerap. It was going to be a perfect one, but it was going to be fun. And something that, like, I don't know, you'd memorize to like impress your friends at school or whatever. But now I realize that this is something you could use to audition for Juilliard. I don't care about making the perfect Pokerap anymore. I am making the perfect song. So, how are we gonna do this? First things first, we gotta pay homage to the original PokeRap. That's simple. Well, let's throw in some educational rap, you know? But this time we'll put actual education into it. And because this is a Gesamtkunstwerk, we can use different types of theater to differentiate the Pokemon, different disciplines of theater. So for example, the Psychic Pokemon, I'll be doing a contact juggling performance. And for the Ghost Pokemon, those will be read in eulogy form, so I hope you brought your tissues. There will be a live sand painting of every evolution. Paul Giamatti is here, going to perform the full Jigglypuff song in full costume. There will be ice sculptures, fireworks. One of these cups is poisoned. There will also be the Blue Man Group, and they will fight to the death for your entertainment. And if everyone checks under their chairs right now, go ahead, feel free. You'll find nothing there. There is no audience participation. And I've been thinking about those Pokemon gods, the legendaries, the mythicals, the Ultra Beasts. How could I possibly sing about them without lessening their power? How could I possibly talk about their divine omnipotence, verbalize their otherworldly grace, catch such a dream from the air? That's right, interpretive dance. You see, there's this thing in musical theater. It's called a dream ballet, and it's when the writers aren't good enough to express emotions through words, and so they just make people dance them out for them. And so I've hired the Netherlands Dance Theater to create a 30-minute movement piece that will encapsulate all 81 of the mythical, legendary, and Ultra Beast Pokemon, leaving us with the most perfect song ever written, coming in at a runtime of about 4 hours and 30 minutes. Which is, granted, a little bit longer than the 8.5 minutes I'd originally planned for. But here's the thing. Every single one of those seconds is ethereal. It's wonderful. We don't have enough time to finish this. Oh, God. If I don't finish this before the end of the panel time, then the enforcers will knee strike my vital organs. Look, I know it's not your fault. You've done a lot of great work today. I really appreciate it, and I can't, great job. What's your name? Matt. Matt, was it? Another test! No audience participation, Matt! And what does it even matter, you know? I've already lost it all. I can't perform the whole thing. It's kind of like when I gave up Terry to Kevin Punt. Just so that I could finish my PokeRap. I was so blinded by the glory of success that I gave up everything that was important to me in the process. In this instance, it's my life. But I can't give up. We can cut it down. We'll cut the whole contact juggling performance. You know what? Actually, we're going to just have to smush together all of the Pokemon types. I know I said I wouldn't do that. We'll have to trim some names. We'll do an abridged dream ballet, I guess, which means the Netherlands Dance Theater can go home now. Okay, they're fine. And that would leave us with 8.5 minutes or so, which is still performable, but I'd have to cut like 400 Pokemon names in order to do that. And the contract specifically says I need to say all 812 of them, or else I will die. It's like, there's no physical way one person can say all of those Pokemon names.
Ryan, would we help?
Audience participation. Oh my God, you're right. One person can't say 400 names, but 300 people could. All right, that's perfect. Let's take the whole right side. I need you to just choose some of these names. Okay, it's not that hard. Just pick them at random, whichever ones you want to go ahead and say. If you can't read them all the way back there, just make some up. That's fine. And on the count of 3, I need you to yell them out as quickly as possible. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Stop. Okay? Same with you. This list now, okay? Just go ahead and choose again 2 or 3 of them, whichever ones you want to pick. Different sections. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Stop. technically, there's a high probability that all of those Pokemon's names, they just got said. Those names just got said, and there's no way that Matt over here could verify it didn't happen. So we're good. We can do this. Okay, during the educational rap section, remember this, educational rap, I'm gonna call on the right side, and then I'm gonna call on the left side, and you're gonna need to yell those out, okay? Got it? But can we really call this shortened version still perfect? Yeah, we can. All right? I was thinking back to that younger version of myself he was so excited to complete his Pokedex, and yet he was so empty without his Terry. Kevin Punt might have given me the final Pokemon, but he took my world from me. My perfect Pokedex wasn't perfect. You know what was perfect? My ragtag team of Pokemon, led by the indefatigable Terry the Tangela. That was perfect. And in the same way, this PokeRap is perfect because of the ones we've kept, okay? The original PokeRap taught us the wrong lesson. It is not that we should catch them all, it is that we should love the ones we catch. But again, I do still need you to yell out those Pokemon names, because if you don't, Matt will murder me. Are we ready to perform this? Okay. 1 second before we hop in. I was originally planning on completing this ending on Arceus, the highest of the god Pokemon. I don't think that's right anymore. I think I should include a little memory of my favorite boy. Because if I can't have Terry back in my life, the least I can do is immortalize him in song. So Terry, this one's for you. Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, Caterpie, Butterfree, Wurmple, Scorbunny, Sobble, and Grookey, Licky, Tongue, and Licky, Haxorus, Cofagrigus, Poliwrath, Mismagius, Fracture, Crabrawler, Dupiter, Shelter, Cloyster, Hunter, Grimer, Golurk, Luxio, Swampert, Lilligant, Tynamo, Seismitoad, Polytoad, Palpitoad, Seal, Parasect, Trevenant, Toxapex, Veal, Mandibus, Scatterbug, Graveler, Pelipper, Elgium, Picky, Pluck, Clawitzer, Conkeldurr, Probopascalopede, Delibird, Ursaring, Blaziken, Fennekin, Quilladin, Nidoking, Scrub, Alakazam, Pat, Rat, Woobat, Swoobat, Crobat, Golbat, Zubat, Poochiana, Caracosta, Teddy, Ursa, Umbreon, Aloma, Mola, Chikorita, Gotharita, Drudagon, Snorunt, Tyrant, Charjabug, Ninjaska, Mascavalug, Finneon, Drapion, Jolteon, Sylveon, Glaceon, Espeon, Jigglypuff, Igglybuff, Wigglytuff, Delmeister, Vine Rock, Ruff, Porygon Z, Porygon 2, Ribombee, Skuntank, Clank, Cling, Clang, Miltank and Mitang, Luxray, Pidgey, Hitmonlee, Skitty, Happiny, Mudbray, Lotad, Durant, Superior, Gorgeist, Outland, Executor, Abracedra, Nidorina, Dewat, Chestnut, Primarina, Ammonite, Dragonite, Charizard, Magnemite, Meditite, Dusknoir, Ivysaur, Venusaur, Minior, Garbodor, Ariados, Tyranitar, Glameow, Meowth, Exploud, Wobbuffet, Ferret, Bellsprout, Starmie, Starly, Frogadier, Delcatty, Escavalier, Venonat, Poliwag, Hippopotas, Spinarak, Marowak, Jumpluffy Bass, Fungus, Amoongus, and Pidgeotto, Weepinbell, Victreebel, Hakamo'o, Orosaura, Matisse, Metacham, Mamoswine, Slurpup, Bebe, Feraligator, Eevee, Sigilyph, Elekid, and everything, K. Rowlet, Golett, Honedge, Arcan, Croconaw. Sentret, Pignite, Bergmite, Mantite, Kakuna, Pseudo-Wudo, Wishy-Washy, Poplio, Obama Snow, Charmeleon, Darumaka, Hariyama, Sharpedo, Whiscash, Raticate, Sableye, Sandslash, Cricketune, Cutiefly, Beautyfly, Togepi, Volcarona, Magnezone, Lunatone, Ragam, Samurott, Oshawott, Whimsicott, Kangaskhan, Larvitar, Pupitar, Amistar, Kecleon, Toga, Kissimmee, Sage, Nidoqueen, Cottony, Fortress, Salamence, Jellicent, Funnelby, Pillowswine, Carnivine, Illumise, Remoraid. I think we are done with the triplet rap, so now let's rap to educate. All right, here we go. Are you ready, friends? Hey, come on, let's learn a little something from our Pokemon. There's Persian and Mudsdale, Donphan and Huntail, Sandygast, Nosepass, Frostlass, Lapras. I love to say the Pokemon, but here's the catch. Saying them all kinda seems far-fetched. Let me ask you a question, wanna help me out? It's time to throw in more names. Come on, give me a shout. Those Pokemon are Tentacool. And those Pokemon are trash. Come be my friend, I got more to say. And if we dig a little deeper, we can learn today. So why not get comfy? Don't be crabby or blue. Here are some lessons, and I wrote them for you. If you muck around in class, you'll be distraught. Don't be a doofus, just study a lot. If you're slacking in school, you'll drop out sooner. And abstinence is key, or you'll get a Mime Junior. So wanna grab some candy? For a sweet treat, a more amazing snack, here's a peach you can eat. Beware of shifty strangers who offer you hugs, and don't stick forks into electric plugs. Wear a helmet when you ride on bikes. Keep a well-stocked bag on extra long hikes. Make sure to stay away from that Pharaoh seed, and that's just one name people have for weed. There's Pansage, Slowbro, Oddish, Bonsley, Tropius, Seedot, Nuzleaf, and Blissey, Loudred, Dugong, and Goodra, Bounsweet, Bayleaf, Hypno, and Mun. You'll be drowsy if you swallow that Tangrowth smoke. Also coughing and wheezing, hey, you might choke. So if someone says, hey, want some dank ombre, look them dead in the eye and say no way. I tell you not to do drugs, but if someone's smoking Trico, does that make them a bad person? Definitely no. I mean to carry on. My point in this verse is that alienating drug users makes things worse. Don't lock someone up if they take a Hitmonchan. And criminalizing addicts is a really bad plan. Big Pharma is the root of our country's problem with opiate addiction. Gollum, Ghastly, Horsey, Chansey, Burmy, Clefairy, Mankey, Klefki, Goomy. Whew, rapping's hard. Let me catch my breath. Might as well check how many we've got left. There's less than 150 left. Can I really do this? I used to have this dream back when I was a child. I'd make the Poke Rap listenable, and everybody called me reckless and wild. But I never gave up. I kept at it every day. And with Pikachu beside me and my Dex to guide me, I knew that there'd be a way to ignore all of the naysayers. I'd need a thicker skin than Metapod. Why not leave my comfort zone, jump in the unknown? Maybe someday everyone would applaud. It's absolutely worth taking a risk. Plus I'll make a few friends as I try, seeking how to be strong as I write you a song. But I still don't know where to put Mr. Mime. But who cares if I couldn't find a good place to put Toga tomorrow? People move my all stuff, I'll leave all seven. Yeah, Tali, Kim, Gengar, Tom, Tots, and McCoy, Farafone, Pox, Pokemon, Chino, Chichino, Azumarill, Tranquil, Cox, Quadrille, Meryl, Beach. Pentogetic, Basculin, Gabriel, Palm, Gastron, Bastion, Hibbalon, Sharp, Blackbird, Dunstar, Cyclone, Slackoff, Felt, Snow Stops. I still found a way to put them in there. No matter the size or the scope of the task, I don't need a magic carpet or ride. I'm a champion hero, there's nothing to fear, oh, my true power comes from inside. And that brings us all of the way to the top. I've said every name I could say. I'll let my body confess the names that I can't express. Yes, it's time for the Dream Ballet. Come on! But there's one Pokemon, my own holy grail, that I gave Kevin Punt. I hope that bastard's in jail. 'Cause of all Tangalas, Terry is the apex. And I gave him up for my Dex. When you love
Terry terribly, and then Terry is gone. What's the point of having every other Pokemon? There's a wound in my heart that I can't get rid of. How can I find joy without my tangly boy? Why catch them all if you can't keep the ones that you love? Terry! Thank you all so much for coming. You have been an incredible audience. Thank you. Give it up for Pat Gill over here. He's a good one. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And it's sad to know that it was not enough. And it's sad to know that we're back to round one. If we just believe in our hero Quincy, if we could just put the monkeys exactly where we need to.
Look at all this hair! Imagine I'm wearing like a big wig. Look, there's a good amount, dude. It's back. Look at all this fucking hair. Holy moly, dude. Congrats on the plugs. Look at this toupee I got. Yo. So the break was for hair plugs. Yes. That's the instant kind. The kind where you don't shave and they put them right in. How's Turkey? It's wonderful this time of year. Made a pit stop in Russia to help with the Civil War. Bada bing, bada boom. Get it done. Let's put some. Get the light going. Hello! Elon's an old friend. Nah, he's one of my oldest friends. My up tort, Nikki, Turtle Rabbit, Squid One, Remster. Big agency Elon Musk versus Mark Zuckerberg fight? Absolutely. I'll talk about it on Monday, but I'm stoked. I hope it happens. Elon versus Zuck in the octagon? Zuckerberg's gonna fucking murder him, dude. Zuckerberg's gonna fucking end him. You know what's funny? Is that Mark Zuckerberg has been hated by everyone for so long. Lizard person, weird. Inhuman. He did all of the right things, He dressed up in a suit and tie, went to Congress, talked about his technology, and then the second he started doing stupid shit like fucking eating raw meat and talking about fighting people, he has a ton of fans now. The second he's like, I'm gonna fucking kill Elon in the ring, people are, it's just so funny. He tried to do the nice person routine and it didn't work, and now he's trying to be fucking Chatterberg. Loading up on Tesla puts? Oh, absolutely, dude. If Elon Musk gets fucking knocked out in that ring, Tesla's going to zero. You heard it here first. Nobody's buying a car if he gets fucking knocked out by 5'2" Mark Zuckerberg. The hate for Elon outweighs the hate for Zuck. Yeah, I mean, this is what this showed to me. Invest in Meta. Meta's had a good year. I don't think they're actually going to do it. I think the odds-on bet is they don't actually do it. Because Elon Musk is so fucking out of shape, dude. He's built like a fucking fridge. Elon started doping it. Elon shows up fucking roided all to hell. My dad texted me that he's been watching Atriarch. It must be somebody else because I haven't streamed nor uploaded a video. Who the fuck you been watching, bro? Big bro, watch him. Who do I want to win Russia war? Please tell me. Well, the war's over as of right now. Quick update, if you guys don't know, a former caterer of Vladimir Putin, now turned mercenary leader, marched on Moscow today. Got within 200 kilometers of it, was near, open takeover of the country, then backed off, turned around, and accepted a deal that gave him and his army amnesty. Both of these people are bad, to be clear. One of them is a mercenary, thug war criminal. The other's Vladimir Putin. So it's not like they're neither one's going to be good. Tyler Durden was right. Fear the caterers. Yeah, it's just crazy. I think I saw a good tweet about it. I wanted to show you guys about this guy's life story. Let me see if I can find it. It's fucking crazy. It's absurd. His name is Pioshik, I believe. Am I saying it right? No. Pioshik's the fucking the jungler. It's fucking where's this tweet? Prigozhin? Putin? Pergazin. But it's not pronounced like that. Where's his fucking his fucking oh, here it is. Here it is. Look at this. Yeah. Prigozhin. In 1981, he was caught stealing and sent to 9 years in jail. In 1990, he sold hot dogs in a flea market. Then he got into the restaurant business. Then he served food personally to Putin in this photo. This is him. This is a crazy photo because 20 years later, this guy's in open rebellion. He's a glizzy vendor. Oh, wait. I don't have my camera and I have Live Split open. Wait, where the fuck? From Rags to Glizzes. That's the fucking movie title. Okay. Then he becomes a fucking oligarch selling meals to the Russian military and gets a private jet and a yacht. This is where most people would stop, I think. They become fucking Russian oligarchs. They take all their money, they put it into Canadian and British real estate, and they fucking chill. But then he started a private paramilitary fucking mercenary group, Wagner Group. Now he's in open mutiny. And then today, apparently, the thing is, so I was listening to this fucking terrible Twitter Spaces today that Elon Musk promoted. It had like 200K people in it. And it was just talking about live updates on the Russian coup. And half of them were like fucking Dogemaster 9000 talking about how it's all a false flag and fucking Putin's playing 9D chess. It was miserable, dude. It was actually miserable. Because the guy hosting the space and like two other people were smart and were like giving live updates from like Telegram in Russia and like there's military mobilization in this city and like this and and then someone would jump in and be like, yeah, I don't know. I think this whole thing might be made up by Vladimir Putin. So it's like, shut the fuck up, dude. Yeah. Someone's like, this is a distraction from Hunter Biden's laptop. Did you see Kevin Durant was in a Twitter space about how Kevin Durant is overrated? Is that true? Is there proof of that? Because that's fucking awesome. That's elite. Katie's one of us. Katie, definition of Twitter fingers? Yeah, I mean, he's very spindly. He's perfect for it. Biden launched the coup to distract from Hunter Biden smoking crack. That fucking Dark Brandon at it again, dude. That mad genius. He planted this guy in Russia 30 years ago to start a catering business knowing this long con. Fucking, it's insane. These machinations know no bounds. But anyway, it's fucking crazy. I mean, as of this morning, it seemed extremely likely that this guy was going to roll into Moscow and assume power in Russia? I mean, that's an open civil war. It's crazy how badly the Ukraine invasion has backfired on Putin. It's gone so poorly, dude. It's gone so fucking poorly. And it's not good for anyone because you don't want instability in a large nuclear power like Russia. Obviously, we don't want fucking open civil war in a nuclear power. But this would be the first thing like it in a country of this size and economy in our lifetimes. It's fucking crazy. I was watching it very obsessively all morning, and then for whatever reason, the dude just turns around. And again, I'm not a... It's funny, everyone who's a former submarine expert is now a fucking Russian geopolitics expert. So let me just take off my submarine hat and put on my fucking Russian military hat, comrades, because I know exactly what I'm talking about here. Those are my 2 majors in college. Oh, good. You should speak up and get a blue check. I'd love to hear more from you. But my understanding, I was reading New York Times this morning, and I was listening to that space and just listening to tweets, is that there is 0 chance that this deal they made can hold up. Because basically Putin said, okay, your entire army gets amnesty. They are independent military from Russia, and none of them will be tried for their crimes, and you have amnesty, and we're just going to go about our business after you did open revolt and were like charged with high treason. And it's like, either Putin looks like an absolute little bitch and he's going to be, you know, torn apart from within, or he kills this guy. And if this guy doesn't know that he's like 100% going to fall out a window, I don't get why he took this deal. I don't get it. I actually don't get it. I don't know what his plan is. I don't fucking know what the next step is. It's crazy. It blows my mind. A lot of Wagner people are mad at the deal. Yeah, because they're like, it's every minute that this tension exists where they both exist with their military means someone's going to start dying. Someone's going to consolidate power. I don't fucking get it, dude. Never let them know your next move. What if your next move is to get fucking poisoned or pushed out a window? Did I miss something on the news? Yeah, bro. You did. There was a fucking basically open revolt in Russia today. Is this ordeal over now or ongoing? I mean, it's ongoing. This happened hours ago. But yes, as of hours ago, this guy stopped moving towards Moscow and turned his army back to their bases. It was like a ceasefire, you know? Slow down. So Putin's going to call him the clown? Yeah, well, I don't know if the clown would take that job, you know? Let's see. How rebellion in Russia unfolded over 36 hours. So this guy, the fucking caterer, who has a private military army, basically was demanding that some shit change in the war in Ukraine. He's like, basically, Russian military leadership sucks ass. These 2 guys have to be fired. Some other shit. And he got all of his demands. They ordered his arrest, and instead of being arrested, he took over a city. He took over a city. He just marched in, took over a city. The people in the city started handing his troops food, and they're like cheering. And then he started pushing towards Moscow. So he took over this city, started marching towards Moscow. It's like, again, someone was using examples on Twitter of like an American version. Imagine if Biden had a general. No, not even a general. Like Jeff Bezos. Imagine if Jeff Bezos had a private army, okay? And Biden ordered Jeff Bezos to be arrested. And instead of, you know, going to jail, Jeff Bezos took over Miami with his Amazon army and then started marching towards Washington. That is what happened in Russia today, okay? And then to like bring peace, Biden offers him full immunity for him and his troops as long as he stops attacking Washington. Isn't that crazy? That's what happened. Yeah, he's leaving the country he's moving his army to Belarus to like, but I mean, this can't go unpunished, I assume, from Putin's side. There's other oligarchs with other armies. He made a speech. Let's see. I didn't actually watch this yet. Putin's speech.
Мы не дадим этому повториться.
We won't allow a civil war to be.
И нашу государственность от любых угроз, в том числе от внутреннего предательства.
So I heard he didn't sound too tough. I mean, you know, you want to sound tough when you're being insurrected against. Because a lot of the reports I was reading was like, as Wagner Group's army was moving up, like the police forces and stuff were just absolutely standing down. They were absolutely not going to fight. It was kind of like Napoleon when he marched to fucking Paris, you know? He looks old. Yeah, he just doesn't. He looks.
С чем мы столкнулись, это именно предательство. Непомерные амбиции и личные интересы привели к измене. К измене и своей стране, и своему народу, и тому делу, за которое бок о бок.
He's older than Biden? Is he? No way. Putin's not older than Biden, is he? I think Of Mice and Men would be a better story if it was like Ratatouille. I think if John Steinbeck had just written the novelization of the movie Ratatouille, everyone would like it a lot more and it wouldn't be so depressing and bleak. Of Mice and Men walked so Ratatouille could run. That's a good tweet. There are no books worse than The Grapes of Wrath. Wait, I'm thinking of The Grapes of Wrath. I think I conflated two books. Is Of Mice and Men even about the Depression, or did you guys fucking get it wrong too? I'm thinking of Grapes of Wrath. They're both about the Depression? Oh, okay. They wrote multiple books about the same depression? Jesus Christ. Plagiarism. Get over it. Who's going to write the book about our next Great Depression? That's what I want to know. Which of my chatters is eloquent enough to write a book about the second Great Depression? Me. Okay, great. Oh, all of you. And I would love to know more about how you plan to do that. Because none of you can write other than Twitch chat messages. ChatGPT. Wait, let me see if that. What would a ChatGPT? Okay. Write the intro to the next great American novel about the Great Depression 2 starting in 2024. Part 1, The Gathering Storm. In the dawning light of January morning in 2024, with the sharp chill of winter biting against the silence, America stood on the precipice of a change. This change, much like the looming clouds in the distance, was one not of promise, but of dread. A tempest stirring in the unseen depths of human endeavor and folly. This is a better writer than all of you, I will say. In the quiet town of Clarksville, Iowa, the Edwards family, much like the rest of the nation, began their day in the usual way. John Edwards, a broad-shouldered man of sturdy Midwestern stock, kissed his wife Mary and their two children, Anna and little Tommy, goodbye before setting off for the local John Deere factory, the lifeblood of the town. Unbeknownst to them, it would be the last of such mornings for a while, for the world they knew would soon be upturned. I mean, by the way, this is like so generic. Across the nation, in the hearts of Wall Street, economists stared at the plunging numbers on the screens, feeling the icy fingers of panic creep up their spines. The hubris of their faith in the infallibility of the markets was being challenged by a silent, insidious enemy. Numbers in the red that refused to relent. Numbers that mirrored the pattern of a history they thought they'd overcome. So bad. This was not an enemy that announced its arrival with fanfare. Instead, it was a quiet thief in the night, one that emptied the life savings of millions, evaporated jobs, and tore asunder the once seemingly impenetrable fabric of American prosperity. The wolf was at the door, and his name was the Great Depression 2. Holy shit. Holy chills. Fucking chills, dude. Whoa. The country was about to journey through an odyssey of loss, resilience, and rediscovery as the threads of economic security unraveled to reveal the raw, unvarnished human spirit beneath. What would emerge from this crucible of adversity was yet unknown. But through the dimmed light of uncertainty, heroes would rise, resilience would be rekindled, and the American spirit, weathered though it might be, would, and we never know. And we'll never know. We'll never know what happened to the American spirit. Oh, never mind. I can just scroll down. Would find its bearing again. This is a chronicle of that time, an intimate portrait of the ordinary lives confronting extraordinary circumstances. Welcome, reader, to the annals. Annals, dude. It's funny, too. It's funny. It's a humorous book and of the Great Depression to the Awakening of America. It added This is not how people title actual depressions. They're not movies, bro. As you turn these pages, you may not find only despair, but also the courage that we as a nation found in these long, challenging years. May you remember the power of unity, the strength of the human spirit, and the indomitable hope that ultimately illuminated our path forward. Wait, the story starts. Wait, what? They did this part here. It repeats. So I don't think you guys could do better. So that is probably, sadly, but truly, the next great American novel. Economic downturn sounds awesome. Yeah, apparently it's going to make us all pull together and show resilience and human spirit and shit. So seems pretty good to me. I'm way less nervous about it now. So that's good. Hey, Waffle God, thank you for the 12 months. Can we eat human spirit? You can try. You can try. It's going to start trickling down soon. What, human spirit is going to trickle down? Give me a couple years to live through it, and then I'm a New York Times bestseller for real. Electrics, I believe you. I've only seen you edit, clips and TikToks. I just never pictured you for the next great American writer. But I guess you could put it in TikTok form, which is probably better than a book nowadays. I actually have a book. There's a book. Hold. Damn, what was it called? What the fuck was it called? Oh, shit. Wait, hold. Big A acting like he can read. I'm gonna read your obituary, bitch. Is that a good comeback or no? Was that a good comeback or no? Because I'm trying to work. What do you think? Kind of pretty like so. Okay, wait. Too tame? I said I was gonna murder him. That's too tame? All right, what if I'm gonna ask ChatGPT again. I gotta outsource my brain. Okay, wait. Write me a witty comeback for when someone says, "I don't think you can read." Oh, I can definitely read. I've just had difficulty finding books with small enough words for you to understand when I explain them. Get roasted, bitch. That's like one of those. That's such a bad. That's like what you would like if you're like a nerdy kid in high school and you imagine saying that as a comeback, but then when the moment happens, you like can't say it right and it just sounds worse. And it's also too long, so like no one can figure out what you even said. Yeah, that would increase your voice would crack. Dude, my. Why do you keep saying don't fall? I'm not gonna fall. This is a rolling chair, though. Ah! So I figured out that this light right here is too fucking bright. And that's why everything fucks up. And it also annoys me. So I taped a copy of the Financial Times over it. So that way the Financial Times, much like God, is always above me. And that way I always have money on the brain, you know what I'm saying? Do you listen to the Daily? No. I stopped listening to the Daily because I didn't trust the reporting on the Nord Stream pipeline. It's not even a joke, dude. I literally didn't like their episode on the destruction of the Nord Stream, and so I stopped listening. Because I felt like it was like so obviously like one-sided. Is today New Game Thursday? I was thinking so, yeah. I was thinking New Game Thursday, bro. On God, unironically. Thought about just jumping into some fucking new games. I was gonna try Humanity, because I already have it installed and it looks fucking fun. Do you have an idea, or can we vote? I was gonna play Humanity, because I think we have a long tradition, a storied tradition on this stream of jumping into a random puzzle game that I then, and you guys can tell me if I'm wrong on this, but I think you'll all agree, that I then immediately conquer. I use great brain power and will, and I just sort of like blast through it. And I just crush it, and everyone goes, what? And they lose their mind. Is Humanity a puzzle game? Yes, I believe so. Yes. Yes. Did you see the analytics article about Google misleading advertisers? I did. Yes, they did. Apparently, I mean, some 80% of Google ads have been sold under false pretenses, and theoretically could be the largest class action ever in terms of dollar value, but it remains to be seen if anyone will actually hold Google to task. I saw. Have you listened to Blade? You thinking of Blade? The movie Blade? What if they moved to Belize and refused to pay taxes, though? Who are you talking about? What that doesn't even make any sense, what you just said. If Google moves to Belize and refuses to pay taxes, this is not even about taxes. Oh, fun.
Just in case it's a sponsor, no?
It's not.
Okay, alright.
Joel, there's Ferrari.
Oh, I didn't see it though.
They have a bunch.
Don't thank you in advance, like Tia, you know?
Why you guys keep spelling Blade wrong? You keep adding an extra E. That can't be right. Whatever you're saying, it can't be right. I'm looking right now. Oh, God, it's a real person. Let's listen to their best song right now. Be Nice to Me.
So guess what?
What? I don't know.
Taking life from day your life.
If it's a deep, I gotta bite it. If I see weed, I gotta light it. If I get feelings, gotta hide it. If it's illegal, I don't mind it. I broke my wrist, I gotta ice it. I wanna see you be my sidekick. If I post pics, you gotta like it. If you do this, then you're the nicest.
That's what Drain Gang is? So now I'm part of the Drain Gang officially? This is huge. This is big for me. Mozart could never. Atrioc Drainer, Drain Trioc. Wow, yep, yes, sir. Fucking proud member of the Drain Gang. What I love most, at first it was the Drain, but now I realize I'm really there for the gang. You know what I'm saying? I'm a long time Drainer now, so that's how I see it. It doesn't make any sense. You got a Steam Deck, bro? No, I have a fucking computer. All right? Well, I don't even. I think this Steam Deck is like. I don't know. Just fucking get a PC, bro. Oh, did you see? Like, basically confirmed. Switch 2. The Nintendo guy was talking about they had a. It was a shareholder Q&A. I think it was just about how they're going to keep their accounts, but you know, they're talking about it. They're thinking about it. Confirmed. We don't know when, but I think they should call it the Switch U. Yeah. I think a good name for it would be Switch U. And instead of like handheld, they should go back to making it well, no, it's like it has a TV and a console, but the TV's attached and you can't unattach them. So you have to take the TV with you wherever you go. And you can't plug in your own TV. And that way it's like, yeah, and it's a CRT. And that way it comes with a free TV though. That's the real bonus for the consumer. Is that you don't have to do that hassle of buying and using your own TV. What if it folds like a DS too? What if instead of doing that, it wash and folds? You know what I'm saying? Follow with me. It's a washer and dryer combo with a console add-on. Okay? Let me cook. Are you with me now? So it'll look kind of like, let me see if I can, you guys can, here, I'll just move you guys over here. So like, imagine it's like this. And there's the thing, right? And then there, right here, is the keyboard. Because it's got a keyboard. And then this is the monitor, but it's also where the clothes get washed. So it's a PC? No, it's a washer dryer. Are you even following? I think it needs to be able to make orange juice too. Fuck, he's right. I hate to admit it. But goddamn, this young gun has gumption, dude. That's why we keep you in the fucking brainstorm meetings. Yes. Absolutely, you want an OJ when you're playing Mario. That's what they'll call it. Wait. So on the top, we'll put like a little bit of a, like you put the orange in here, and then okay, how about this? A little bit, not all of it, but a little bit of the orange extract. Okay, some of it goes out here, right, to you in your cup. So here's your cup, and it goes in there. But a little bit of it goes into your clothes. Okay? So now your clothes have a nice, refreshing orange scent. So you get it out, and it's like, oh, it smells like a fresh. Yeah, they smell nice. Yeah, and also it liquid cooled. Well, the thing is, it's already liquid cooled because there's a washer in there. We use the extra juice to charge it. What are you, fucking dumb? You can't charge a washing machine with orange juice, bro. Come on, stay on topic. These are real good ideas only. What if they marketed it like a Super Mario Maker machine, and then when the consumers get it and realize it can play other games, they'll be surprised? I'm sorry. So your idea is to just only advertise one game so that when people find out about the other ones, they're pleasantly surprised? I love it. Holy fuck, you save so much time. You just focus on the one. And it's all upside from there. Okay, great. So we'll just make sure, we'll just put a little one game only. Okay. All right. Under promise, over deliver. Yeah. The console only works if you're actively juicing oranges. Okay, now wait a minute. That seems like it's bad for the consumer, right? Because it's very annoying to always be juicing oranges. But it's very good for the orange selling companies, the orange growers. What if Nintendo takes a large stake in Tropicana, puts this console together, all of a sudden, it's vertical integration. They're making money off their other business even more than the main business. Then the games don't even matter. The Nintendo Orange. Yeah, and also, all the oranges that fit in this machine have to be made a certain Nintendo way. They've got like a little notch in them or something that doesn't line up. So you have to buy their oranges, which cost quite a hefty, pretty penny. You know what's really funny? Is if this exact console that we just created existed and you put a good enough Zelda game on it, people would buy it. Not a lot of people, but some people would buy it if there was a good enough Zelda game. They would literally have someone juicing oranges while they played it. And then some people on Twitter would defend it. They would ride or die bootlicking. They would say... They would say how great it is and how you just don't get it because your clothes aren't fresh and orange scented like mine. And yeah, it's a little tough at first, but once you get used to it, it's actually a unique experience that makes it a lot better. Some people would speedrun it. You kind of have to speedrun it, otherwise you lose too much money on oranges. B-Day, thank you for the 35 months. Oranges are facing a large blight currently. Is that true? Oranges blight. 75% of Florida's oranges have been lost to disease. I smell profit, baby. That means they're even rarer and more expensive. I can't believe COVID hit oranges too. Isn't that crazy, dude? That disease, wokeness. That does make sense. That does track that Florida oranges would experience the death by wokeness. Where's my fucking... Big A play Fortnite today? Okay, I've really never played Fortnite. But I could do one instant victory royale. I guess I could play one game of Fortnite and just knock out a quick victory royale. It is New Game Thursdays. So there's no reason why I wouldn't be capable. Oh, sorry, wait. I guess my only worry is like if this becomes a new Bloons situation where I say, haha, I'll play Fortnite once, and then we flash forward a month and I'm doing the Fortnite-a-thon and I'm cranking 90s and like fucking just grinding Fortnite 24/7 all day, every day. Big A, what's that book you once recommended? The First Tycoon or something like that? There is a book called The First Tycoon. Sorry, wait, let me close this. No, no, no. God in heaven, no. There, I got it. It's this one. It's about Cornelius Vanderbilt. I thought it was interesting. He's the first like incredibly massively wealthy person. I thought it was interesting just because he made all his money from trains, but like in his early, I don't know, 30s, when trains were just starting to become a thing, he took a ride on a train and it exploded and nearly killed him, and he was in the hospital for like weeks, and he like fucking blew up his leg, and he was like, I fucking hate trains, I'll never do anything with trains. And then he ended up getting like becoming the bigged train tycoon. It's a coloring book, yeah. It's a coloring book. Each page is yeah, I am not very good at it because I didn't color any of these, but I'm getting there. He made trains his bitch. I guess that's a way to do it. Anyway, he had a lot of familial problems. You know, it turns out, shockingly, that untold vast fortunes did not necessarily make him guaranteed happy. And in fact, many of his children squabbled over that money for the entirety of their lives. My advice would be do the same thing, but be built differently, and just, it won't happen to you. Did you read Plunder? I've been reading it. It's super infuriating and kind of depressing. Yeah, it is. That's why I've actually been stuck on Plunder, that book I recommended, for like fucking 3 weeks now, maybe a month, because it's just very depressing. And every chapter is like a new way that hedge funds have fucked over a long running, normally good business. It's very, the stuff about nursing homes and prison phones and all of that it's depressing. We know what happened is recently. I don't know if any of you guys know, but there's a company called Instant Pot. I'll show you. It's like this. And it's like fucking great. And like everyone loves it. Ari has one. She loves it. It's like an amazing product. And they sold it at a nice price. And it was great. And then the company, and they were making a healthy, I mean, it was a healthy, reliable company. It wasn't changing the world or anything, but they sold a good amount of Instant Pots and did well. And then a hedge fund acquired them, took on enormous amounts of debt to basically suck the lifeblood out of the company and feed themselves, right? They just took all the money out as fees for themselves, and then started doing random shit because now they don't understand the business at all. So they made like a bunch of random Instant Pot other products that had nothing to do with their core competency, and the company's going bankrupt now. Like, it's a beloved product that does well, and they sold fine. And in pursuit of like rampant growth and also in massive fees to their hedge fund owners, they just drove it into they bought it and drove it into bankruptcy pretty quickly. It's fucking great. I mean, it's literally just leeching. And they, for doing that, made gargantuan amounts of money. That's the crazy part, is they bought the company, ruined it, and made a ton of money from that. That shocks me. So yeah, I mean, I've always wanted to do like a big video on hedge funds, just like explaining some examples and talking about it, explaining what it is, but it's such a huge daunting project. Why do they profit off? So here's how it works. I'm going to explain it super simply. I'll use my fucking whiteboard actually. All right. Let's say, for example, so I've made some good YouTube videos, but who's the best YouTuber right now? Mr. Beast, right? Mr. Beast, by far the best. He has a business empire and a YouTube empire that gets hundreds of millions of views a month and makes a ton of money. All right? So let's say I what am I, 400K? I'm 400K, and Mr. Beast is like, what, 100 million? 100 million, okay? So let's say I get some of my other rich hedge fund buddies together, and we take out a huge loan, massive debt, and we just buy Mr. Beast. We buy his whole channel for $1 billion or whatever, okay? So we only put up like a little bit of the money. In actual cash, we put up, 10%, 100 mil. And the rest of it's all debt. But we apply the debt to Mr. Beast Incorporated. So now we own a company that has all of the debt we took on to buy it on their books. So again, I don't owe this money. I used the money to buy Mr. Beast, and Mr. Beast's company owes the debt. So, okay, now, yeah, Twitter, like exactly Twitter. So now, okay, now I own this company, but it has a ton of debt on it, which already makes this company harder to run. But the idea is I'm going to run it so much better that it'll be worth it. Except I didn't build this company. I don't know shit about how to make great videos. So the first thing I immediately do is decide that this company needs to spend a lot of money paying fees to outside help. So I hire my hedge fund. No, wait. Sorry. I'll go the other way. It's actually this way. I hire Atrioc as a fucking advisor. So now I own Mr. Beast Incorporated. It has a fuck ton of debt, and it's spending a ton of its income on hiring me as an advisor. So I'm making fat racks over here. I'm an advisor making fat racks. Also, I own this company, but I don't owe any money. They own the money. Okay? Then, to make a quick buck, I start licensing Mr. Beast's name to everything. I put Mr. Beast on every fucking product I can. While it still exists and people haven't caught up to the fact the quality is degraded, I make Mr. Beast fucking socks, Mr. Beast sandals, Mr. Beast whatever. I do collabs. I do whatever I can to run this company to the ground and make a quick buck. All right? To just juice the money so I can give it all to myself as fees. So I'm eating great. This company's quality is degrading fast. I have no idea how to run it. Finally, people stop watching Mr. Beast videos because I've fucked it up. Quality goes to fucking zero. Subscribers go to zero. And they can't make their debt payments. So the company goes bankrupt. Oh no. Mr. Beast is dead. So net winners are Jimmy, who made $1 billion from me because I paid him to buy it, and me, who made a fucking hundreds of millions in fees. The net loser is everybody who liked Mr. Beast's product,